645-4405. One of the Takanat Hagonim was enacted at this time. 755. Land of Israel, 759, 4,519. Ar Yehuda became Gown of Surah, 759, 4,519. The Halashot Gedalot, Bahag, was written at this time. 78845. This time, 858, 4,618. Ar Amram, who wrote the Siddur, became Gown of Surah, 928, 4,688. Rabbi Sadia was appointed Gown of Surah, 955, 4715. 4 times, 968, 4,728. Ar Sharira became Gown of Pumpanita, 997, 4,757. Ar Hai became the last Gown of Pumpanita, 1038, 4,798. Ar Hai died. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim. The Crusade Massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1040-4800 Rabbi Nu Gersim Meor Hagolah died. 1088-4848 The Rif arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1096, 4,856 The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1099-4859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1103, 4,863 The Rif died. And the era of the Tosafot began. 1135-4895 The Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1144-4904 The first reported blood libel took place. 1147-49 Rabbi Nutam was captured by the Crusaders. 1148, 4,908 The Rambams and Heretics families left Cordoba. 1165, 4,925 The Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1171, 4,935 The Rashbam died. 1184, 4944 The young son of the Re was killed. 1187, 4948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1189, 4,900. 1190, 4950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1191, 4,951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1194-4954 The Rampant Nachmanides was born. 1198-4959 The Rabbah died. 1204-4965 The Rambam died. 1236-4996 Rampaging mobs massacred Jews and burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1244-5004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1252-5012 The Inquisition began to use torture. 1267-5027 The Rabban left, settled in the land of Israel. 1270-5030 The Rabban died. 1286-5046 The Mayor of Rothenburg was imprisoned. 1290-5050 New works advanced the study of the Tosafot, concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1290-5050 All Jews were expelled from England. 1293-5053 The Mayor of Rothenburg died in prison. Began. 1298-5058 The author of the began. 1298-5058 The author of the Mordecai and Hagahot Maimonides were killed. 1305-5065 The Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1305-506 The Turk arrived in Spain. 1306-5066 All Jews were expelled from France. 1310-5070 The Rashba died. 1320-5080 Jews were massacred by the Pasquero Crusaders. 1326 Jews of Germany were massacred by the Armletter bands. 13385098. The Rabbi wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1349 5109. The Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1367. Rabbi and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 13915151. Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 13915151. The Ravash and Rashbats left Spain. 13945155. The final expulsion of Jews from France. 1413 5173. With Christians. 1421 5181. Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Hazara. 14755235. The invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 148152. 14885248. Obadiah de Bertinoro settled in Jerusalem. 1491 5251. Columbus consulted R. Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1492525. Of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah Consolidation. Secular Year Jewish Year Event in History. 1493525. R. Yitzchak of Arbenal arrived in Naples. From Spain. 149652557. All Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1516 5276. 9 Yaakov was printed. 15165276. The Turks. Ottoman. Many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1553 5314. A mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1563 5323. The Shulchan Aruch was completed by R. Yosef Karo. 1570. Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1572 5332. The Arizal died in Safad. 1573 5333. The Maharal came to Prague. 1573 5000. Died in Zefat. 1599 5359. The Maharal returned to Prague again. 16145374. The Maharsha became Rabbi in Lublin. 1616 5377. Arrived in the land of Israel. 1629 5389. R. Young Tom Lipman Hiller was imprisoned in Prague. 1645 RUL Serbs. The Bach. Died. 1646 5406. The Shach and Test on Shulchan Aruch were printed. 1648 5408. Jews were massacred by Jamil Nicky's forces. Early Acharonim and East European massacres. Secular History. 16545414. The first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1655 5415. Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1656 5416. Jews were permitted to live in England. 1656 5416. Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 1673 5433. The Magen Avraham on Shulchan Aruch was completed. 1676 5437. Shulchan Aruch was printed. 1698 5458. The Baal Shem Tov was born. 1702 5463. The Ni Yehoshua's family was killed in an explosion. 171254. Mark, Yaakov Kuli, B.M. Loez, arrived in Constantinople. 1727 5487. The Mishnah Lamelech died. 1734 5494. Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. In history. 1741 5501. The Ahayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1747 5507. R. Moshe Chaim Lazado, Rothschild, died in Akko, Acre, 1755. Hamburg 1754 5515 R.E. Chesko Landau. Known as the Noda by Yehuda. Became rabbi in Prague 1757 5518. The Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud 1759 5519. Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1760-5520. The Baal Shem Tov died. 1764-5524. The Council of Four Lands. Known as the Bad Arba Arizot, was discontinued. 1768-5528. Despite resistance. The Haidamax massacre thousands. 1772-5532. The Maggid of Mezerich died. 1782-5542. R.N. Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda by Yehuda. 1786. The Pale of Settlement was established in Russia 1793. 5,553 Jews suffered in Reign of Terror of French Revolution 1797. 5,558. The Vilna Gaon died. 1798-55. From first imprisonment, 1799-5559. Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1806-5566. The Cheetah, Archaim Yosef David Azulai, died. 1806. In Pressburg 1809 5570. R. Levi Yitzchak Bernachev died. 1810-5571. R. Nachman of Breslov died. 1814-5574. R. Akiva Eger of Peshisha. Both died. 1815-5575. Joseph of Lublin and R. Mendel of Rymanov both died. 1819-5579. Anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany 1827. 5,587. 1840-56. O.R. Yisrael of Persian was released from imprisonment. Later Acharonim and the Changing Society. Secular Year Jewish Year Event in History. 1843-5603. The Zemek Zedek of arrested in Russia 1846. 5,606. Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews 1848. 5,609. R. Yisrael Salander left Vilna 1851. 5,611. May 1859, 5,619. R. Menachem Mendel of Trotsky died. 1864-5624. The Malbim was imprisoned and then expelled from Romania 1866. 5,626. Chidushei Harab, Tiferet Shlomo, and Zemek Zedek died. 1873-5633. The Chafetz Chaim was published. 1874-5634. The Minchat Chinnich died. 1878-5638. Petah Tikva Agricultural Settlement was established. 1881-5641. Many Jews began leaving the pogroms. 1886-5646. R. Shlomo Gonspry, author of Hitzer Shulchan Aruch, died. 1892-5652. R. Chaim Brisker became rabbi in Brisk 1905. Were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911-5671. Chazon Ish was published. 1914-5674. Over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. During the Russian Revolution 1923, 5,684. The Dov HaYomi study cycle commenced. 1927-5687. The 6th Lubavitcher Rebbe was released from Soviet prison. 1938. In Germany, the Holocaust, secular year Jewish year event in history. 1939-5699. Germany started World War II. In mass killing of Jews 1941, 5,701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia 1941, 5,701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Bonary 1942, 5,700 sent to death camps. 1943-5703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad 1943, 5,703 the remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1. Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok 1943, 5,703 the Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944, 5,704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944-5705 uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945-5705 Nazi Germany was conquered.
They hesitate. You're giving them that guilty feeling. Now they're doing it amazing instead of shaking. Unbelievable.
And World War II ended. 1945-5705 6 million Jews. And World War II ended. 1945-5705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947. 5707 publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947-5708 the United Nations divided Israel. 1947-5708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 5708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949-5709 the War of Independence in Israel ended. 1950-5710 Jews left the ancient Jewish community. Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951-5711 the Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956-5717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert 1960. Established the Tefillin Campaign 1967, 5727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War 1973, 5734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle Campaign. 1982-5742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon 1987 5746 the first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993-5753 a secret agreement.
Send it regards. So what are you doing with you do the shit? Stop with kissing on.
Signed in Oslo 1994, 5754 the Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008-5767 deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad House in Mumbai.
It is true art also. Madness. And all portions of our kitchen, so I can. Okay,
India, Kill 6, 2020-5780 Israel signed. Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
Came to my house, knocked on the door, asked me for money, that's all. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if I gave him or didn't, but I just know. I said, I want to know what he did. Oh, now. I said, no, but what? Did you do that? No. So be there tomorrow. Well, Mikey hasn't missed since then. This is going back 8 years probably. Close to 8 years. I'm going to die and I'm going to tell you. Wow. Let me be very proud of you. What's your name? Also related somehow? Not really. Okay. Now, after that line, all of a sudden you're not related anymore. I'm scared of him. Yeah, Givaldi. What's your name? Shalom from? Whichever is beautiful. Who else wants to say Shalom Aleichem real quickly? We got to start the share. What's your name? One way then. Manchester. Givaldi, Shalom Aleichem. Who's cousin? Oh, wow. Jeez. Victor's nephew. Victor sits in Hebrew. Oh, someone else. What's your name? Why do you look very familiar? You were here the other day. No? Not really? Okay. Got it. Hey, what? How was my shower? You schmoozing now? It's amazing. It's amazing. I'll tell you. I was gonna tell Betty. Now they asked. I tremendous Shmaya. I woke up earlier than usual. I learned two daf, and then I learned another two daf from Sambusa, and then I went to Shabbos. And so now I know I'm serious. I feel good for tomorrow. Like I have tomorrow's shear halfway down. I don't know what to do. I have to give tomorrow. Tomorrow we're leaving to Morocco. Very cool stuff. It's on. So tomorrow's English year, regular time. Tomorrow's Hebrew year at 1 p.m. Right here in the Shvedru. Give up. Oh, I have to tell them. Oh, we left already. I have to tell them to do Minta a little earlier. Remember somebody. Oh, I'll tell you. Uh-oh. So what are we going to do? So after, it'll be after your cheer. There'll be a minute. Okay, give up. Says the Imam, Omer Rabbi Rabbi. Oh, and before I start, listen. I figured out who sent me the wax and that whole thing. Orlovsky. That's it. That's all it says. Orlovsky. Maybe it's the Rabbi Orlovsky. I got it. And then the chicken was a nice, very, I'll read tomorrow. He said not to read it. So I took out his name, and he's in a trailer. He has a chicken thing, and he just sent me the thing because he loved the shear and wanted to drop it up there. He gave me the perfect time. He doesn't want me to mention his name. I think it's a mistake. He should let me mention his name so that people could buy something. It's very good. What Rabbi, what? Okay, later after shear. Okay. What Rabbi, Hatabo, Sora, Shloisha, Sakina. And what is it? Like 15 lines from the bottom of some things. Hatabo, Oshoife, Sora, Shloisha, Sakina. It means 3 knives. Hakas, Shishoife, one that he can do Shkita with. What's that Shkita is actually? Okay, but Hakas, Shemeskata, Bossa. You shouldn't be using the same knife that you're using the Shkita to cut up the meat. So one, you cut up the meat. The Akash Machar to Paul Kalos. Now, the Caleb, I showed the video the other day of Caleb. If you cut the Caleb, which is what is in the recipe, and it little parts of it, little shuman sticks to the knife, and then you cut regular with it, it's a problem because now the Caleb is going to go into the meat. See? If you knife for the meat, and for the Caleb, you said the knife, you won't finish people. That's the Gemara. The second is called the newspaper call. What's the problem? First, cutting the other looking for halal, and after you finish cutting the meat, then you cut the halal. And you're not going to do it. Whatever you want to do. But if you first the meat, and then you cut the halal, what's the big problem? Second Gemara is zero shemi yasis halal about that. We should have 3 knives. Somebody asks you, how many knives does a shaykhini needs 3? Today, I guess they only do the shaykhini. They don't really cut. They don't do the nikkur. But those who do nikkur, they probably have 2 knives. Because the problem is, you might cut the meat after you cut the payload. They have pieces of payload on the knife. That's the Gemara. So, you have 2 knives, right? So now you're going to somebody get mixed up with the knife that you use. I didn't know which one is what. Even as a king tray, his way to pay. There's a hacker, it's just in the fact that on the side you use 2 knives, he's going to make some sort of sign on it. I don't know what it is. So this Gemara right here, Jeremiah says that's why we have little speculation. Here's English. You remember, I looked here and studied Shiva in the this is you're supposed to make a sign on one of them. Which one should you make the sign on? The lipids or the plate? inflation,
If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on spiritualism and perhaps consider supporting free academic seminars topics by joining my Patreon. Now, let's enter the course.
Great. Supposed to make your head go.
Right.
The famous
I really can't believe I'm saying
the
that
guy went
after
through
13 sessions. We are now in session 14 of this supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still too few. I can basically keep teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life. So what I want to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll sit very honest, this last session is going to take 15 minutes because this is where my energy really runs out. And I'll be very frank about that. It's obviously the case that every answer is
Same kind of circular. It's a night, so we're talking about
as I probably should. About pessimism in every culture, 21st century is where my gap is. Everyone has gaps in their knowledge. The gaps in their knowledge.
one which he rinses off the meat, and the other one in which he rinses off the payload, which is also that's the one that you just want to use one bucket and you put first put in one bucket. But I'm going to give it a in other words, you rinse off the payload. There should be a lot of lots of water, so you're going to flip it. You reverse the first thing you do, and you're going to have payload floating around in the water, and then the box, I'm nice and body that my cousin, the first cousin, one of my friends lives in that show somewhere. He's in the mountains. He says, one day, like the new book said, he can show off what they're going to do. Listen, we want to do, we don't like that the Arabs do, we want to do that stuff. The one that are coming, all the meat, and they put it into his bucket. What are you doing? Just prepare it together with the meat, and this is the new, like 3 cows worth. So I'll give them the big, tremendous nezek. Because it has to do with a little bit later, I love this. It can't just be a macro, you have to know what we're doing. So the more Hashanah will calculate, but even if you have 2 buckets, you're going to switch them around. You might put the payload in there, and one that's meant for the unit, and so the more, the entire case, we inconvenience it to get 2 buckets and fill them up with water. This case, obviously, is going to make one that's blue, one that's red, whatever they do. You know, like what it is.
It's actually more
sophisticated than you should say it's called plastic and no orange.
By a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really.
And
that's part of why Shabbat is so successful, is that people really understand
the red things in the mirror, that like scratches them, and you can see like future.
Something of a very technical nature.
You get stuck in there, you know, and okay, come on then. Oh, so let me just show you this video. It's a different style. This just shows that I like in these green knives,
scratch the surface even a bit, and you realize that the kind of reasoning that justified the statement to be frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that once people actually scratch the surface of it, realize that this is just killed them. They abandoned it pretty easily. So the years after Shabbat speaks, you see that the whole business. What you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah that shouldn't be surprising because whole Shabbat business is very fast. And so when the background is closing up the ranks, that is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what we want to do is return to the period return to the Kabbalah period before Shabbat and closed off, and more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not the worst. And so the development within Kabbalah is like that, and was the necessity of certain, which is to say, intimation of there's not really been a significant is it something to become commentary, footnotes to Isaac. And so that relatively conservative moment, that relatively conservative movement towards Kabbalah from convinced I was disagree with my team until now.
Your mind is still in there.
And
All right, talk to you, Mark.
two major conflicts develop in the aftermath of everything. One of them is Jerusalem.
All right, talk to you, Mark. I'm not married to the Rabbi. Well, this fight finished halfway to Levate this one. What we call flanking, and next to the ribs over there. This is the video that I want to show you. There's a guy removing Pharaoh from the flanking. He's a flanking to the ribs, and that's the flanking. There's Pharaoh over there. So that's Pharaoh. We're talking that piece right over there, Stella.
Especially at a starting point, really hitch. I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the starting world was much more stable.
So what he's saying is, you can't take that piece and put it on top of another piece of meat. You can't flip it, put it on top of another piece, pile it up. Why? Because the Pharaoh is going to heat up and it's going to drip off another piece of meat, and it's going to shape like another piece of meat. That texture is the right to eat. In this image of halfway, you elevate this way. Don't put these ribs, the flanking on top of the meat. The guy is going to heat up, high-boiled the fat, with all of Israel, and it's going to be absorbed by the meat. As the Gemara, even if you don't put it on another piece of meat, as is.
As I mentioned last time.
In this picture right over here, sitting there, and it has a piece of fat on it. What's going to happen to the fat? It's going to heat up, and it's more to the meat. And it's a problem. You have now Caleb in the meat, Bella Bishop. So you want to know, you don't know how it works. That's good. So the Bible is how it works. Carbon monoxide is that card. There's a membrane. There's a plastic bag. But they work for me. It's a membrane. It's a little thin layer of skin. Here we have a little bit of a proof picture. See the picture I sent you, Oshi? So this is the picture that came out after the beautiful. You see little like layers of like skin, like a piece of skin that's called the membrane, and that holds the hair. Even if the Caleb, imagine like a balloon. He's holding it out of the balloon. So even if it's melted, it's in the balloon. As the Gemara, he also we learn Amish drama. I understand. There's plastic bag, so to speak. There's a piece of plastic covering it. So if you flip it up over and put it on top of another piece of meat, it's not going to leak into this other piece of meat. There's that room that's holding it together. So the Gemara got $7 right to the match to show you all those. You got one more. Because the book is and they explain it here. The Hebrew says it's a little thinner than the bottom one, so he ruins it. He pokes a hole in it with his hand, which is he's poking it, it ruins the membrane, and it can leak. So Nayla pushes it over because there's a hole on top. But the bottom he never caught. The side that's punching the meat, in between the Caleb and the actual meat, is still a membrane that will be punched on top, and that's going to protect the meat from the seepage of matches. 2 lines in top of pressing it out. Already over out. I'm talking sorry, you know what you should know. I'm talking to learn 3 things. Sab. Sab means this. Don't think Sab means right in those days. But even just a couple hundred years ago, 100 years ago, people were messing around. They couldn't even read. Check this out. This is Sab. It looks like EKG, Rabbi science. But it's not racing barriers. So that's Sab. You know how to sign your name. Why? Because you do storage, you have a couple, you sign secrets, I don't know what you're doing. You need to know how to sign your name. Forget about writing. Forget how to sign your name. She's not. So that's it. He's in a little shtetl. You need to know how to speak that. Who else knows how to speak that? Unila. How do people learn Unila? I heard that the guy that teaches you, you can find your baby. So we'll pay you, you can pay him. Travel for $500. We'll find you a carpet, so to speak. It might not be, Clooney, whatever. But, huh?
Fascinating. It's not
That's
just,
just a
you're not just
cuisine. We're not gonna
theological.
cuisine.
So again, according
And
to the Hasidic
and
idea,
then he comes in there, but this is the part.
deep desire to
He comes in
experience
against
every aspect of life
Rabbi,
and to
and the
cling
Rabbi
to
did
the
come.
Vegas. The
And he starts
Vegas
snoring.
clinging to
And then
God
when he starts making
and
mistakes,
you
then
cling to God in
the Rabbi could
this
jump in and
this
you know, take over, whatever. That's what he did. Okay, fine.
shaman
Everybody should know.
character.
The next thing, ports, that teaches you 12 different things.
Sometimes they're exotic.
Besides real things, which
Righteous.
he how to do football, how to do kura, kind of like this like a year and a half course. Everybody's interested. But I do want to say this. Instead of you take the course, you learn these three things. You learn how to second egg, you become a common call. If you're a common call, then you should learn these three things. Some people go straight. Let me go to the course of common call. Let me learn Hilo. I'm a common call. Okay. אני בעצמי ומשמיד רבא אמר, הקשר של תפילה. שלא נדון בסדאוור, אבל שלרויש, שלא נדש, or should go video. I don't know about the real over there, but you can see here that the pizza.
So, as I stopped last time,
That's what we're
last
talking
time was that what I think that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbat thing, but as much as the Shabbat is a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was bigger. The same year the Shabbat converted to Islam and apostatized in 1666, for sure, as no, 1666 is a dynamite year in the history of science. The year that Isaac Newton discovered calculus, discovered Leibniz, there's debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered neutral flight and also basically figured out Newtonian physics. He published all that in 1666, 20 years later. So at the same time that Newton figured all that out, making calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbat converts to Islam. So it's difficult, I know that for many people, for me too, when I think about Shabbat something that happened a long time ago. And I think that somehow Newton not having happened a long time. Newton feels very smart. Feels like I could just sort of, we can play chess with somebody like Star Trek. And they happen at the same time. They happen the exact same year. And so when it's coming down to like what I think the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of
okay. So when's it tomorrow? We're going to see a bunch of people with half short coming out. So messed up. Maybe we shouldn't be messing with it. Maybe we should. Anyways, it's Kedai to learn how to do special trips, build it out. I mean, like, this is more probably means not just to learn, but to make one from scratch. Well, very just Hassan. You should learn the Shabbat Bracha. You have this doing them. You should learn the Shabbat Bracha. In addition to the three things that Rab said, Shad, the Milo should learn filling Sam and Mitzvah. After he doesn't mention the first, Rab doesn't mention anything about this. How many people, everybody knows that this is filling Mitzvah is not a big deal. The Moshe Sternberg says a nice Israel with him, the guy that came to him, and says, listen, I don't want to give my son-in-law zero. Now, it's a great trick, but a lot of people try to get out of it. I know it's a bunch of stories with this the guy said, awesome, that he wanted, and then after the problem is too bad. But this one, he's smarter. He's like, listen, I thought that this guy is out in Shiva. So it turns out that my daughter knows much more unlucky than he does. He doesn't know anything. Says Kedai not just to be in London and then to get shot in a fair, but also like know more luck than your wife. He just has the X type. Okay. What were the American? Now, I really did a second ago, said the name of Rob, and there's Shmuel, we know about both. But Papa Shmuel is there, here for Shkita. Also, we also Shkita. Just because you know how to do Shkita doesn't mean that you can eat Shkita. You have to know how to love it. Anyway, this is Shkita. Shahia. Rasa. Let me show you. Let me do a little bit of demonstration. Any chance I get to use my name.
The realization of Godness in the world. Of course, they got this one later.
Let's see if it's going to work. I didn't try it out. Draw some with one hand.
This is same time that the because it like
You know what? Let me just.
and so
Oh,
these two movements
okay, let's do like this.
contact each other.
Okay?
There's going to
Instead
be
of
a
going back and forth, I'm going
world
downwards.
where
That's
some
right.
Jews
That's a
are
problem.
very attracted to
You have to go back and forth. It's unbelievable. You see the reflection of the.
and that is called the Haskell.
I don't know if you see it. If I do.
I think for almost everyone here in this
Well,
class,
whatever.
it's probably heard my
Now,
voice.
Shia, what's Shia? Shia is you go like this, you cut a little bit, then you take the knife out or something, and take a little split here, and you come back and you continue. And how long we'll learn what the shear is, but or you, I don't necessarily need to knife out, but you go like this, pause, and you continue that shear. Not a fluid motion, you pause. So, Chalada, I'm very serious with Chalada. What's Chalada? Chalada is where the name is headed. So, there. I don't know if you can see that. I have no idea. Let's see that again. Shihira, let's do this. Shihira. These are all parameters for only water. Stop and enjoy the information. This one is
the children of great-great-great-grandchildren of the Muslims of the Enlightenment was. Because the Enlightenment was very, very successful. So what ends up happening is that this kind of rational
let's first see Colombia. Risa, it is Risa. Not obviously you don't need two hands, it's just to make the point, it's going downward. But if you do it with one hand, you go with a downward motion, that cancels the street up. We're holding by Colombia. So this is a nice addition we have that we didn't have this in that phase. This is also came from, I guess it's, we improved it, but from Paul Sean, the idea. He's showing over here, he's grabbing the common direction, he sticks the knife underneath, and then it gets treated. So what happened was that his knife was hidden by the common direction from the inside of the animal. It can't be covered. The knife can't be covered. You have to come uncovered from the top. Over here, let's see. Go inside the animal. Now you see how it's covered? There's a 3D view that's covered by the trachea. And then he's going to cut it. That's too much. That's awesome. Well, it's the and a grubber. So a grubber, I just put the arrows here as just as reciters their name, okay? Let's just assume that that's the area where you can check. The trachea, obviously, that's the breathing tube that goes into the lungs. So the end of where you can check is by the entrance to the lung, pretty much. And on the other side, closer to the jaw, it's by where the atoms are. So he went in there, this guy, what did he say? Let's hear it again. Okay, that's just a mistake. Yeah. Get there. Hygroma means this could all be wrong. Let's get this in. The point is that it was checked in the wrong spot. He might have killed the animal, but it's in the wrong area of where you're allowed to check. There's only a certain area where you're allowed to check. A mice is showing up. Another mice. I'm on my fifth mice already. And then no more mice. So we gotta go. Well, we have 10 minutes before the day is kind of shimmy right now.
And so what we have
the mosquito wanted to take over the street though. City, and they didn't know what to do. So the Rebbe said to one of the Asmanim, they was go grab the jug. That's what he
that's not to say that Kamala stops. It's all the kinds of things that
get ready for the case. He said, and he thought about Shania, Grandma,
this whole life thing that is happening.
so open. And so it's case. And the master himself says, listen, why these
as if nothing was going on to them, and they may have not even known.
taking over the
And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there is just literature is the time for
what's a grubber?
contact with,
What's how I
they
know?
began very rigorously developing their
You know what?
also
You
it's
know the faces. You
reality
want
that the
to
Sabbath
go to
becomes
get out of
much
here.
more intellectual
I mean, they
in
didn't
many
expect the
ways
judge.
than
I know
those
this
things.
is fine.
They become much more interested in the goal of the mind
What a commercial one. What do you tell? Why is Ralph
It's
saying
a
this?
Sabbath that actually
The
comes from
shore.
a rigorous
Well, the equal. Equal means to use a knife that has a guillot, that has a nick in it. And what happens is it's going to break instead of cutting, it's going to break it's going to lift the spot. Okay. Like my long tools that is, we learned this, so it's coming up tonight that we need all these things. First three calls, the shop has a better sample time, this is the original, it's kept it 2-3 times, the shop appears. It's great. My thing is that you use the shop chop because it did 2-3 that was good. And now I'm showing that this is also good. My blood, usually gone. Since it doesn't know I love her. Zim in the shop, sometimes we'll make him swing up, pause, and we'll take a cigarette in between. His daughter, so I push that one. That's very common. Instead of doing a nice fluid back and forth, push it down one, really all down. Based on this Gemara, the Gemara passed that Shaitan needs something called a kapara, he needs like a certificate that knows what he's doing. So he has to take out the Simon and he has to look at the Simon and see whether or not he shuts it already. Yeah, Simon. And the behavior. Now, if you know the answer to this, please don't know.
Traditional Jewish mind
In other words, you just wanted to see you try to cheat. Like, you know, last month. I wanted to, I knew what the you go to shots 5 times to stop.
Huge output, but on the other hand,
How much of a teaching money do you have to show?
Teacher began to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things.
But Bert does
He
have to
felt young in his house. Imagine that if he had a chef like me business, no one wants to
I said, if you know, you should make it.
and so, you gotta get kicked out of his things a little bit. You gotta
The answer is on a bird, you only chef once in on a very really big. I'll go bottom the shows that I can go and take a look at each one, open it up and take a look and see if there's
the chef,
all right.
the Lord, they're the chefs
A
probably
lot of people after this, well, I'm
systematic,
if you pause enough
collection
to
or
inspect
systematization of Judaism that incorporates
my life, if you see more, this is not love that you
direction is a really
You have to check. What are you checking? Is that checking to see what? Oh my Lord, talk on our real run. People talk on. You need to talk on to check. What? You're not. You're not even talking about some money there. So yeah, I put the pictures of that. Getting out something. Right, no, like this. Oh, is that a lot? She actually, that's this picture right over here. It shows the beach here. This right here. See,
there's even
extremely busy, probably doesn't have time. He said, I'll do this from the while you drank and played. It's 30 an hour to get a picture. They came back. So you shut up.
So they're the show and
Here you go. Where was it?
classics of Judaism.
I love this picture. The mountain night. Again, they did some things for other people. Wasn't even a benefit. Showing them young. And here it is. You can see how the deep behind is nailed. That's what it is.
And so,
No, that'll be a step.
also,
You gotta talk.
they're also classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in the day, Kabbalistic texts is a lot of systematization texts. We're trying to get systematizing their things. And also, there are a lot of encyclopedic things. We're just going through and trying to list things, describe what things are.
So tomorrow, we're gonna see tomorrow after this and also that you give honor to the Prophet. Check the night English reviews talk better. Go so nice. So look at it, that's the way you are.
And
tomorrow.
Philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clunky language.
Okay, just have to if you have to go to something you're not, so what? Talking with 25 minutes away, 1 minute, 2 minutes away. So then you have different timelines. I love today, people, he himself. the shrinker himself, after he finishes the shkita, he gets alone and he checks out his knife. So that's normal. Whatever it takes for a shrinker to do shkita in the chest. Says the Gemara, look, what the? So I want to go through this because the guy who's arguing yesterday, and you got to make sure that when you know this stuff, not only that, today, somebody, a Rabbi in the yeshiva asked me a question. I saw that he didn't know the basics of this stuff. So, somebody touches a dead horse. Come here now.
Now, as you probably also know, in all of this,
Five-time shots.
anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away.
What's that?
Been there.
How about the first time?
Well,
The first time. Okay, the first time. I thought that, okay.
as you might imagine, as or secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges that is affecting the level of discrimination of Jews in secular society.
Dead cow.
Famous example was the dreyfus affair in the 19th century.
If you shut the probably no. But if you do something about that,
With this uptick in
what about
anti-Semitism,
the dead cat?
is the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism. There's sort of three distinct ideas basically about
Because
what's
of the
going on.
Spanish right.
One idea is the
So
traditional
just
idea
remember,
double down
everything in the economy is a truth. So a dead horse is just a dead cow is just unless you shut the thing,
So
then
one
it's
is
not,
double down being biased
a
accountable.
dead cat,
The theory
a
is
dead,
that
everything's
at
covered.
some level,
Besides smaller animals like Rothschild, then you only have Spanish right, only those.
1,000 years,
But all larger animals, everyone, the dogs, the pigs, the camels, they're all the time, they all have them.
which one, whatever, is just
So, says Gemara, it's very important to remember
this,
that.
and at some level, eventually,
Because a dead cow, if a cow walks into the shop and drops dead in a heart attack, sees its friends dying there one after another,
pack your bags, and you leave Europe.
it's a novel.
And in the mid-19th
So there
century,
you have
that
shut
idea
things,
takes the form of secular
and
Zionism.
let's say you find a giant, or let's say you shut the cow, and you find a giant hole in its heart. This big, its hole is larger than its heart. The hole in the heart is larger than the heart.
And this is the emergence of
It's not possible.
very, very basic Zionism. Now, it's two things
It's a
that we're
problem about the cow. It's gonna die anyways tomorrow.
is that it was
It's
entirely
it's not the time. Why should the speed that they go in? This says
that
tomorrow.
country is active in 20th century.
Lord, what a time.
And
What
so
if you didn't do a speak of the
secular,
Simonic?
largely socialist, although not all of it is socialist,
Yeah.
not all of it is socialist.
Lord, what you didn't check the Simonic? Like we're supposed to. After you do shit, you open up, you take a look.
Did accept some messianic themes.
We're not talking about, you know, you just finished night. We're jumping back to what we go before, that comic book speak of the Simonic. Remember that about something? Remember that thing that we remember those Rubiani over baseball? It's not just baseball, that's what that's no tumor. It's a trick. But a trick again, you gain one thing that is no. You must this is not up. Why? Because the license is because it's maybe they do get kids. I don't know. No, we're gonna assume that the kid don't take away from you. You must see the daughter. It's in the price of the Vela. It has all the dead cow, the dead horse. Woman, I love it. You're gonna look it up. You're gonna come across it. All night, they don't tell us the city soon, and it's actually going to another city tomorrow. This is called something to It's a new guy. There's a bunch of little guys that are not confused with each other. Some of them are very, very different and no connection for all the stuff. It's called
Toxic ideology.
an animal is like every minute of time. It's alive, it's every minute of time. It's every minute of time.
It's straight up heresy.
So,
It says it's
it has a consumption that it's awesome. Right now, it's awesome. It's awesome to eat. If you take a bite out of a live cow, you're going to the drag stuff every minute.
So even at the very
So that means
aggressive
I think the
Jewish war fights was very popular, at least to start.
Status of Israel. What?
Sorry, you won't.
Status quo. Status quo. War. It was also, it was locked also. So now you look at it and yes, it still remains up.
Brother also says,
Its status, its initial status remains. That's what I'm going to require. Whatever I had before continues on, unless I know otherwise. And over a fact, it's a good shkita. Now I have to prove that it wasn't a good shkita.
and so this is
Then I have a chazaka that it's good. Also, I can prove it. But if I don't know if it's good, I don't know if it's a shkita. I would say that, why?
religious translator say that in many places,
Okay, no question, and let's fly.
it certainly wasn't until
So the man who if you're going to Obama, they have a yell, but that's the system that so that's something that's awful, right? No, unless I can prove to the contrary that the was a good shkita. Just tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to ask, what do we know? What do we know this concept? It's a Muslim or a Jew. On the Israel and on the Yishmael, are you just to say, now the Jewish shkita, there's a good shkita, actually, like you have to tell me why, for whatever reason, the shkita that I did, minutes ago was no. So I don't know where it was for. It was a Vegas. Now it just switched categories for the super team. That's how you have to learn a little bit. I can understand, but it's going to be able to be able to fight. They're going to stop, and we can just put it off. It's also not all up. Yes,
This is a completely
reason else in the Vegas.
non-Jewish folk
Very
rarely
there's also one of the lines because it's still that Amina when it's
Renaissance
and it
magic
when it the Bible wasn't coming. Now it's just coming.
and that developed Rabbinic Kabbalah was the third branch of Kabbalah that was developed.
We're not talking about this
Jewish Kabbalah.
for the Kumar over here. Tell us something new.
And now it's developed actually in the early
So that's Chazaka, that was awesome. Now Chazaka is coming. I agree with you. But this animal that wasn't tracked
So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation.
is also to eat. It's not a common
Primarily in Egypt,
this is video.
places.
And look,
Down there, it's all the world of people, spiritualists, very So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the things that, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy goes down to traditional, the other strategy is leave Palestine or wherever. The other strategy that I mentioned I think to go to is assimilation. Assimilation was very, very radical. And that's actually one of the more difficult things because many of the people who get the job of assimilating
consider it up.
But assimilation wasn't really the goal. That's what trying to maintain also trying to maintain
So when they were there, so continues on to the country part. Now you have to put those. Now that remains in that's the status quo. The head of the status quo. But then the luster is not so strong. What is the cheetah became mutter? What is Chazaka to them? When it gets cheetah, it became mutter. Now that became mutter. Why don't I say now is the status quo? When I shop, it became mutter. We want to know. I need the status quo. There's a new something new came up. Something bad. After the speaker, we decided what? Maybe it's not the speaker. Nothing wrong. You know, they were about to say, hey, the lock up in the now with You want to see in a second at the end of the movie that he's been made to put back. Oh, you saw the whole movie with his canine?
They even moved Shabbat to Sunday morning. All kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, I was like, so this guy is trying to fill out. Again, I don't want to accuse them of that. Walk around their shoes and how devastating it's like reality is. At that time,
so now we know that. We have to know the disease. Why would it not be that? You know, we're getting another video by mom. If he grabbed away, then what's that lot of? It's not it. It's not it. What's the problem? And then what that video by mom? What if the wind showed up and punctured the intestines? Is that a trade? No, they didn't do nothing. But then he came and justified it. So we saw that he did it. So we know he did it. So we know that it was punctured before. Until it didn't show up. And on the team should have put him out. We don't know. Keep talking. He went back and came back with a whole puncture. Because she was never much of a negative. So this is interesting. I know we're going a little bit of a super. But I assume that maybe his canine that punctured the person it's exactly in the same spot that it had a previous hole. In other words, this process was great. The guy was very bored and the wolf didn't do it. Or no, maybe it was kosher and the wolf made a hole. Can I say something so far out that the wolf came those two in the hole? I say, well, you don't have to say no. I'm not about to say this. Oh my leg, no, I'm not concerned that he did that. We're going to assume that it was kosher, and the wolf doesn't do one. And the main law is kosher. It's a raw, I'm not saying no. You see, basically, I love that stuff. But if you have a voice that has a hole in it, we have to be concerned that maybe a mistake, and we know the whole city of snakes now. Not now, but tomorrow, maybe a snake inserted that in the jar with a water. See a hole in water, now maybe the snake is inserted in there. And then we should be able to use it. So if you see a bird poking the hole, maybe the hole that's the bird poking into was already there, before by a snake. Go out there, I want to know about the people. But I didn't know about it. So I have to assume that venom in here don't eat this water. Why? If our church showed that this hole is made by a bee, rather is made by a snake, and the bird actually did be enjoying raising a hole in his nose, straight into the water, and off the hole. On our leg, he gets down to the surface sometimes. The famous saying, everybody knows it. What's the saying? Kamira Sakashami Surah.
So, what did the misjudgment do?
Meaning, maybe a snake.
Superstition.
Don't even feel it. So listen, I'm not going to go out.
Nonsense. Made up.
Well, you can down the surface. They only give you a right from a hole in a fruit. So a hole in a fish. I don't know the fish was in the intestine. Listen, but that's so macro now. So one more macro comes to your life. Let's say drive this state line at 170 miles an hour. So we tell you, be careful.
It does sound nice. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish
You're coming down and you're trying to scholar.
Yes, Jew.
Sponsors.
That's not going to right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to make them And so, when you go
so low, so you need to say, let's not go to the side.
I think, and as you might know, say it's not that all of the
Fora a Thalia, ele já entrevistou um cara falando sobre difference. Hoje não sabe como eu vou chegar. You don't know if you come here that you step over a dead person and that dead person is black. That was something. What's that about? Something. It's not real something. One of my story. There's a receipt tomorrow on Friday. Here you have water.
they base their duty on some level
That was covered. We have people concerned that it's late.
my place is on German scholarship, my place is in Cincinnati.
It's a point. The thing is going to be I'm not slaves and stuff, but you're not going to these things according to because you're making it easy wrong. You're not going to, because it's one.
Crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined or 2.5
See, there's a difference. Some equivalent is Rabbi.
It's sidelined and decisive language history.
If the snake, what's the size? We don't know if the snake is in the water or not. I don't think snake. Again, it's open, left open.
They're scholars.
You don't use it. Super. Well, hey, also, this is going to be a yeah, the cause we learn. What's a site, a woman who's husband not to be a siak and not to have people with another random guy. Man, instead of coming to it, go and see out the same place. All the cheese,
The generation before them, about it, the generation before them made a decision not to look at
why is it so slow?
and that's what happened.
Okay, we have to
Effectively, Kabbalah
like a bunch of these guys. Then what? Where was the youth of the boys and where did this even happen?
so far, everything is
So it's massive. That's what we learned our love of football that in order for the Italians in the
but most of the time,
what's the Jimmy?
that's the reason why you will never really see until recently. Studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud,
Always
even
on the dead rat.
here now,
Yeah, it's dead, this thing. It's either open or study. Now, we don't know if it's dead tails, the bread, the food, whatever it is. The whole of my left is like having deferred to food. Now, I have to tell you, when you start today, after how much cheer getting cheer? You know what I mean? That's the gotcha.
So that's one part of the story. The key part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. So there's no big Kabbalah. Now, aggressive.
So then the weasel has come in it, and when it comes out, it's uncut, when it walks unscrewed, it should make the fruit come.
What's the other thing that happens in this time is like the
Animals cannot become coming when they are alive. Good thing you're learning the PI, you might get cheered because you gotta brush up on where you say this is. Okay? They ask them about the cow and the horse. That is in the middle. Okay.
The Hasidic Jews live basically in
This is
these
spiritual.
social,
What else
very
is
connected
spiritual
social
on both
networks.
sides?
They are distinct in interest. They look very
I'm saying a lot of people, a bunch of
dress like
people
Jews.
as well. The cops. Usually, they all do everything. Anybody pay attention? 20 shekels, 5 shekels, 15 shekels. And it's one of these parts that everyone's flying. And then Smura hops out of the Bukhari's meeting, right? The cop, 100%. What? Russian, I didn't see the cop for you, I didn't see. Mother of Jesus. Share would be cool to come out and got his part of the Cuba, something wrong, you know? Hey, the bread. Speak it for it. Over here, we have the suffix. Even if you say up there, it's star. All the suffix are. Usually something in say up there is coming over here. Even something might be going up through. Or you see, there's a fire, so how can you serve it over here? We have a suffix with a tail function on the tail. And if you don't know what was going on, it's more than so now he says he might hear what it says, and I said the notion with that sharp. A woman, you could ask her, were your samples and everything, she could admit to it. She admits to it, it's fine. She doesn't go through the whole thing. She's losing soup, the whole thing, whatever. But you can't talk about piece of bread. What do you have? Piece of bread. The bread has no knot. You can't answer you. And realize, you're going to a person that you can talk with to have a conversation and ask her or ask him. So for years, you can't ask him because again, the mail out help him. Now we don't just get down the show, and because he can, that's why somebody's stuck. Let's stop over here. We'll give the Israelis time to come in. Rabbi, have a wonderful evening. I put the clock. We'll see tomorrow. If not, don't fall off. When I am done, we'll be back here in a week.
They're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. It's a devastating political. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Iraq. They were still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in Northern Africa. So it wasn't like the devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews in the Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and Europe were a very important center of development some elements of that community. Luckily, they did survive. They were the two largest groups, Samar, eventually Second Summer, and the Bobby Trek also made it down as well, and they refounded their listening dynasties real holy, which is important. So the Pearl Park, and we visit the right over there. If folks have the travel, just the Pearl.
It's crazy what he did. I'm not talking now, but I don't want to go into it. He's a rocket scientist, so it's rocket.
Rebound, folks. Rebound.
You're in Borough Park. How long is what is this? What is that?
Massachusetts. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound in many ways began with a young maverick philologist. Forget that Gerhard Scholem. Forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershom on his later. The idea of Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick philologist. That's the reason why the scholarship is so Rothschild. Everything in there is one. And Scholem made the crazy argument.
Anyone graduates on this is something seniors in school and the
Deserve that day's part of Jewish history. So in the 1920s, Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single published literature's hands on every single piece. And being the German scholar he was, he did that. And unlike his Chuck who rejected the importance of Gershom Scholem, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism on Kabbalah. You just couldn't imagine Judaism. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important as Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So, Scholem argued over the time that Kabbalah was really integrated
before I forget, before he said that is just here,
thinking about Judaism was. And it's just like unfortunately, when Scholem already established all the time, he liked to explain JTS, JTS, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is nourishment. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right? Narishkeit is Narishkeit. They can ship to this Narishkeit das. Right? Nonsense is nonsense. And the history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense. The history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous secular, not the most famous, the second most famous progressive Talmud scholar in the 20th century history. So probably the most important Talmud
Rothschild seal.
early 20th century.
It's a short fuse, Rothschild seal.
Basically invented
Maybe last time back at the Phoenix satellite location.
quasi-secular
Okay, so I was going to skip.
That's how Shoal was introduced.
I was
Can you imagine being
surprised by
introduced
some
at
of these
the
results.
GTS? Like basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense. But because you study as history, as something we used to do,
Status 30 below is what it is. I showed 57
completely crazy. So
but
Shola really had a uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that
people. So I don't think I have a lot to do with people.
but Shola had to fight that battle and everybody.
This is number 5, and the people involved here
Shola with him a group of students. He attracted a great deal of students. Dell, Don, Bill Sells, leading scholars, and his students were also willing to criticize him, and they did. They made a career criticizing him. Like Moshe Dell, really showed how important Shola was, and also how important to get generations of scholars who really
they did 2 videos for that one. I don't tell you one.
scholars on my mind and really right. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is amazing. It is now totally legitimate to study Kabbalah and Kabbalah. You can take it at an academic level and no one's going to take it out. At the same time, there is a somewhat better version of and even because known people terribly influenced by huge communists, most number 4 really is an early 20th century ladder in the Osman Israel and most towards commentary on the Zohar text to write number 4 and this is a introduction to the Zohar on the Zohar and he translated Zohar from easy Aramaic, but it's very modern, make it accessible to all the in the original Aramaic, and so it's much more accessible.
Number 2.
So extremely well Zohar now can also be studying Gloria, studying it for 5 years in some level through the discussion of Rabbi Rothschild. David Belt is all kind of interesting communist theory. There's a fact that you got that's based on some ideals and some road that David Rothschild another character that I don't mention in this night, I feel that was Schneerson, of course, was head of the gospel movement, and what's important to know about him is that he became one of the most important founders of the Hebrew movement, that was the outreach movement among Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews. So he were meant to a Chabad house because Rabbi sent someone to make more basically with them. And Schneerson founded this enormous network of the Chabad movement, and he was just a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things he did. But one of the things that's mentioned here that's important that will be important going into 21st century Judaism is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world, not a super big movement, I don't know if it's as big as it was in the late 90s. It's mostly localized to Poland and Israel, especially in Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. And I studied briefly at a Kabbalah yeshiva, and I definitely had people believe that he was not dead, but that he was taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he can't return really soon, and that it really is, if he returned, would be heralded by Jews adopting the Torah, and that basically that his culmination and ready to Messiah, which was to Rabbi, to proclaim some crowns, like just Rebbe's flag, which was a yellow crown, Messiah. So there's this huge messianic movement, gigantic, a whole class unto itself, inside the Chabad where they believe their late Jesus is the Messiah. This is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it's such a outreach. Although in my experience, what I've been told that person growing up is that normally people that necessarily messianic stuff goes to typically people like Rothschild or back to Orthodox Judaism. And $2,000 to establish stuff.
One of my favorites. I would always top for me for sure is when she did this Rothschild. Schooling not only changed my life, it ended my life. It was great line, and many people voted for it, and they didn't. And usually they stopped the line. So I'm glad that you did a great job. As a bonus, I'm adding 2 more prizes to the $2,000 each to the background that are here and to somebody sent this in. I'm like, it's not to America. Serious Imer, the force has learned the distance. The bishops learned the strong and last and proclaim all. Serious Imer, in honor of Avadia and Ur. Little Stein, in honor of Shabbat Show Brothers of Wittgenstein, Joseph Kalman, Mount of the parent children, Mount Stein, and Bobby Stein. The words I want to say, tremendous rock on Rabbi leader. I'm so rocking, I don't know where. You see it's taken everywhere. Outside of the dynastic structure. Shalom Aleichem, welcome back. The man we're killing during here. Everybody knows exported out of the Pacific Northside. And then in a way, some conservative force measurement and the construction was official literally one shot. He sucked it 70 hours for. Paris, the baby flower, God press like that. Mark actually now this last fucking way we were trying to Simon, supporting the British Spanish, which Lema, around Yaakov, the Nishmas of kindness, Darby Schwell, Zon the Titan family, Mountain Club, the Eagle Joey, 15 and 20, 500 halfway, only one piece status. Yuri Bar, Yuri Nishmas, Shingle, Boxer, Kill Network, Shola, Like Oimer,
the last thing I'll mention is tailored towards now, arguments for you made in those traditions we talk about. Let us make the famous moments like Madonna and Britney Spears. For a while, we're trying to Britney Spears and Hebrew some kind of
That's a big guy, who's a we better let you know about it and shit. Next day after. We don't like announcements. You don't want something to come back. It's not just you announce.
So the song is years and also the prices are a lot of way. So So, come on, says a whole lot of folks, musicians and other things coming to me, like that was got
I do like these concerts, and don't see.
It's back.
And I'm really glad somebody, I don't know his name, I got to see the name, I see what the name, I forgot. No, I'm thinking of
Secular education.
Today, what little I got to find out about that great,
So I say that
that with our AI animation picture, what's the plan of never before, and it's going to be easy for the smart. Searching your mouth into the lady, I'm going to be smarter game and easy. While you that you think the water is very worried about it, concerned that it's there. So much of it. So much of it.
Right there in Amazon. Secrets of the Kabbalah.
Most of them tell us that the lesson of fear, fewer people are fearful. No one in your life is talking about not speaking your friends. No one in the kingdom is asking for the swap card or asking for what to do with sex.
There was no standard from the far right. That's one view. And that was the first time in history. You have access to the so we're living in a good age. Study of Kabbalah and the world is everlasting. I have to say that I really have the last grateful.
We got better.
Journey for the history of Kabbalah. Because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share with other like-minded people. And learning about Kabbalah, specifically learning what it was like. So I just want to thank all of you.
It's a red needle that has one feet. It's very difficult. It's a million
learn about Kabbalah and that this tradition is strange.
It's a red needle that has
Science fiction,
white feet. And that's why it's weird. very dangerous.
So it's funny, it's
Says tomorrow,
everyone was jumped into their class or stayed from 14, whatever.
Everyone
who's at the time, who's taking the time to talk about it, giving me the opportunity to follow from of this time. So that's it.
three beautiful words. Why are I believe that there's nothing that you words like nobody for anything. Everything's controlled through.
That's the real environment. Now, as you get out of class, you switch to science class, where you have a lecture in the lab. The lecture would be like this. You have the lab, this all studying it. It's all right. It's training kids. The lecture lab is on. So, you can't have a certain parts of it. So anyway, folks, that's it. So, I guess again, I was going to say,
Anybody want to know what happened this year? She was trying really hard, grabbed her.
You're fine. Don't worry, folks.
Yeah, everything. There's nothing beside what we can't circumvent the requirements. Like, you go into the kitchen. I would think that kitchen has some sort of time. So you go over. I would think that the headset, it could circumvent that. And now the car, circumvent its nature, maybe regular stuff. Now it's going to happen. This will happen with you guys in the video. She really tried hard to get a little dirt from underneath the seats. That's how she did some real good fishing. So she's crawling on the floor. As he's walking, she's trying to pick up some dirt. Oh my God, what are you trying to hide? What are you doing? She's trying to get this gun. Is it the right fit? Grab. You understand this? It's not going to work for you. Everybody's about to sit. It says they never about them. So, yeah, here, let me show you this. So, this is me. I was very emotional. My wife bought me a gift. Nice drink, which sits in the so never use it. But why did I like it so much? When I got it, I opened it up. And my daughter is getting her, that's my wife. Daddy, put your favorite saying on it. Yeah. That's how you know me, like, in the body, guys. It's like, wow. Wow. How do you know this? Favorite saying. That's your favorite saying. Okay. You don't know, right? Give me certain, I can't say it. So, like, nice. They're thinking me like that. Everybody. Then you have the famous, where did the time belong? Time belong there says that if a person is in the chart, who is the time belong? If a person is in a certain situation, a bad situation, he's important, got to get a ruling, he's out of all, top over all, whatever it is, a mafia, something. If you think yourself as 100% focused, everyone will back up. And what it means is nothing changes this world. A human being doesn't have power over you. Everything is from the appointment level. Then it can take you out of any sorrow. They say the mice about the squirrel, he was in a jeep. They tried to escape the knife. And they come on the road, and the roadblock by the Nazis. You know, like the whole roadblock. And we screw up. I'm not supposed to try to train the spot. We screw up. There's like some concentration, and the Nazi, wherever it was, okay, go. And then there's another roadblock. And they ask him, what's going on here? What's with the roadblock? And what are you doing? How come you're not shaking? He goes, the entire time I was thinking of smoking 8 robbers. So that's big power. Yeah. In that story, that's big for everybody. No focus. Everything about it. Shuffle. Why is it called Kishuf? Shuffle. Shema Kishuf. And Maya Shemala, they accomplished weekend. The upper echelons, basically doing things against nature. So you see that Kishuf does have power, so to speak.
Just won't give it because we back in it. Where's podcast?
This is the voice side before we go into the sugar tonight. Very sugar. Take this. This is a piece. I'm not everybody should think about it. No one gets a little bang on his finger in this world. Allah is giving a reason, Allah will remind us. Everything that's medical, He uses it for everything. Even something as simple as a little scrape, a little burn, a little something with your finger. They know the looking is praise and the matter. Allah is there, a reason, Allah will remind us. He is free. That belly is going to take his finger. Last night I was chasing a mosquito, and I got it. So I look at Kirby, I'm like, okay, here's a boom, and I whack my finger everywhere. And nice, but this ain't other lick if it's going on my time. And I know this is what I thought, oh, it's like, nailed him, oh, I whacked it so hard. Of course, the mosquito escaped. Now it's like the video. We have a video today. It's like, you think you got it, the whole tennis racket, nothing. Right here, zap, nothing. So my finger zapped. Ain't another look at my obsessed with Hashem, not a kiss from Hashem. I got a key from my ex from Hashem. Shenema Hashem, it's out of Gilbert, Kolonu, for all of my young and dark men, you'll never understand Hashem's word. Over and over. Not equal. Miratzik, with our mother. A person cuts his finger. He's drilling something into the wall, it slips and it gets a little blood comes out. That's the blood of a carbon. It's like the down of our Amarava, let me ruin it for you. The good argument is only if you start your right toe, not your left, your right toe. If the deep shady, and it must have been the second time that it happened, you'll see Rubenstein sent me this, I don't know where he got it from. It says, this the whole, first of all, I like that little stuff going on. It's like you go to the field, let's say you come back from America, you spread out the Yossi, I love it. You know, AI could take that off. You know, you gotta enhance it. Straight up. We're gonna get in. And there's like. Somebody asked me this is the study on the postal counts so we can play. Nobody asked that. Not yet. You go ahead. I'll be the first. So says Roman has to be 3 things. When you think you're going to make a karma, if you get a little movement, you say, no. It's only right toe, twice in a row, doing the mitzvah. So they ask, oh, perfect, mitzvah, how do you stop your toe? Hey, still put it in my mitzvah, and you start it. But, it's not the mitzvah, it's not so he says, they say that when we was going, he had him like shot at a back view or something. He died. So the cop around there goes, Mama Allah, الرجل اليوم اللي بوصل position شلون never been a monkey on bread that wasn't his. In other words, he never enjoyed somebody else's thing. He wanted to earn it himself. When we argue, I have to say this famous message, the very famous message. It's the guys who remember this. It says that Rabbi with a Kiva and his friends came to collect money, and Rabbi was very depressed because he used to do money, and this year he didn't have any money. He didn't have money. We don't produce. He starts to sell our fields. He sold half the field. And he gave her the money from the whatever he sold. He gave him half. Another half he took his cow and started crying and crying. And there was a big pit in the field, and the cow fell into the pit. It's like it's only cow he had left. And the regular person said, "Wow, look at what you're doing. Give me all my money. Give me whatever I had to give him." And a minute later, he breaks his foot. So he goes to the pit, and he pulls the cow out of the pit. And as he's pulling the cow out of the pit, he finds the treasure. He runs him out to the point, and it says, instead of Russian, my cow's foot broke, so like this. And I was asking that the what it does, you take the finger, you cut the finger, whatever it is, I don't know, mention that. Maybe I won't see the treasure on the spot, but I'll see it later, but it's always been pleasant. So you want to say, okay, when we learn talking about that day, after the day, I guess you can get that score. When the head of the suit of he never benefited, he wouldn't take any money from his father, he wanted to be completely single. All right, so here we go. Beautiful sugya. Today we're going to learn about a lot of different stuff. Hopefully we get to the end. We're going to learn about a knife that's heated up. That's how we start off the sugya, hot knife. We're going to talk about something called shtir mikvah. It's no way it means. Sugya, this, a mikvah, you know what it is, shtir, you know what it is. What about if you do shkita with a knife that's, I don't know if it's right, you shkita with a knife. A knife that has crayfish, a knife that's shafted mini buttons. You shut an animal, and that is all the time. Uh-oh, somebody's doing it. Hold on. No, I don't want to take it out. Fine. Still buckle. So, you shut the car, you find out later that it's good. That affect the knife?
This is really the finally kid. That's really what I just wanted to know. Look at your shirt. It says not a petting zoo. Yeah, it's some kind of somebody sent this to me. I walked in with a shirt that said Strong Smart Bell Shoe Company. I hate it.
I was at Mothership last night, and I got off from my set, and I see him walking with a shirt that said Strong, and he goes, "Hey, what's up?" And I just ignored him. So, like, I'm not strong.
I'm looking in Rogan, Eugene Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe, Derek Poston, some of the people in the green room. I'm like, "Hey." And Rogan goes, "Are you wearing two shirts, first of all? And does that say Strong?" And then they just start going after me, and Shane just starts laughing. He goes, "Man, it's just shit on Cal." And then he walks in. I'm like, "The fuck? This is working out. I want to put this on."
I was disgusted when I saw that shirt.
They just came at me. They roasted me for about 10 minutes or so. It's a trigger. They all use a trigger. Sure, just Strong. It's trigger.
How was your solo, man?
Great.
Yeah.
I've been killing that room lately, not to be a dick. You were there last night, then?
Yeah, I was in Little Boy. You were a big fan.
You guys saw each other? I've been having a great shirt.
I was going to moderate too, but you know what's funny? I actually, like, for the first time, sat and listened to other people's sets there, and I'm actually shocked how much you hear the word retarded.
You don't know. Is it not for me?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It's actually, because, like, coming from New York, I don't actually listen to other people's sets, so I actually sat and I'm like, you hear a lot of things that you don't hear, you know, that you would never hear certain things, like, you never hear someone say the word retarded. in Los Angeles when I was doing stand-up.
Especially like it's frowned upon now.
But it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
It's like having a cigar, like a Cuban cigar. It's you know what time it is.
It's like seeing a super soaker. Oh man, that's my shit. Yeah, if it's funny. Yeah, if it fits. But if you're just throwing it, just to throw it.
Yeah.
You know? How many sets?
They were great. Dude, that room is, it's hot. I feel like it's almost like Denver Comedy Works. Where if you bomb, it's like, give up.
The other day with Rabbi, it was such a good group. It was so packed. And it was like, it's hard to compete with that room when it's packed. And they were all on fire. They just wanted comedy.
And it was just sick dropping it. Like, it was Tom Segura, then me, then Jamar Neighbors, and then Rogan went up. Rogan had such a fun, I can't help to say, but his riff on the UFC White House card was so good. And just like his tour to the White House, then Shane dropped in with Joe. It was a fucking awesome show.
I see Joe's head of security every morning at the gym. Yeah. One of them, same as every morning. And I was like, how we doing, man? And he's like, get ready for this White House. And he's like, I'm so stressed. He's like, it's just like the logistics of the night.
His security scares the shit out of me. Dude, I came out of the showroom, like, near the green room, and they're all, like, circled up.
Professionals.
And the dude was, like, his arms were, like, 7 times the size of mine, and fucking my height, and just had that, like, I'll fucking kill you on his face. That's what you need. Had the dark hair down. It was so scary. He even looked like he would fucking kill me in the moment. And I was like, oh, that's what you need.
Yeah, that's good as there. They're well trained. Because they're thinking military guys. This is probably the first time, too, for Joe being at an event. I guess because the UFC dang is bigger than Joe, right? I guess.
I mean, I'm not there yet.
1A or 1B, it's tough, right? Yeah, right. I don't know, maybe Joe's bigger. But at the White House, Joe's the biggest. True. Yeah, Zuckerberg there, you have Elon there, you have Trump there, you have politicians there.
I would have made Joe's bigger.
Yahoo's there.
Joe is a bigger voice than all of them.
And the president of the United States.
And not the president.
That's a terrible thing.
Not that the president, I'm talking about Charlie. Fucking Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, I know. Because those guys are focused on a very different Jeff Bezos, those guys. When they
was listening, Jeff. What's that talking
hey, listen. You're off on no, I mean, Jeff doesn't have more influence than Joe. Well, he does. No way. So Jeff, in real policy, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, in terms of moving an economy, what they choose to do, everything that can actually happen as far as influence, size, those kinds of size.
Bezos dropped in and gave his take on who he thinks should win the election between Karen Bass and Spencer.
That's you're not talking about nobody, but you're talking about two different things. Yeah. Also, you're talking about, like, I see what you're saying. But Joe, as far as like influencing the public, not as far as business goes, and money and financials and inflation, all that shit. But as far as like more people, listen to Joe, he can sway certain shit. Jeff Bezos has it. Zuckerberg is going to do it. He's going to pass information. He plays that show also. And it's not his fault, but he's also, when he is saying something, there's a whole another side that's kind of a rebuttal to it. So it's not a size. Well, they have put him over here. Left for the most part, so they need an enemy. That's what I'm just saying. They don't have a left Joe Rogan. There's no competition. That's the problem. Because when Joe can sound like cancel out all that noise, it's so massive. You're gonna have little bloodheads come at him, and even them combined are bigger than Joe. Yeah, I think voting power though is not. I think that it wouldn't matter. Joe's endorsement of Trump, for example, was not is not going to save any Republican in the midterms. It's not. I disagree. Wait a second. In terms of Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, like in terms of influencing, that's really I'm just talking. There's a whole subterranean stuff. What's really in my chest? Your shirt says not a petting suit. Yeah, it's some kind of somebody said this to me. I walked in with a shirt that said "Strong." It's from our Belch company. I hate when you do that shirt.
I was talking about the shirt last night, and I got off from my set, and I see him walk in with the shirt that said "Strong," and he goes, "Hey, what's up?" And I just ignored him. So I'm like, I'm not strong with that.
I walk into the green room, Rogan, Gene Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe, Derek Poston, some other people are in the green room. I'm like, hey. And Rogan goes, are you wearing two shirts first? And does that say "Strong"? And then they just start going after me, and Shay just starts laughing. He goes, man, it's just shit on Cal and people.
Hello. How are you, Miss Aquarius? I am doing well, thankfully. I wish my hours were straightened out, but I'm doing okay. How are you? Yeah, definitely. Oh, that's amazing. Do you have like an outing? That's amazing. That'll be fun. Have you ever golfed? Well, that'll be fun. Take a few swings.
Yeah. This is a wax seal. So it has.
Yeah, we're gonna have. Yeah. Let me them at my job.
Are you guys taking?
I gotta meet them by me. They are. Riding somebody.
Okay.
And then the same person who brought me there on the last time, he gonna bring me back home.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So let's do this for a second, and we'll see where we're at. So I just figured this out. I'm scoring. Got it?
Yeah. So they say, what were you asking? My bad.
I don't recall. If I recall, I'll let you know. But that's super exciting. I've always wanted to go to one of those. LA didn't have one for a long time. And so when I was doing my golfing, I didn't have that. I wanted to do the one in Las Vegas maybe, but that's amazing. So I hear they're a lot of fun. They're like big.
My first time.
I think it's fascinating that they like have the ball come out of the ground and you just hit it and then it goes to the next one. Like that
Really?
yeah, that machine is like fascinating. That machine, if anything, is fascinating to me. Because usually when you hit balls, you have like a bucket and you have to take it out of the bucket and put it on the thing and then hit it. And this way it just does it all for you. Nice strike.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no, they don't do it very first time.
You didn't get a whack.
Because I used to they want me to go somehow. I told them first I was going to go because coming from my house, it's out downtown. So I said, no, because I could remember this week take me there. So she don't do that. So then she was like, well, okay, well, I mean, it's at the job. They be easy. I said, yeah, they be easy. It's at the job. So okay, we go right over the weather. So I'm like, clock in or something. Yeah, so weird.
Did you said they'll let you clock in, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no way. So you get paid to play golf.
I don't think they let us clock in. I told her, where? She said, yeah. She said, you clock in. And I guess they don't clock in.
They just go home afterwards.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's neat. Is there anything special while you're doing this? Like,
You still want me to clock in?
right. Well, if they're getting paid for it, there's an assumption you're going to get paid for it. So that's really cool. Look at you. Folks, Miss Aquarius has put this one out of reach officially. It's not even close. Not even close. This one's over. This one is over, folks. Even if I get 3 strikes in a row, I can't win. Nope, it's over. It's especially over now. It was over before, but it's definitely over now. What a win from Miss Aquarius. Oh, of course. Of course, Miss Aquarius. Reload. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. No doubt. You're going to get these 2. Everybody knows it. They shouldn't even make you throw it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Get it. Got it. Good.
I'll tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. Stay safe. I'm gonna tell you. Pray. If you pray for God, blessings. Put his hands on. I'm telling everybody, just pray.
Okay. Nice. Stacy just got married, right?
Yes, just got me.
And she just got back from Bali? Oh, okay. Say no more.
So we go and skin. It's a bank. If the thing happened first, and then a bird,
I got a message today. She said, hey girl, thank you. She said that they had the first
Honeymoon.
Yeah, it's really good. Because they had let her go. So she said gone since the 70 for days. Just pray for her. That this today, I called so give you some positive message because I was just shocked. You know, when she told me that, so you don't have to wait too long. I can come back and she hit me up again. So they just said, don't you wait. You wait for you sponsor her for 2 hours. Within an hour. If you know anything, good words I can say. So I came over my mind. So, hey, thoughts and prayers are listening, stuff like that. In store for you. I love you. And I never can you.
Right. Is everything okay with her husband? I did. I just heard. I just listened to you. If you want, I'll give you a breakdown. You got a message at noon today from Stacy. She explained. I know. I didn't say her husband, Miss Aquarius. I did not hear. I did not say her husband. I'm asking a separate question, but we'll hold off on that. And you said that she said that due to her attendance, that they were letting her go, or that they had let her go, and that she's. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. That's all.
Yeah, so that he's fine. I hope he's fine. Yeah.
But don't you go accusing me of not listening to you, because I did. Yes, I do. Absolutely. But on the day she was supposed to leave.
So I'm defeated, and then I'm thinking that they just came back or something.
Right.
So when I looked at the message, and I just was lost for words, like, like, oh my God. And then you okay? I said, yeah, I'm okay. It just devastating. I don't know. But I'm not going to comment. Not going to comment. Just going to talk. I know she's still, and I know she loves her job. I just don't know. I don't know. Love the job. Love that she can see it. Like this, like now just like she said, she's got like these concepts, focusing on this process, what to do, it's just our feelings are
Absolutely. What does she do? What's her career?
She was working at the airport, and she was a devil as a gate agent. She was sometimes do ticket.
Okay.
A lot of prayer. Don't know.
Yeah.
No, she put no days in. I don't. Yeah, I don't. She don't do this. I don't see her. I don't know how she don't miss a tick. I don't know.
Well, she's consistent.
I know.
Absolutely.
I know nothing but the shell. Right. I don't know. No, God got stuff. It's coming.
God willing.
She asked me to church and somebody was a church because a church has moved and got a new name as well. That's what I was. Oh, okay. So I asked Adrian to tell me church name.
And then the fire truck, right afterwards, talks about Daladon. Another question talks about mitzvah. The question is there
That's what I was it's a blessing for sure.
Well, if she's a good worker, then she shouldn't have a problem finding a new position, and God willing, it'll come quickly. She gets unemployment, so I know that it's just a little bit of a cushion, but that's really sad. So I don't really have any words.
That's the sacrifice. The day you got to leave that spirit that you the day God about to go run.
That's ridiculous.
That's the subject. Not the heart.
Yeah.
So she was down since the second. So she did. Since basically, she terminated her.
Oh boy.
And just I'm gonna be sad. I'm gonna be strong for it because I got it. Yeah. I ain't know what the devil, man. I ain't know what the devil. The devil like he just like do. Yeah, they do. Sad though, but she not only has a long blessing of serving that we have, we say we strong for her. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's why I had to have Adrian help me to say, you know, yeah, I just told her, I told her. See, I didn't want to say nothing crazy. I didn't say something uplifting, positive words.
It's not the end. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
Oh, we're going to be able to come. So, we have the opportunity. She ever had opportunity to come to just don't know what it is. Right?
Absolutely.
What you said, soon, right? Soon.
Absolutely.
We're going to say, we're going to say soon, right? Soon.
God willing.
Soon. I can't say when. I can say. I'm not going to never say when. Say it is a blessing come to them. I'm just going to say we do know it's coming.
Slow motion camera, you'll see that the forest comes before the bird. And the mother is shining because it's so hot. It is low, it's so sharp.
You want to go and fill our house and give us a blood. Just trying to give us a time. Space.
It's a microscopic. The view comes later
One
on.
hundred
They have a few weeks, right, Rabbi? Right, every few weeks.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, if this is just how I would handle it. After today, maybe tomorrow or something, I would send her another message just saying, I want you to know I'm thinking about you. I'm here if you need anything. I'm going to give you some time, and I'll contact you in a couple of weeks. Let me know if you need anything in the meantime. Love, Miss Aquarius. That way she doesn't feel like she's alone in the process. I might add in there, I know that you're going to overcome this and you're just going to be better. And you know, I keep it short, but that way she knows like she's not abandoned, she's still loved. That you'd love to message her every day, but you don't want to overwhelm her, and that's just not your relationship with her. But that she's on your mind, and she'll overcome this, and she'll be better.
Well, I told her, I said, hey, love, I'm so sorry to hear that. My thoughts and prayers are with you, and God has a blessing in store for you. Keep me updated, love you. She says, thank you, love you too. I don't want to overwhelm her. I don't want to call her. Call her. She's still probably, you know. I'll call in a few days. I mean, I'll take some of y'all just be right. I'm gonna have a time.
Okay, anyways, but we can eat them up. That part we can
She's gonna be okay. My sister's gonna be okay. We don't do. I'm ready to appreciate you.
100%, Mr. Price. We've been friends for more than a year, and I look forward to many years of friendship. And your friends are my friends, and I only want good things to happen to them and their loved ones. And that's why I was so shocked, and I had to ask for clarification. Stacey just got married. She's in my phone. I can tell you how many exact days this woman has been married, and that exact.
They had a baby. What happened? Something happened. Because I didn't want to tell her they about in the breakfast. I heard it. They come to step out. And then she was like, oh, no. I said, yeah, they didn't get it.
Look,
It's okay. Sometimes she gets time to get
it could be a lot worse. She could have issues with her husband. She could have had a miscarriage. She could have been diagnosed with something. This is just a job. Jobs are not forever. There's been no person in the history of humankind who's ever been in a job forever. They are, by definition, temporary. And she'll get through this. She's been married 39 days as of this moment. And God willing, she'll be married for 39 years. And so long as nothing's wrong there, that's key. And who cares about Bali? She probably saves a lot of money by not going. And if she is able to get a job this summer, then she's going to be perhaps in better financial shape than she was before. I understand she had benefits, and I understand that she enjoyed her job, but there are a lot of places where she lives that are looking for good people, and she'll get one of those positions.
I ain't said that she didn't have to go. I said that. You know. I'm strong for it. I have to do it.
She's originally from New Orleans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, she's tough, and she will get through this. It's a shock, but all jobs come to an end. But what sad a decision that Delta made on the day she was supposed to leave on her trip. That's ridiculous. Well, thank you for sharing that with me, and we'll keep her in our thoughts certainly. And for her, and I'll stay strong for her, and she'll get through this. It's going to be a tough summer, but she's going to find something hopefully pretty quick and be back on her feet.
Sometimes you want to give a guy like you want to give a king a massive, I don't know, what is it called?
Something's fishy though, not about her, about what Delta did. basically, you and I both know when you work a job, you may have a certain number of unexcused absences, and then you have like your vacation time, and it sounds like this was planned vacation time, and and she was taking a big trip, which is going to cost the company a few $1,000s, and just based on that benefit, and it's almost like they were like the way that it sounds, and this is just she has a supervisor, and that supervisor has a budget and recognizes, hey, we could save the company money by letting this person go right before they're supposed to leave. She doesn't have any retribution against us. She can't do anything to us, and we're going to save on our budget. But that is
Yeah, man, I know she had that. They're not a few days. I was told she was at the work. Said she said she was sick. She been out since the sick.
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Now you're saying something that's a little different. She's been out since May.
Yeah,
Okay.
She said that she's been out since May 2nd, but she got married on September 6th.
Okay. Now she got married on the 26th of April, and then did she say why she was out since May 2nd? Okay, well that's a little different. No, I'm not saying you're saying you're saying anything.
And she's been out since May 6th, so I know she's been with somebody. I don't know. I talked to her. It's her on her birthday. When did we talked? She told me about things. So that was this is May. Yeah, this is May 4th. And I said, what do y'all need? She said, we need 6. And I asked her, for birthday.
That's right. I remember you saying that. Okay, so and I don't know, and I don't think you know. There's a reason why she didn't go back to work from May 2nd to the 26th or whatever, and I don't know what that is.
Yeah, but you know she had no time. I don't know when she was back. I don't ask people out there. When you coming back, I don't answer. So I know she went. I don't know. I know she's going to take about her. The other was she's going to take. So I don't know. She from May 22nd. I don't know. I don't know. Something to I don't know.
With that job, was it one where you just come in every day, and it wasn't one where they called you to come in, right? Okay. Yeah, something happened between the 2nd. Something happened between Something happened between the 2nd and the 26th. You and I both don't know. There's nothing included in that. So we're
give it some time.
Right.
I'm gonna process everything. She wants to tell me she'll tell. Right now, I'm just gonna be here for her.
Exactly. And she's a smart woman. She knows that she wouldn't be able to take like a month off without it having any kind of, paid time off or it was pre-approved, or unless she had a health issue or something. And so to Delta, I can't necessarily say it didn't click with me. I think you said she'd been off since the second, and I didn't.
And she said she was out. That's what I'm confused with it. She was out since May 2nd, but they officially terminated her. That's what I'm got too. I know, I'm like, so what's her name? So she must have went to work. Yeah, they go to work. I know she say she was off. I don't know how many days she was out there, but she had to be out there the day after the wedding. So rich, I don't know if she was going to work the next day or the day, I don't know. I don't know what she was. But I'm not bad. I'm just.
Not at all. Not at all. Even if she took off for her own personal reasons to get her health or whatever before her honeymoon, I would understand that. I really would. I get it. She had a huge buildup, and there's a lot of pressure, and there's a lot of stress and anxiety and stuff. I get that. I 100% I would understand that even as her supervisor. I would get that, hey, there's a lot going on with this person, but they made the decision that they made, and there's not too much we can do about it. Hey, look who it is.
Hey. We just gonna pray for it. And I'll let you know everything is okay.
Absolutely. It's checkers time between you two.
Hey. Are you outside?
What up, Jayski? How are you? Jayski, we hear you coughing. You okay? Oh, that was Miss Aquarius coughing. Apologies.
JSP. Daisy. She's the latest. Daisy.
Not working. It keeps messing up. 1 second.
You're good. We can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm outside right now. Hold on.
I'm just scared. Then him. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Okay,
Absolutely.
she gonna be fine. He's gonna get it through somewhat. You believe it, really?
Absolutely. Yeah. There's a saying in the job hunting world, you gotta treat getting a job like a job. You gotta spend 8 to 10 hours on it a day, and if you do that, you'll have a job within a few weeks. How long was she? How long was she with Delta?
Lord. I think more than a year. More than a year. A year or two. Yeah. Been there for a minute.
Chaval that I didn't translate this into English. I'll just try to translate as best as I can. My name is Amichai Goodstay. I live
When
in
you see from that, I think it was a year or two.
I was exposed to Sharon.
Well, it's got to be. If I've known you for more than a year, and you've been with your company for at least a year, and you worked with her at
Yeah,
Delta.
I've been.
Oh, you've been at your new job 4 years, and you worked with her at Delta? You worked with her at Delta?
No, I do not. You know, I
Of course I know that. You didn't hear me, or my question come through. Did you work with her at Delta?
No, they were we was wheelchairs. We was contracted by them, but it was a contract company.
Oh,
Air Serv.
okay.
She switched over.
Delta.
They moved she was doing cab at one point. She did that for a minute. She went there, she was Delta and she was something.
I got you. Okay. So she's had a couple roles since
Yeah,
then.
she did have that's what I'm right now.
Cool. Is there any way that Stacy can get in touch with your career coach?
You can't understand the physics that is in the daf. I was born to learn the daf every single day. Okay, to find time. The boys say found time. We found time. The sunlight. So in the hardest and the most packed days of warfare, I was able to learn the daf. Thank you, Rabbi Amichai. Here he is. Picture of his son. Michael Jensen is from that learning in office. Cleveland Seal, more than 40 people joined the Cleveland Seal. Unbelievable. Boy side. Cleveland Seal. Manchester Seal. Just growing and growing. Leon Hart.
Yeah, I've got 2 podcasts tomorrow. So I'm excited for them. And one is at 7 in the morning, and the other is gonna check the time right now. One's at 7 in the morning.
This is also not in English.
Let me check. I might have 3 tomorrow, Mr. Bird. Maybe not, though. I got so many of them, I put them in my calendar, but I might have put the wrong name with one of them.
How did he start? He was singing and he got on stage and going to start cheering.
Let's see what I can do here. Right?
That's right.
It doesn't happen often. From a common learner, I just got this morning. My father, Rothschild learner, was with me yesterday. I want to tell you a story that's going to cause a lot of people. We discussed for him and his neshama. This is him. He came to the
Oh, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, one of the
I
Four.
I have three. I'm gonna have to delay one of them. Maybe.
Lying in his oxygen. The respirator. My mother.
You can't do three. Someone
He was trying to tell us they want to hear something. My brother asked him, "You want to hear a shear?" He
Are they
says,
with the
"Yes."
same
You want to hear the shear?
person?
They're with different people.
You just want shear? Shear still, I know.
Let me make
You want to hear
sure.
a shear? And he says, "Yes." You want to hear a shear?
Man, I want to check
He
this.
says, "No." You want to hear Savansky? Yes. So he's lying there, Sham on a respirator.
Everybody can see one child and
I said, okay, fine. I said it to Dave. I said, this is what he said. But this from the son, during Shiva, somebody has to write me an email. This is the last time we were able to communicate with them. The last year, they had tremendous isurim. The shear for him was a cairn of a thing of light. How do you say cairn? A beam of light, a ray of light, ray of light. They gave him the koyach to keep on going. And I want to say thank you in his name and in the name of the Holy Spirit. Shikoyach. Yeah, what's a koyach? Shema begin to learn. The Chona learner. It's Rabbi Zikulam. It's mentioned. Oh! Okay, it's laying there. I didn't realize. Oh, Lord, okay. Okay. No, I saw pictures. I see him laying in the bed with the respirators. I'm not going to show that picture, but I didn't read until then. No, so in the beginning of the email, I was running this year. What? Yeah, you can't hear the words. He said, I put in this picture because he's smiling here. It's geschmack. The boy says, "First over the force has more business leads up." Special edition, everyone shot from Septa, Zeb and Yao Shoah. The parrot, the Benedict family, we're going to miss very much. Back that as a trip on us. Maybe they could still come. Shaya, Yaroslavans, the Zayton was that Zion, Ishti, Hinda, my wife, Hinda, Miriam, Baskin, Yoran, Zeb, Allah, Shalom, Zion paid his special pay. Sponsors, the Mesepta, David Salomon, dedicated memory of a Murray, Shmuel, Baruch, Ben, Sainty, Doy. The Voucher Family Foundation in gratitude to the Consortium and the Alliance and all the groups for why. Anonymous.
Change.
Anonymous for Cleveland Force Statement and Reese's Young to Leva Sester, Young and Daniela Roosevelt, Reese's Simcha. Irish Simon is a monthly sponsor of Force Statement of Murray Buck Premier, and Young and Daniela Roosevelt, also monthly sponsored by Nosma Shefa.
Are they real?
Rookie, monthly sponsor supporting the parents' back. Ushlema, Yaakov Belul.
I don't know about this one.
You go on there, first year's over 1,000 views, second year 150. I can't complain. 150 is 150 more than we had before. It's all in Spanish. Keep pushing them. If you have any
Yeah,
Spanish
it's just
friends,
kind of
if you
like
have any
however
Mexican workers, just let them know about it.
they feel,
However
they're doing.
Under 500 halfway there you are, 1K status.
That's right.
Well, I'm gonna try. I'm asking one of the people tomorrow if we can adjust my one hour.
Ruben and Chaya Goodwin, Javier and Rachel, and the whole clan with a K. We covered the Kamianskis, I guess. Thank you for making our Aliyah settling in. March is here. Anonymous. That's the number one in Aliyah. Anonymous. I love you, Anonymous. Everyone, love the February. Thanks to Marta Groska.
Oops. I made a mistake.
Anonymous. The American Smooth Operation to root for the hum up back, simple by your parents, drop them up, simple by your parents. Oh, mate. Much goodness in honor. Oh, the money from Troya. Wow, not the first time sitting in that seat. In honor of my wife and kids. Keep on cheering me on. Empty white Gutman. I know. What's the real name? Moishit's Gutman. Wow. Empty white Gutman. I know it's a Gutman. So, you don't know, I gave a steer in soccer. We said, yeah. So you're saying that it wasn't in soccer, it was a bunch of litvaks that came and killed him, okay? We sing the Salian and family in memory of Shlomo, Ben, Moshe, and Chana Bat Mutusin. I'm not gratitude to Hashem because he does incredible things for us. No, gratitude because even not incredible. We're alive. We don't write books called incredible. Reading books incredible is incredible. I know, that's the most I'm giving you and him. Start along for the merit of the force. Incredible 3, how Nachman Seltzer breathes every day. Yeah. It should be all book. Let's start along. It's true, but there isn't.
Oh, okay. So I sent out an email, and then I had to send out an email right after that saying disregard the previous email. So I only have 2 tomorrow, God willing. One person was emailing me. Look, we have a podcast a week from tomorrow, and I was thinking that it was tomorrow since they were emailing me like right now. But God willing. You never know. God willing, you never know how these things go. People, yeah.
Success of all of our clients. Laura Daniela, Rothschild, MDYK sponsor, monthly donation receives simple and bagel. And you the sponsor Kayo, MDYK Money Corner month for the field committee. That maybe was working. It's just not working. The voice that we have is tremendous. A lot of agavta. Huh?
Yeah, it's some kind of a, somebody sent this to me. I walked in with a shirt that said strong smart belch company. I hate when I shirt. And
I was on the trip last night, and I got up from my set, and I see him walk in with a shirt that said strong, and he goes, hey, what's up? And I just ignored him because I'm like, oh, strong.
I'm walking through Rogan, Eugene Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe. They're posting, some other people are in the green room, like, hey. And Rogan goes, are you wearing 2 shirts first of all? And does that say strong? And then they just start going after me, and Shane just starts laughing. He goes, man, it's just shit on Callan. And he walks in, I'm like, the fuck? I was just working out. Why put this on?
I was disgusted when I saw that shirt.
It just came out. He was singing for about 10 minutes. So I'm standing there like, it's a trigger shirt. Just strong. That's trigger.
How'd you sell it?
Great. Yeah. I've been killing that room lately.
Last night, yeah, I was in Little Boy.
I've been having a great sure.
I was looking at Monterey too, but it's funny. I actually for the first time sat and listened to other people's sets there, and I'm actually shocked how much you hear the word record.
Is it enough for me?
No, it's actually it's like coming from New York. I don't actually listen to other people's sets, so I actually sat and listened. I'm like, you have a lot of things that you don't hear, that you would never hear certain things, that you never hear someone say the word retarded. You know what I'm saying? So what I was doing is that.
Especially it's frowned upon now, but it's kind of nice. Yeah,
it's like a cigar, like a Cuban cigar.
It's like seeing a super. Oh man, that's my shit. If it's funny, if it fits, if you're just throwing just to give you
yeah.
How many sets?
They were great. That record was, it's, I feel like it's almost like Denver Concords with the bombs that give up.
The other day was it was such a good room. It was so packed. It was like it's hard to compute that room. It's packed. And they were all on fire. They just wanted comedy.
And it was just a sick drop. Like it was Tom Segura, then me, then had such a fun. I can't help to say it, but his riff on the UFC White House card was so good, and just like his tour to the White House, that's an exchange up in with Joe was a fucking awesome track.
I saw that. I see Joe's head of security and people in their gym. And I say, this is a different morning. And I was coming on in, and he's like, you ready for this White House? And he's like, socialist. He's like, it's just like logistics.
Security's
What'd you say? Yes, ma'am.
Dude, I came out of the showroom, like, in the green room, and they were all, like, circled up.
Professionals.
And the dude was, like, his arms were, like, 7 times the size of mine. Professional my height, and just had that, like, oh, fuck, I'm killing you. He's fast. He had the dog haircut. It's
Nina.
so scary. He made me look like he would fucking kill me.
Nina, can you hear me? Nina. Hello. Nina. Yeah, she and I are supposed to. Hello. Yeah, we're supposed to do a podcast a week from tomorrow. How are you?
I'm good.
Welcome.
I sure hope I'm camera here.
Pardon me?
I sure hope I'm not on camera.
Your voice, but not your picture.
Okay, good.
How's your day going?
Bring me out there for a second.
No, I'm the only one on camera. How's your day going?
Good.
Excellent.
Just checking you out.
Very well. Well, as I state, I'm on camera 24/7, and I'm in my Discord 24/7, so people can watch my life whenever they wish and connect with me, ask me questions. We play games. Miss Aquarius and I, another person in here, just finished playing a game, and I've got some friends who are going to be in here a little bit later playing games and just chilling, watching podcasts. How about you? How's your day been?
Yeah, pretty normal, you know. It's not the other thing, but we're checking out all your links because you got so many links. And I sent you an email earlier. I don't know if you responded because I'm not even now.
Absolutely.
Your last name, is that your given your birth name?
That's on my birth certificate. I answered your question.
Oh, you did? Okay, sorry, I'm not in my office.
Okay.
Well, that's very interesting.
Well, it is what it is. I said in my email as well that I'm not affiliated with the banker end of the family. We do have direct ancestral connections, but they're pretty distant. There are thousands of us within the United States alone, tens of thousands of us throughout the world. We basically are in the Ashkenazi world, like the last name Kennedy is to the Irish culture, so it's a pretty common last name.
Yeah, it used to be Rothschild, wasn't it? Before it was Rothschild.
Yeah, it means red shield.
Red Shield, right.
Yeah, it was the. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's very modern world, you know. That name is definitely on the forefront.
oh, it has been for like 200 years. Yeah, 100%.
Most people it has. We're just starting to masses are just starting to wake up now.
Okay.
So let's talk about that.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so would you be, willing to talk about that stuff during our show? Or?
As I stated in my email, generally I don't go into my familial history just because there are people in my direct family who I don't necessarily want to have any kind of threats or have any kind of random people show up at their house. I had that myself with my live streaming. So, as I said in the email, basically, if possible, I'd like to focus on my live streaming, futurism, and how we can make the world a better place.
Right, right. So you seem to be focusing on peace among us. That seems to be a big theme.
Absolutely, yeah. So I live stream my life for world peace. Do you mind if I give you my spiel?
Sure.
Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild, as you know. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. The reason why I say that is because in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, God willing, and when I do, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
So that sounds really good.
Excellent.
How would you go about doing that?
Well, the plan is multifaceted. First and foremost, as I previously said, data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data, specifically human data, on which to have AI models build as an example than any person in global history. I'm not just live on one stream, nor 2 streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous streams on multiple platforms at any given time. So this is essentially a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. So from there, we're going to be able to monetize that. Am I monetized right now? Yeah, actually on some platforms I am, but not in the way that I think I really could be once I have all of my streams that are available to be digested by the world. Additionally, I am someone who has the opportunity to do endorsements. And the plan is just like you may be able to see, I'm endorsed by cryptocurrency right now, and that's what all my betting and merchandise is. I'll be able to do the same for your Fortune 100 companies, because what makes me different than any other influencer that you'll ever find is that my streams don't end in a traditional sense. I mean, I do stop them every 12 hours and restart them so that the information is archived, but with any other influencer, they go offline, they go do whatever they want to do. I don't. I ensure that I'm streaming 24/7, and that means that someone's logo and brand will be available to the audience 24/7. The plan is to take all of the money from that, additionally from cryptocurrency, not just the ones that I endorse, but within those markets, and my social media. Take all of that, put it into a large 501c3 tax-exempt organization, and basically make the world's largest charity. From there, anyone who has helped me along the way on my streams, who can document that, we're going to take care of them. We're going to take care of their friends. We're going to take care of their families. And I want them to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own so that they can help people, not just in their life, but any kind of things that are near and dear to their heart, such as, veterans, people who want to help animals, people who want to help the homeless, clothe the homeless. Other things that I talk about, in addition to world peace, are ending things like world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. I talked about it. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Livestock program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth's water onto land to make it drinkable. So it's the idea that we'll be able to help those directly who have helped me along the way, and then additionally take the funds that we generate through the stream and be able to give back to the less fortunate of the world. I hope that answers your question.
Very interesting. Now, with the data centers, I'm hearing a lot of people are talking about that they're taking up more. What do you see there?
Well, that's where desalination comes in. So the Earth is 2/3 water, and with desalination specifically, perhaps powered by nuclear energy, we have more water than we could ever even begin to want to consume. Now, there's an issue getting that water purified to the point where it can be used in a data center, but these are just challenges that need to be overcome, I feel, with knowledge, information, and the publicizing of that. Like basically, these technologies are available. So I don't want to be draining our lakes and rivers. I would like to be purifying the water from the ocean, and this is a type of technology that's been around for decades. It's not currently utilized very much in the United States, but it is in some other countries, and I'd like to see that type of technology expand.
Excellent.
So,
So I would think that with your name and your family background that you would be able to do something about it. Actually, funding this.
Again, as I previously said in my email, I don't have connection to the direct bankers. So there are thousands of Rothschilds within the United States alone, and they're more a European dynasty that I don't have on speed dial, so to speak. So if you think that I can influence everyone in my family, that is a potential, but probably more long term than more direct. The people in my family, many are academics and not bankers.
That's where the change is going to be made, because we can all sit here for like and talk about this and talk about that, but none of us are really doing anything. You know what I mean?
Well, I feel I am. I'm influencing the world in my own way, and I would like to influence everyone of a certain class, whether they're Rothschilds or Rockefellers or the House of Windsor or the House of Saud, whomever it may be, to move in a world where unity and practices about global unification are promoted as opposed to that which divides us. But if you think that I am a puppet master, I must say that I am not. I am as normal as generally probably anyone else you're going to meet on the internet. And my family, we're generally academics. We're not bankers.
All right. Okay, well, I'll let you go. Enjoy your night and your enjoyable stream, and we'll talk to you later.
Excellent. I look forward to speaking with you a week from tomorrow. And let me know if you need anything in the meantime, okay, Nina?
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
And they didn't capture it, so it's like, it's on the outskirts of the straw. It's like a lot. Think about it as a lot. They didn't go as far as they left. They decided to stop right here. So Jack stayed outside. They could have. The first time they went in, the second time.
Yeah, that's kind of sad. They're countering because they're thinking military guys. The first time, too, for jumping at a vet. Because we just use the data bigger than jump, right? Yeah. I've known that 1A or 1B, it's tough, right? Yeah, right. I don't know, maybe that's my true, but that's a White House true. True. Yeah, Zuckerberg there, you got Elon there, you got Trump there, you got politicians there. I think Joe's bigger, Yahoo's there. Joe has a bigger voice now. And the president of the United States, and not the president, not the president, I'm talking like fucking Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos. Yeah, I know. Because those guys are movers. I'm very different. Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos, those guys, when they used to listen to Jeff Bezos, listen. You're all fucking, you know, I want to be in the Jeff does more influence than Joe. Well, he does. No, he influence. So in real policy, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, in terms of moving an economy, they choose to do their connections. As far as the those guys are spies.
Dropped in and gave his take on who he thinks should win the election. It's and Spencer.
You're not talking about nobody, but you're talking about two different things. Yeah. You're talking about, like, I see what you're saying. But Joe, as far as like influencing the public, not as far as business goes and money and financials and inflation, all that shit. But as far as like more payroll and listen to it, he can sway certain shit. Jeff Bezos is it. Zuckerberg is gonna do it. He also has information. The other thing that he plays at Joe also, and it's not his fault, but he's also, when he is saying something, there's a whole another side that's kind of a rebuttal to it. So it's not his side. Well, but they have put him over here. They left for the most part. So he is what they say. They don't have a left Joe Rogan. There's no competition. That's the problem. Right. There's only Joe Rogan. It sounds like cancel out all that noise. It's so massive. They have pundits coming out. Even them combined. Yeah, I think voting power, though, is not. I think that it wouldn't matter. Joe's endorsement of Trump, for example, was not, is not going to save any Republican in the midterms. It's not. I disagree. Well, you'll say, in terms of Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, like, in terms of influencing the people that really donate, I'm just talking, there's a whole subtrends to vote.
And I'm sure
You're talking about the big ball players.
I guess I'm sure Elon could just turn the knob on the algorithm and be like, we're gonna
There's a lot. One of the things that's, I have to say, like, I'll talk to a friend of mine, there's a couple friends of mine who've made billions of dollars, and they're in those circles. And every time I have a take like that, what you just said, because I've had those takes, they look at me like this, and they just literally go, dude, there's a world out there that doesn't pay any, like, there's an under tapestry that goes on with what really is happening behind the scenes.
friends of the real people.
I'm friends with really fucking rich people who have insane businesses. Sometimes they're people, it's people that make fucking, it's people that have giant fucking companies hanging out with them. We're not going to talk about that. I mean, yes, the answer is influence is two different things. You know what I'm saying? One's populist, the other is when they look at their nose holes. But the thing is, the polar views of the thing is even if Joe sways the popular vote, still doesn't win the election. That's what I'm saying. Because you still need some little shit. Some little shit. Yes, you win the popular. Yeah,
I wouldn't say what Joe said on the podcast is like, this is crazy that I'm going to be here because this is all the word people to be in the same vicinity as.
So can I just give you the if you're happy that your video, like he's the great mind. Now, here's my I've been very since this first got announced. I'm so happy. I think it's dope. I think it's special. I think the people who complain are just bitches. And also, like, they're going to associate with Donald Trump. You have UFC did fights for the troops on a fucking base. Where was that complaint? Would you be mad if, say, Dana was friends with Bill Clinton and he was getting his dick sucked? Like, where do we draw the line? But you have all these people talking shit. You have Mike Tyson on the show. Look at his background. Yes, he served time. He's all good now. He's America's sweetheart. But it's like, where do you draw the line? And then now, because it's Trump and Dana has a relationship with him, because that relationship, they're both. I mean, like, you became president. And then I was like, and I had to see the White House. I was like, should we have? They're like, fuck yeah, let's do it. They was on defense of your friends. Yeah. He would have done it if Dana and Obama were going to tell you what happened next. And that's the other thing. I'm sure you talked to Dana about how things really go on, right? So here's a great example, fucking crazy example. So Trump went into Iran. He's getting a lot of shit. Now, what's the narrative behind that? Go. What would you say, right? It's like, he got influence, right? He got influence. Yeah, it's been the biggest, remark about his presidency. Right, but to the approval ratings, you'll notice it's ever hear people say stuff like this. You'll hear people say Israel's controlling Trump or something like that, right? Now, nobody ever says how. Okay, like how would they do it? Right? I got one for you. I got this. I'll tell you a story that's maybe a legend. Okay, so you got Donald Trump. Do you think for a second that Donald Trump is listening to anybody if they just had a shouting match? By the way, let's talk about it. You heard everyone's talking about it. Netanyahu and Trump. But they're trying to cover it. He was like, listen, you guys got to stop bombing Southern Lebanon. It's also fake news that Netanyahu's coming. So, long story short, it's like, so it's like, you think Trump's going to be told what to do by anybody who's anyone? Like Netanyahu or anything? You think he's going to come to the White House and go, you're doing this? And you think Trump's going to be like, oh, okay. So how would you get to it? And I don't know if it was Netanyahu, but how would you get to it, right? Well, what's his biggest, and this is just an alleged story. He's got an ego. Did they go, that you won't do that? Well, they said, Mr. President, you for a second, Mr. President. First of all, we were just thinking about what a historic figure you are, and how lucky the world is to have a man with your courage. We were just having a conversation about how George W. Bush took out Saddam Hussein, and Barack Obama took out Osama bin Laden. But no one has ever dared to take out the biggest power in the Middle East, the Ayatollah Khomeini, the Iranian regime that is the proxy for the Houthis, for Hamas, run everything. They're the entire shit. Mr. President, you're saying that Cyrus the king in the Old Testament, Cyrus released our people. Let me go back to Jerusalem. Next, I asked him, sir, you're a biblical figure. You think
You should have a target. So you should, as you're making,
only you have the power and the guts to take that to his team and I'm just telling you to do this work. You're saying because sometimes we get friends with people. You hear some stories.
you say he's not influential. You can't influence him, but you also say if you use ego, he can be influenced.
Yeah, so does influence. It's a there's a way to do things, right? There's a way to play. There's a way to play the game. And if there was a good idea, people have these different ideas, but you hear that story and you go, well, that makes perfect sense. I can see that makes perfect sense. Where you're like, oh, maybe that's how she makes really ruined his entire well. Sure. I mean, you know what the problem is for you? Because here's the thing, guys. It's like, Iran just realized they were like, hey, we can make mischief in a 2-mile corridor called the Strait of Hormuz. And do you know, so they shoot a drone. So the U.S. military goes, we'll bomb the shit out of you. Do you know why those ships are on for? They can't get insurance. They're not getting insurance at this point in their term. Boy, this is going to reach out to you, man. Look at dad bod. Summer coming up, man. It's here. It's June. It's here, man. I think I get a little better shape myself, man. I mean, you're pretty hard. You're pretty strong. But it's just like hard. You're pretty hard. Here's the thing. I'm got my hands on you right now. That's how I feel, man. Look, you need what you're talking about is sometimes you need a little boost. You want to boost your testosterone. And you can do it in some ways, but there's also, you can actually do a certain supplementation, all right? Most men's testosterone starts at a level of blood dropping in their 30s. It's a real problem, and that's why it's easier to gain fat, get those love handles, get those tits, right? That's why a lot of dudes start taking Mars Men. It's a natural supplement designed to support healthy testosterone levels, which can help your body burn the fat more efficiently and build lean muscle. A lot of times you go get your testosterone check, you might be deficient in certain minerals. There's a whole bunch of other things that are going on.
It's amazing how your body get back to running like you did years ago. You had a jean jacket and a Trans Am. Listen, the weird stimulants or synthetic hormones, just real natural ingredients. I think they got you covered.
Golly, shilajit, zinc, boron, and more all sorts of stimulants.
It's all quality. Listen to this. You get a 90-day money back guarantee, so there's no risk. Worst case, you don't absolutely love it. You get your money back. But over 91% of users report higher energy levels. Thousands of dudes are feeling incredible results. And just check out the reviews on the website and see for yourself. So for a limited time, the Finding Kid listeners and viewers, you guys get 50% off for life, plus free shipping and 3 free gifts at mengotomars.com. That's mengotomars.com for 50% off and 3 free gifts when you check out. After your purchase, then ask you how you're about. Tell me boys sent you. The Finding Kid. mengotomars.com. Holy shit. So he's not doing that terrible.
This was an approval rating.
You just say that every president so far has done a shitty job.
He's near the bottom, right? Right, but so his approval ratings are way lower. He brings an approval. Oh, I see. So yeah, he's doing. So he's like, so high end. He's 90%. And please understand, exclusive is not voting off the Republican.
It's gonna be blue wave.
Now you got the House and the Senate. Now he can't do a thing. And this was the biggest gamble there. Now stocks and oil are low, so prices are surging. This is all so bad. I mean, and the Iranians they've been around for 5,000 years. They know how to play this game.
Yeah, they're like,
Literally, they're like this.
you know, the first dumbass to do this.
You know, they floated. They were like, listen, you gotta pay us per barrel. It's a tax. If you don't, we're gonna ship drones with all on your drone. Okay, got it. One drone, that shit, like whatever that company is, the Danish company, whatever, they go, I know, but we don't. I can't get insurance because I don't want one little torpedo or one little drone to knock out my radar. So it's really expensive. So they're all like, we don't feel safe. It's such a disaster. And the Iranians know that Trump is. We're not going to send ground troops. He knows that, right? So the Iranians are like, what are you going to do? You're going to come to the table, and you're going to negotiate with us, and you're going to do our jobs. You want the dust? You can't do a mess. It's a mess, bro. But this was predictable. I listened to Tucker Carlson, and he predicted this. And there were a couple guys who were on his podcast, they predicted this to a team that this was going to happen. And there was a reason all those administrations didn't go anywhere wrong. There was a reason. I'm not a geopolitical strategist, but when they were taking out everybody in Iran, I was like, man, Iran's done. You know,
So you're saying is easily manipulated if you go ahead with the right.
everybody is just fine. Everybody, when they tell you you can do something, if he pulled this shit off, it would be the most historic thing of all time.
Well, Johnny neutralized the actors had no idea what the fuck was going on. So always he didn't fall for this. Yeah, but he had no idea what the fuck was happening at the time.
You can't manipulate a guy
He was not there.
who can't type shit. But it's like one of the things, one of the things when you see shit, when you see a policy that's been there for 47 years,
That's what we need.
there's a reason that nothing's moved for 47 years, because sometimes people study this shit and go, hey, they can cause so much mischief. They can just cause so much problems, and no president wants to deal with that shit. Right? Big mistake. Big mistake.
It's not a mistake. You move out with Miles Garrett got traded to the LA Rams.
And I have a question. Two-time defense player of the year. He's bring up Miles Garrett shirtless, please. He's too. You have to say bacon.
You're gay.
Well, you're going here and watch. You like bots? He's a freak. It's crazy. He's not gay. How tall is he? How tall is he? 6'5", 6'5", 6'6", 270, I think he is. Texas kid. He's 70s. There you go. Texas kid. And they're almost going to retirement. Is that true? Yeah, he was that. Oh, boy.
He's still in good shape too, Miles Garrett. Still movie Jake.
This guy's 270 pounds. 200.
No, I'm going, sorry.
6'4", 272. Jesus Christ. Frank, somebody said that if Miles Garrett fought in court,
You know, it's kind of funny. That's actually, isn't that Trump's height and weight?
that's actually probably different conversations. So, I like the way that he is. That's exactly what I'm doing. There's no way he's too cute. He's apparently he's still wait. If you're in trouble, that's crazy. If you're in trouble, he bullies his doctor. And he'll be like, what do you mean? I'm very healthy. His doctor's like, well, maybe flush that night.
And that weight, he would probably be somewhere around 15% body fat. That's not happening. Trump. If he was 6'3", 224.
So he's 5'10", which is a joke. But when he's 287, I bet he's every bit too. Yeah, I would agree.
If he's 6'3", I think he's over that.
He's the next thing, right? Tall. He has a lot of muscle, though. You know, he's 260 there. He doesn't have a lot of muscle.
That's not a good
Well, he's not a bad golfer.
I've seen him throw baseball.
I bet he's
He's a good golfer. His son is, what the fuck is that? That is crazy.
just now, his son is 6'9". Bear's huge.
He's tall, but this is crazy.
His son is 6'9".
How does that happen?
6'7". I think he's tall. Although 6'7" is very tall. Yeah.
A new van.
6'9".
Freakish.
Yeah,
He's crushing all of that at NYU.
he's also the reason why Trump won. Damn, America's 6'5". America's 6'5". Big men, they're all tall, man.
You know that, like, at NYU, those liberal women, those liberal girls are seeing him and going, yeah, that's 6'7".
Yeah, maybe.
Come on, I bet he's crushing.
Yeah, he is.
Handsome kid, 6'7".
Tiffany Trump's the fucking troll sis. Trump fan. You think she's short? He just not say she's short. No, I think she's a pretty girl. She's a little shorter. Yeah, I'm just saying she's 5'8", 7 Yeah, so she I'm saying compared to the fucking track.
What up, Mr. Query?
Trump.
I'm sleeping. I'm tired.
Okay, go.
This was there was no prayer.
Okay, just go to bed then. Absolutely. God willing. Take care, Mr. Queries.
That's how much she was in. She was very happy.
You as well, God willing.
Something you can't feed after midnight.
Their families fucking total dramatic. Those were the people that ran New York.
That's all. She's gorgeous. She's straight up pretty. Oh my god.
Where'd you get that from?
I'm usually a blonde guy, but she is.
Yeah, she's super pretty. Melania was a fucking 11.
Oh yeah, I mean, in her prime, but even now, dude, still,
100%.
yeah, she's still great.
It's a very good. She's classy, man. Yeah, she's classy. She don't speak.
No, she's up, and she's actually quite funny.
Yeah, they are very good. She looks at her. I mean, you gotta give it up to they look like aristocrats.
Yeah, he's a giga chat.
Long necks.
He has the cheekbones, 6'7".
Long necks. Long, just aquiline noses. That's real weird. Boy, they have the same face, don't they?
Yeah, they kind of do.
Is that? Yeah, I think that's the.
Does she look like that girl, the actress, that show that you like? Oh, yeah, Yellowstone. That she look like her. I can see her head. I can see her head.
Yeah, but man must have a weird life at that age. That's fucking Trump.
And you're going to one of the most country.
This video that I'm about to show you has
But if you're 6'7", it's a different one.
So all my ladies, please do me a favor. I want you to come me favor.
Her husband is even
Is it short? I'll come in. So I don't punish her. I mean, Trump like that. Because we all have a little bit of he said yes to Rabbi.
Can he just jump on the team? There's a family, like a soccer fan, currently stands 6'9".
So, Rabbi's so excited. I'm relying. Why are you so happy? People come out and we got nothing wrong. And what do you think of my life? What do you think? So there's a million places. Every place.
Yeah, I think you get to a certain age where they go, hey, no more sports.
I'll just do one more line.
There's a very good one. Oh my God,
He
this
says,
must be the highlights.
there are many people who want to invite people, but they push it don't have. Says placement.
So it's that fucking primary Trump highlights.
Why are they considered Dutch if they don't invite you?
He's so much bigger than those kids. I mean, it looks like he could create a character on a video game and he just acts out full of everything. God, I like to get his ass on my football team.
But you know, you want to say that.
God,
What?
yeah. Lord. No,
Okay, fine. Let's start.
He's so big.
I'll just say over here and start saying,
When Kramer started doing taekwondo on film, just beat up kids this way. Here's what I want. It's just like a coach running on the field.
even if they're not so good at this,
He's so fucking
so we'll get to
That's big for you.
Right.
A lot of white, slow twitch muscles.
It's gonna be tough for him to make it when your dad's Trump. He was the football boy that's getting shut right out from being Oh, for the Giants? That's so stupid. I've never seen a president so divisive. No, I've never seen it. I mean, even JFK was like, not really. It's social media. Yeah, social media makes it way more social media. This is violent. Like, this is like Ronald Reagan. When I was growing up, Ronald Reagan, he was a very divisive. People were like, okay, but he saw the human problem. I feel like it's a different time.
If you want people to believe your story, you have to believe everybody else's stories.
He's like, using him
Yes,
for there's a lot about him.
there are people who have, but it's just acting.
Someone
And if they
Vietnam.
don't want,
Yeah, he was.
But you're right, it is a different time because nowadays, because of social media, you can actually say something that reaches that person. Like, you could be like, fucking, like, now you could, like, be in their comment section, you could say, like, you could write a letter that said important to your own girl. You know what I mean? Like, back in the day, like, you'd have to have this guy read your letters, make sure it's not poison negatives, send a DM, and they couldn't say it.
And by the way, you're right. When you say this stuff like Lincoln, they're just saying, Chris broken Civil War. So there's like Andrew Jackson, Nixon. I'm saying Nixon, wild. Oh, yeah. Modern Jackson. What's in modern history is probably close to it. But again, Nixon is bad. You know, we all have a tendency to say things like that's the worst. It's always, it might just be we're on a cycle.
And you notice if you did get the chance to grow up in the 90s, it just seems like things are just so much worse. Because, like, I guess if you're a kid of the Gen Z, like everything you lived through, it's no wonder they're so cynical. They were born during 9/11. Then there was the financial collapse. Then there was COVID. Like, their whole life has just been.
Even in the 90s, there was the Rwandan genocide. There was horrible against war.
But that was affecting my life.
You know what it was that you were aware of is like if you look up like kidnapping, flatbed, it was so much worse than it is now. Yeah, and if there are no cameras, there's nothing. So when we're kidnapped, the last day our kids were kidnapped. Okay, that was church. Well, make sure it's public. I didn't get a church. Catholic home, maybe it was part of the house way worse every time for kids in the club. But you think it's way worse than social media. Because security back then, people, you know, it's a lot of stuff. A lot of Gen Z kids that work for me. I guess Gen Z, what's up for them? Gen Alpha. So, yeah, Gen Alpha. Just Gen
dangerous
Well, my own car was full of traffic. This is the 1990s.
Show my Rabbi.
What happened is you put kids on.
Another guy from ran after.
There was, but there was I'm saying there's more historic events that they were like. Could you imagine 100 years in the future, this generation, like if you have to go back and take a history class, there's going to be that section of history where I fuck up so many fucking things. Like now if they're over 9/11, now I gotta remember COVID. Now I gotta
That's just
yeah.
if you're one of the 80s, one shit going on, 70s, one shit going on, 60s, one shit going on, 50s, one shit going on. It's just shower. If you think you're special, like, cause you know, maybe it's not some
something.
people it's been great, you always sucked. You have both.
It just is what it is. Being locked down in your house for 2 years, I mean, not me. You were supposed to.
That was definitely historic.
Yeah, being stuck in your house for 3 years. And they had to develop autism in the house.
And they paid the price of the government. And look up the trust of the government. Look up the trust of the government.
Are you trying to say that the insurance man is going to do the worst terrorist event that's ever happened?
A lot of terrorist ideas from
Recession.
A lot of terrorists go, shit.
You can't also storm historic shit, but that's what happened on 9/11.
It was also Michael Jordan's entire career. What led up to the terrorism in 2011 was the bombing of Lockerbie, the bombing of the Cobart Towers, the bombing of the Tanzanian Kenyan embassies.
Again, I'm talking about the United States, children of the United States.
Yeah, but those were American targets. You know, the barracks in Lebanon.
Maybe put the United States. I mean, obviously you have the genocide, Gulf War, it was a big deal. So I remember my uncle Skip having to leave with the Gulf War, and we were kind of nuts about that. My mom's like, what? You're so upset. He's hitting fine. She's like, he's fucking shooting me on the front line, you idiots.
Right, we've also had Afghanistan. You didn't know
I was 10.
Afghanistan, no. That's Iraq.
Afghanistan.
Oh, see, you're forgetting Oklahoma City bombing was fucking wild.
Columbine High School shooting.
I mean, Columbine, yeah, that's all.
Waco was wild, dude. They had some shit in the 90s. They had Columbine to the 7,000 school shootings of but then everyone's what's happening now. It's like, oh, we do it. Yeah, but the big reason is people went, oh shit, we can't do that. And then
It's Los Angeles, don't forget the Redskins.
Chuck McDonald's
It's not worse now, dude. I promise it's Columbine was bad. Well, it's hear about it right away. Because it's your old real time.
At some point, though, like, those kids are going to be more cynical than someone in my time because that's one that's a bad thing.
Those kids see it. They actually don't read about it. We used to read about it in newspaper. They see their mom screaming. They see the actual event. You see this fucking shark attack in Brazil. It's like this woman swimming, guy comes in and pulls her out. And, the cameras are right before the images. She had her fucking leg literally bit off right here, like a perfect break. That shark just took her hand. I can't admit it. And I was like, what? I can't. And there's a crazy.
I'm so desensitized to that kind of stuff.
There's a crazy angle. You gotta see the angle. Is it not gonna show you that zip it? Yes.
Like fucking CBS.
There is an angle where you see it, and it's perfectly. You're like, oh, yeah. So when you realize how powerful sharks are. Really? Right there. That's it.
The second one?
Second one, probably. Or that one. Take a look. Yeah. See how there's only one link?
One other thing. It's all blurry that I hit
Well, the one I saw was not blurry.
You're such a lame kid.
Hey, bro. What's,
I don't like that stuff.
I wish it wasn't blurred. Like, I would pay extra when I watch crime shows if they would show the body.
the one I saw was not blurred.
No, you know what? Fuck me. I used to be fine with it until I watched a beheading video.
Yeah, I can't do it. I don't do that. I can't do it.
I had nightmares about it for months.
I don't watch like terror shit. They're at least still alive at least. I can't do the terror shit. I don't watch it.
It ruined it. I was like, oh,
I can't do that.
I was having nightmares about like terrorism in movie theaters.
If your business communications are basically a burn a phone and a prayer, missed calls, texts, no answers, customers following up for the third time, it's a mess, okay? It's time to, well, let's fucking quo, okay? That is why today's episode is brought to you by Quo. Q-U-O. It's a business communication system built so you never miss a call. How about that? Okay? Everyone on your team thinks someone else handled it. That happens all the time. We call, text, and follow up. It's like that Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing at each other, right? And meanwhile, customers just sit there like, hello. So if you get Quo, the entire team can handle calls and texts on one shared number.
It's also the #1 rated business phone system on G2 with over 3,000 reviews. Built for how modern teams actually work, right?
It's great for your business. If money is on the line if you have a business, always say hello to Quo. Q-U-O. Try Quo for free. Plus, you get 20% off your first 6 months when you go to Quo, QUO.com/fighter. That's QUO.com/fighter.
And what's crazy about that, they like go to those shit, your life's changed. What's your life?
A lot of work. Go on.
Tiger shark. Yeah, tiger sharks are get you. They'll get you. Okay. You see their teeth and their mouths. You're like, oh god. Is a bull shark? The most they're awful.
That's a tiger.
Tiger
Ross,
is
tiger
not good. And
And
bulls for sure. Oh my god, so it's a tiger shark. And bull sharks valves. Like, you've seen the hangouts.
Me too.
Great white sharks and honey badgers, my two favorite animals.
Fucking nice honey badgers.
Honey badgers, honey badgers, the most badass fucking animal.
Dude, I'll tell you what, this is all thing. I think crayfish are cute.
You've seen one
That's my other thing I keep hearing.
Come in the house and it's like, don't kill him. Like, I killed this thing. This thing's fucking cute.
If it came into the apartment with me and my girl, it's his apartment and his girl. They want nothing to do with it.
Little small, fuzzy, big butts.
You like them?
Yeah, cute.
Really? You're a sick fuck.
I like it. You see them in person, I'm like, fuzzy. Yeah, they're not the best.
Here, it's like a perfect mom.
You can, like, love it.
Yeah, it's like a green guy's in here. It's that nasty thing in there.
I guess depending on what they are, I'm actually very spiritual. I don't like those things.
I'll tell you what, go for it. That has Texas setup. Jesus Christ.
Oh, dude. You don't want to get bit by those.
This way.
Yo, you see one?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
You see the influencer one? See how it's all like crazy colors? It's like a trapper keeper.
Yes. Fuck off.
So those are out here all the time.
That's not real.
That's real, Bubba.
I'm telling you,
I don't like that thing at all.
That is some monster from monster.
Yeah, that's serious shit.
but then Tommy Pearson got bit by one, and that motherfucker was not doing well.
He said it was awful. He had no sense of humor about it.
My kids love Tommy Pearson, and so they literally just create some music. He's also he's like super big in the show.
Now you have me. That sucks.
You go get bit by him, you come back.
You want to get bit. See, if there's anybody who gets bit by a redhead,
Did you ever see him get? He got hit by, I think he might have, he's the one that got flicked, but there's a bug with the hardest recorded punch down for down.
Like a bite.
It's a shrimp. It's a shrimp.
Oh, the shotgun shrimp. Oh, you know about the shotgun shrimp?
It could possibly break the glass on a fucking, on the
come on, dude.
that's
You gotta go crazy to let that
How was it that
That's coyote.
that Alicia did two case amazing?
So my kids love coyotes, so they're all in summer, and I like them because there's like no movie threats. Yeah, those things are go find a redhead and say, You're not counting
What
beers.
it says?
No. Do not get bit by the
No.
fly.
You don't want that.
You
Is it
know,
poisonous?
No,
But
but
look at that flying top 3/4 bites. Get the fuck out. It's an awful bite because it's poisonous.
This
He had pain.
is the
He had
general
pain for a long time after that.
He had psoriasis. Why don't you try to
Oh,
lose
if you make him
He's gonna
scream.
get
By the way, that's on your forearm. It's not on your foot.
The little
It's not on your thigh.
scream videos.
when I first we found one of these in our master bedroom. Come on, chilling in the master bedroom. I was there. What the fuck is that?
I'm never moving out to the country.
What kind of pain? He said, what kind of pain?
Yeah, he's heard. He said it never put it up so
Yeah, he said it was the worst. He said it was, he felt sick. It didn't go well.
Tarantula hawk's #1, which we also have out here up the wazoo. Also, I'll take they're pretty chill. Which is a tarantula hawk. Yeah, they don't want trouble. They don't be fun. They want no trouble with them, bubble. You're gonna have fuck around.
You fuck around with a
Tarantula hawk out here? No, we gotta get out of the fucking downtown. We're into the suburbs. Those things are everywhere. I don't want to come.
I'm never coming to the
Lots of rattlesnakes. Have we gotten rattlesnakes? We have rattlesnakes on our front end of our step. Rattlers
and coral snakes, which have coats.
There's no corals here. I like your enthusiasm. They have corals here. Not nothing. Those are ocean.
They're super dangerous and poisonous.
Snakes. There's water moccasins.
Yeah, it's crazy. I know. I'm sorry.
Let me see what they look like. We're fishing on the dock tonight.
And the city sucks.
Mini Australia.
Kids, but that's a coral snake. And now please understand, it's
Fun facts that might surprise you.
yeah.
They're super poisonous. They're just red cousin of man. That's a man that's dead.
And it's a very poisonous snake. Second strongest venom.
What the fuck?
We don't want to fuck around with that. No, Joe.
Going back to New York or to
Dangerous, but not usually deadly because we can get them. Their venom's highly toxic.
You know what though? In general, like, listen, hypnotic breath. Any of my kids get bit, but Bobsey's smaller, so if you have problems, and obviously Billy being superhero got problems, Tiger's 110 pounds, he's gonna be fine. I'll be fine. In general, if you get bit by a rattlesnake or a coral snake or the centipede or the tarantula, you're gonna be okay. It's gonna fucking hurt. We have more stories.
but you need like an antivenom, right?
The rattlesnake,
Yeah.
they have it in the hospital. I think Sure House was happy.
Yeah, they carry it. So you want to get anti-venom.
Once that beautiful film in Toronto,
And the problem is your arm can go paralyzed. Like you can have
every night the doctors have the brand new screen, the stuff to the doors.
that's a code break. You get bit by that and you don't get treated, you're going to die. But you get treated.
Didn't see them
But
every
that's
night
because
at the
you
hospital.
extinct animals in South Florida. I've seen that thing. You might die in South
We had
Florida.
that in our pool. Right? And then the pool guy goes, hey, I fished a coral snake out here.
Because we have a long video, it's about 5 minutes and a half in the
And
movie.
even though they don't actually on the ground,
The sound over very because of an
so
offset.
that thing was there, and
There
then
is a great
my
idea.
neighbor said, hey, you got kids, I just want you to know. I just got
Satellite,
rid of this coral snake.
like going and see the
Put it in your fucking
nice turnout.
They get big.
They don't get that big.
Yes, speaker, Rabbi, you would have offered the Kahaway
And they're not aggressive.
over the
Most
back,
deadly things in
over the
Texas,
shore,
they need to
and
know.
Coral
once
snakes.
you're fishing a day, pending the sign of resources and Moses.
And the things that are really hurt you are the tarantula hawk.
This kid, I was able to fight for almost for that. Both of them were saying,
Have you seen the Texas Red Boss?
yeah, right there.
God educated
Stop
yourself.
that.
You're talking about
I
furs.
see on 60 where I get bit by a homeless guy. I'm fine with that. That's fine. This is something now. Now my girl wants to.
I'm sorry. We have the bark scorpion too. And the highly aggressive Africanized honeybee.
Videos are in the
Okay.
book. And that's the only one we're going to go
Don't get bit by a cottonmouth,
The
please.
statuses will bring us here. Even if you don't win, yeah, boy, how do I know?
Oh,
Over 6,000
look at this.
people
Hold on, go back.
going
Go back.
to Rick
Striped
Rivers.
bark scorpion, the only scorpion species in Texas with venom strong enough to be life threatening.
Maybe like 2,000 and a half.
You understand me? life-threatening.
I got to a push caterpillar. It's like,
Then you got brown recluse.
Crazy amount of status
You got brown recluse spiders. Oh boy, that causes severe necrotic tissue.
a caterpillar that causes
35.
intense burning.
Stays good for your eyes, dude.
Status
You got a lot of shit
that I
going on.
didn't even show, some I didn't even get.
You gotta check your boots. Oh, that's kind of cute.
That's cute.
Every one made it every
It's
single
cute
one.
if you touch it. It's fucking intense, man.
You don't want to be touched.
But for all the status.
That's
Now,
adorable.
your job.
It's a puss count.
One of these is gonna
It does look like a puss.
show
Look at that right there.
5-10 seconds for each one.
It's got lips and
Either
everything.
it's an there's a limit.
I've seen worse puss.
Write the number down, up to like 5 entries,
That is
and
awful.
number them, 1 through 5.
That's what it looks like when
What's
it
your
touches you.
favorite? Just pick some. Number 22, and it's a 2. 22 is a 2 for you.
That's gotta be a woman.
35 is a 1. Nice. Oh, by the way, one more that I didn't show. Hold on. No. We gotta show this one.
Speaking of weird thumbs, I saw a still of your thumb.
Whatever is high to you, that's what you're at. Don't confuse everybody else.
No, you're like fucking doing that shit backwards and shit.
It's just you have hitchhiker.
We got it too.
You have hitchhiker. If it's straight, you're gay. What's that movie with Uma Thurman where she was a hitchhiker straight and it's gay? She was really hot. Is that movie with Uma Thurman where she was a hitchhiker and she had giant thumbs? You know what I'm talking about?
No, but speaking of movies, have you skip session?
Dude, how about it was a YouTuber? Oh, that's 20 years old. It's pretty wild. It's
I saw 2 of the best documentaries I've seen in probably the past decade. Obsession and Backrooms. So Backrooms is, you know what Backrooms is?
so
Look up Backrooms, just like there's like basically a theory that people have seen this in their dreams, seen this in their imagination, like what Backrooms look like. It's like liminal spaces. So they made a whole movie about it, and it's so fucking scary. If you think Hereditary creeps you out, it leaves you with the same creepiness throughout the whole
Dude,
thing.
he made it for $700,000 and they made like
Okay.
150 million. Dude, it's as simple as this.
So,
When you look at
who
Hollywood,
call this guy?
So basically, when you leave the theater, you are. I was like high.
Not in the video.
Like,
You want to write it
you know,
down now?
it fucks your
Here's the
brain
video.
as you leave the theater, because then you go into the mall and it's a liminal space and it fucking. It's like out of that. There was a point where I was like, I had to like, during the movie go off, am I going fucking crazy right now? Yeah.
but what's the concept? Just backrooms exist.
So it's just basically supposed to be like
Your subconscious.
it's in the movie it's subconscious, but in like the original lore, it's basically like going outside of the realm of like what we live in.
Scroll up tips of it. To sum it up, backrooms phenomenon is an internet horror concept of accidentally glitching out in reality and then the vast and the space of empty rooms. That's it.
Killer ideas. So there's killers in it, and there's also all the entities in it are fucking weird.
Yeah. What was the one the 21-year-old made? That movie's good.
Obsession's very good.
It's about get up to
Obsession is basically this kid. He's like the biggest fucking dork ever, and he has a crush on one of his girls that he's friends with.
okay.
And
Don't tell me the whole story. I want to use the plot though.
just the plot is basically like he wants her so bad, and even though she makes it seem obvious that she wants him, he doesn't have the girls to actually go for it. As hard as his friends try and get him to do it, so he makes a wish where he cracks this wish thing that she is more like wants him more than anything, and you find out that she does, and it's. I don't want to give away too much.
What's the trailer?
Because if I say too much, it's going to give away too much more. Yeah, watch the trailer. My girl was right here. My girl's right around the corner from the theater, so I'm going to walk.
This podcast brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, all right? Who are in the business of keeping your car on the road. They offer friendly, helpful service, parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. They got thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in-store or online, so you don't have to worry if you're in jam. The team at O'Reilly's Auto Parts can test your battery for free in or out of your car. If it needs to be replaced, they'll help you find just the right battery. For your vehicle, they'll help you find just the right everything for your vehicle. Is the professional parts people that are your one-stop shop for all things to auto do yourself, and you can find what you need in store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today, or visit O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. This podcast is brought to you by Progressive. Insurance is one size fits all. Shopping for it, you can feel like squeezing into something that just doesn't fit, and that is why drivers have enjoyed Progressive's Name Your Price tool for years. With the Name Your Price tool, you tell them what you want to pay, and they show you options that fit your budget. Enough hunting for discounts, trying to calculate rates, and take rates coverage is maybe you're picking out your very first policy, or maybe you're just looking for something that works better for you and your family. Either way, make it simple to see your options. No guesswork, no surprises. So you're ready to see how easy and fun shopping for car insurance can be? Visit Progressive.com and give the Name Your Price tool a try. Take the stress out of shopping and find coverage that fits your life on your terms. Progressive carries the insurance company affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. At first, I didn't think it was real. I woke up to this blinding light. I was transported to another place. Following TV, and I heard a voice. Thousands of movies and shows, and they were all free. It's just so wonderful. Free streaming of free channel 100 and it's fun to make on the site. Also, so you can support even extra terrestrials, no credit card, your limit account is necessary. TV stream now, pay never. It's so fucking good. I gotta watch this fucking movie. It's so good. Dude, 24 is proving because like the movies lately, it's like these are like even the commercials now get fucking Danny McBride. They're putting no-name people in low-budget movies. Better thing that's right. Any high budget, and it's so fucking. I guess with the drama with Zendaya and Robert Pattinson, and it's that's fucking great too. It's basically this couple they're about to get married, and right before they get married, they're all sharing the largest things they've ever done. And then one person said that they bought her retarded kid in a closet overnight. Everyone thought that was bad. And Zendaya says the worst thing she's ever done. And it's so fucking good. It's called The Drama. And it's like the leading up to the wedding. Might be actually out now on the Prime. It's like leading up to the wedding. I can't even deal with what fucking psycho he's about to marry. And then just becomes the most insane. It's light to the drama. I loved Nobody. That was good. It's good. That was good. I saw Nobody's too. It's good. Wow. You guys still haven't watched The Crash? I did. Dude, I gotta ask, do you think it's a young girl? Basically,
Barry Simon, the voice actor, special surprise Barry Simon.
I think it's not Harry, but it's like a true dog. It's a pass here, but it's they have to in real life. This girl basically drove like 100 miles an hour, turned into a car straight into a wall. Killed her boyfriend, and then just let her from her. And then she said it was an accident car, went out of control. And then there's evidence of her pre-trial getting before. And the way she talked to the boyfriend, like she wanted to kill him, and then the dad makes it way worse. He got fired which is kind of everyone's like, yeah, she did that. I don't think she was not a suicide first, so I don't see why she would go out first, but it was like really sketchy the way that when she thought the cameras were off, the way she started talking to the documentary and the phone call was like, speaking of whatever it is, the gibberish, basically she was telling Mom, don't tell him this, I tell him this, like, she's definitely a bad person, and then if you get a movie that her cellmate is on the news out now, is on TikTok, she's I didn't see that. Her crazy on she was on her own. She's getting dragged out of really? Like, she's the worst thing ever in prison. Yeah. And she's like, because she seems so sweet, and then like they show what she's actually like. And she's a piece of shit that can't be on bad person. And then on MU, it's on TikTok with her recording her conversation with her mom in prison. And mom was like, have you seen it? You made the UK news. She's
She came to the UK and shit. I'm telling Kardashians you're gonna see. It's, you know, she's their parents are kind of I was like, I could go either way. So that was designed on that place to do that. Watch the real one. That's much better deep dive on it. And if you watch that, you're like, oh, God, she's terrible. They have a bunch of facts. Go ahead, post this book around because we're good people. And it's hard to fathom how fucking awful some people really are. Yeah, like how some people will do anything for themselves. If you want to see the worst people, watch the documentary. It's Italian Race. And it's what you ever seen the movie? It's called The Orphan, and they adapted that Russian film. And she's Ukraine stuff. What? But what they find out in this is the parents just didn't want to adopt this girl anymore, so they started making up shit about her. And like, yeah, she has pubes and she got her period. She's actually like 30. But they lied. They just want to get rid of this thing. This girl. And they lied to the court. They said they got her age change. She wasn't really. She was actually like 8 years old. She had her own job in an apartment. And because they wanted to keep her quiet, they took her phone away and they put her in the top floor of a walk-up building so she couldn't get down. Oh my God! So they worded that is very gay. So she wasn't trying to kill her parents. They were trying to kill them. No, she's just a little girl that they went, we're kind of tired of having this girl, right? She has so many things. Yeah. And she's basically in a wheelchair, so they can't, when they get on the top floor, they're like, all right, she won't be able to get down and tell anybody about this. They're so bad. And the worst part about it was when they went to court over the because legally her age was changed. The jury had to go by the legal age. So they could listen to evidence that said that she's actually 10 years old. So she had to like get a job and like fucking pay a utility bill and shit like that. She was 10 at the time. And it was fucked up. If you watch enough crime watch, those awful things. I was watching one the other night, and there's just this. They were buddies, some old guy, and he just stabbed him 40 times and cut his head off. And then that interview with him, he's like, yeah, they clearly have that disease. And you're like, the fuck, dude? Why'd you do that? Because he wanted his money. You know, I got hooked on. You probably love it on YouTube. There's a guy named JM something, and he does like the actual like interrogations, and he's an interrogator himself. He narrates the videos, and he like points out why this person's lying, and he has one that shows the difference in a real psychopath and a fake one. Like the kid Nicholas Cruz that was the shooter in South Florida. He shot at the school, and he showed because the kid Nicholas Cruz didn't realize that there was cameras going at all times in interrogations. So whenever interrogators would leave, he'd just be completely normal, and as soon as he heard the door, he was looking at the ceiling and like fucking just fidgeting. And they showed a real psychopath the way that he reacted, and he was so matter of fact how he killed the person. He's like, yeah, I shot him in the head. I feel like I should probably get out of there because it was murder. Well, I always ask those people, they're like, do you have any remorse? They're like, remorse? No, this kid had no remorse. But that's sociopaths don't look at them as people, as you're just an object. It's not, you would love that job. It's insane. And huge underneath, there's so many it's like 50 million. I was making a million videos on the channel. There's so much good content on YouTube. I watch more YouTube than I do TV at this point. Unless I'm like, I can't watch a show. I can't watch a show. I gotta be with someone. Once I get too much ADD, I can't watch it. That's the problem. You can't watch every fight that's ever happened. Every judges. Do you watch anything, Jim? YouTube? Okay, I was like, I watch fishing and camping stuff you love. Fishing and camping. You don't watch any shows or nothing? Like you don't watch like, I don't know. Short answer, no. I watch big shows. When movies come out, I love watching them. That's why I told you about my friends. That's why I love A24 films. Yeah, they do all these like badass. Anyway, every good show is coming out. There's no more like you were in the house. This Friends and Family, The Boys is done. Friends and Family. Check this shit out. I started watching this.
Jessica sounds like the chick I was watching Handmaid's Tale.
It's just the first two seasons.
Great new show, Tessa, which is a spin-off, which is basically the girls on daughters. So good. It's better than the original Handmaid's Tale. So good.
What's this, Jen? This is called Onslaught. And
Is this with Alex Berger?
yes,
Alex Berger.
it's 8.8%.
So mad.
There's a story about the village guy. He said the village guy once punched a woman and he fainted. And by mistake, he realized he fainted. But Lynch said,
Super soldiers type movies.
never happened. Impossible. The village guy would just make a movement without thinking it through and then cut.
I'm
Now I'm talking about I'm a
in.
right.
He's gonna have a real role where he's speaking in English.
The crazy thing is, like, Alex is like a big, like, you know, usually when every person goes into a movie, they're like a little clip. You know something. Alex is like the main, like, evil character.
You guys think whatever? I'm putting all my money on Cyril Gahn. If Cyril Gahn's not going to make movies, it never works out for a fighter when they start talking about it. Usually it's really hard to keep that level of intensity.
So Gahn's done movies too.
Cyril Gahn,
He hasn't done. I haven't seen anything leading up to this fight though. But also, if that's being shot now, that means he shot this fucking right a year ago. Yeah, so he's right. So we should be alright.
but there's also press for it. There's a lot of sales. You get those like Joe Davis and Joe Rich. And it's like,
I've heard it's even worse than that because usually there's a merch to it. And it's just the things go.
That's way Izzy reacted to being the shoulder. Izzy posted, I'm on the UFC cover against it. Just his shoulder. And as he's getting knocked out.
What's this chance? So this shit is about to be paid like British International is about to get paid like one of the greatest athletes in sports history. Steph Curry is reported set to earn an investment $1.19 billion to his New York partnership with Leaning 10-year partnership. Leaning shoes. Have you guys ever heard about that? Because it was within the greatest market now. The deal is time to bring growth and revenue in the total value could be higher over time. This also might be a connection. Like, I don't know if he's guaranteed $1.19 billion, right? No, I think that is his guarantee. That's the minimum jams.
this is a Chinese company.
Yeah. So then I looked it up. I guess Dwayne Wade was the first person to do this shoe deal with them, like 2017 or something. He got like 60 mil, around 60 million. And then this was Steph Curry's getting paid. So I looked at the shoes. This is kind of what they. This is what Dwayne Wade wanted. Would you wear Dwayne Wade? My kids would. Kids like crazy shit these days. They like wild shit. That's why like mellow ball shoes are like the biggest thing. They're like Jordans. All the kids wear colors. Because they're crazy colors. And they did a Rick and Morty collab. Like they like them. Yeah, I like them too. They're just like the cleats are loud now. The shoes are loud. Like bright green, bright oranges, and bright yellows. Like nothing's just chill these days.
Who's your basketball team?
Denver Nuggets.
Yeah. So the Knicks are actually in the finals.
Did they play tonight?
Yeah, buddy.
I can give two fucks about it.
Until unless the Knicks are doing well, I don't give a shit.
It's my least favorite sport.
But it's so crazy to see Wembayama.
Yeah.
He's like 70. Like he should be with the used car dealership. He's so like, but he's also so coordinated that
Yeah,
like
he's that really skinny, right? Really tall,
French guy.
yes, it's
You realize it's when you're that tall and you fall, it's insane.
Oh no, those guys are always
The video of him falling was
7'5".
not good.
It's interesting. I mean, Jake can drag. $1.19 billion. That's insane. Yeah. So you mentioned Benjamin Netanyahu. There's rumors that he's going to be at UFC too. He's not from really legit sources. Yeah, so it's not confirmed. But anyway, so I guess I looked this up too. So Pete Ross was on the live stream. He said that if it's true that he's not going to the UFC, he said if it says he pulled out, he'll pull out. Yeah, he says if Netanyahu's there, I'm not going.
Also just not trusting Instagram.
I don't believe in this. I saw the way they did these stitch system. They it was like different every single time. But this is apparently like what's supposed to be. I wouldn't go in and fuck
I
really. But now what? So he's like, see if he can make it a year. All the money. How's he making so much money? He's just
He's the biggest striker. Like him and Speed are two of the biggest strickers in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it about him? So
He was part of the Andrew Tate thing when Tate was popping off. And he would do a lot of streams with Andrew Tate and kind of give him like a big jump start. I said, shit, how much does it say he makes a month off streaming?
he's got to have something now.
And now here's the boxing events.
What makes him stick out? I show Speed is super talented, has charisma.
He's actually so athletic. He's amazing. And we've seen him like run against actual track stars. Yeah.
So wherever you are, some cities can
I bet you it's probably towards the 5 million a month.
you guys
I think he also said like the amount of money he put into it to get that stuff is also a lot of work.
You told me that it's not a nice life, though. No,
That's a good question because you can see why actual speed.
You watch actual Speed, I get my kids voting again. And I'm not saying
you told me that
what makes him out.
I don't know what makes him stand out.
He's just like that guy. I said afterwards, like they just sit in the chair and just react to them. So,
You told me that it'll be
I think it's the first thing they were kind of very early on. But and they were
They probably have a certain kind of intelligence. Like, they just have a thing that people can
There's something there.
Yeah. There's an authenticity. There's something
Kevin Hart's and Jersey sleeping over 5 minutes house for a stream, like just weird.
Swiss chocolate in the bar, but pour back in
Yeah, they did like a slumber party at 5 minutes house. That's just a stream.
special.
And now people still like always have this argument for a few down and Peter Ross stream out. And Millions of Warriors going on there for a fight. Like that's what you do. You got to get people to see to get eyes now.
If you're right,
It's amazing because it's live and it's
why would this happen all day?
I still don't understand how
Younger kids, they want more real. They don't want pre-produced.
Yeah, they want to do stuff.
They don't want
Like live streaming is just.
You never had one of those songs. You ate the.
And I get that it's almost like a podcast where it's like, it's like, oh, this is not the mainstream.
Yeah, a lot of it's not produced.
Let's eat that. They buy
They want
not
to
the one, the one that comes
And then on
45
podcasts,
cents.
too producers for that.
Yeah.
They want to see you in public. They want to see how you react in public.
I'm hungry.
That kid over here is literally just walking around, talking to people with girlfriends, and just getting crazy
I
crazy.
Let's do a quick review.
And I thought
Because they messed up a little bit. He said that when you reveal men,
live streaming
when he
6
says
days.
you can't eat a pussy,
I just can't.
that's
We're
what
going to start
always
streaming
going to
job
do.
show. Yeah, it's going to be sick.
And then he has a problem.
Well, that's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Breaks up all the time.
He himself has a problem with you.
I think it's all good. It's not the crowd, too. If they want to, that's why I want to see it.
Did he
It's
know?
just
Did he know about it? Did he not know about
Oh,
the
yeah, so it's
It's
the
impossible that
the White House, which is on a Sunday the 14th. We're doing a live stream on Tuesday.
because that
It's
is
going to be on Thick Boy YouTube on Tuesday, and the monster on
didn't
Friday.
know. And then had he known, he would have eaten it because probably
So, because we haven't talked about it, I'm trying to think because it's for membership only, right? It's not for just the live, it's just not a
I
live.
think people want to be able to ask questions.
Yeah,
They're going to have to be able to
It's in
like
a
people
situation
watching,
with this
but
no
to
much
actually
fear. This
hear
much
your
fear.
questions
You're allowed to
that are live on the air.
we shine it right. How you feel about that? Change all the way.
Skinner's got a picture for the Dodgers. Dude, look at some of this, and this is part of the issue with today's fucking social media. It's 100%, and that's why there's so much hate for especially UFC, but especially athletes. Like, his wife posted
In
this.
any circumstance,
Gun Schreider
even if it's a
They should
mistake,
find
better
out.
to Gabo.
So it says 10 shots to life matter regarding Ada's messages and comments she received after Scott was losing. Picture in the Dodgers Saturday night loss to the Phillies. She was like, I'm sure you don't know what it's like unless you're living it. And they should find it. He surrendered to go ahead home run to the Phillies. They did it. She was just unfortunate reality.
So this old man
Some
that
sort
so
in her fucking
places.
cosplay gunshot your
It's
family
not
tonight.
always, but here you have these places not spread out in small places on all the streets.
When people are messaging you crazy shit and it's from an anonymous thing, you show them because that's something you heard from another person.
She's gorgeous.
She's a regular character coming up. We can die.
kill yourself.
If you
Kill
live your
yourself.
by
It's
your
crazy.
side, the whole story
But
of
she's
that
the one getting
scene
these.
Yeah. The fuck she done for the family. Pieces of shit. Just pieces of shit. It is crazy though.
Oh, today's on the
Scumbags.
What are their chimney?
I don't get it, man.
None.
Jealousy.
So,
It's not jealousy, but it
we
was
all
funny
know
because that's one of the biggest things. It's not jealousy. It's freaking out. It's when you get to watch specials come out on Netflix. Dude, Tony was showing me Sour Cream, right? Like the promo. So genius. Watch it later.
Don't let yourself drink it.
Surprise, motherfucker. Luckily, there's metal detectors in this bitch.
You might
Is
get
it okay if I say my least favorite race? Here.
And it says, don't drink your wine.
Patience.
So making, you know what? So we all know it says it.
I'd imagine if I were sitting where you were right now, I bought a ticket to a Tony and Joe show, I'd probably thinking to myself, Tony, where are those judges? And now I'm the ambassador of Puerto Rico.
Who? Not everybody.
Is that the one you saw?
Few sick people.
Yeah, he's got it's great. Other stuff in the whole story. He's as creative as he gets right now. He's crushing it. All right, so P. Diddy has a sex tape out that just got, I guess, just got released. Has anyone seen it? I haven't seen it. No, what is? So wait, would you watch it? Diddy has a sex tape out. Yeah. Oh, there's more to this, Brian. You watch it? Wait, no, I haven't watched it. I want it. It's a sex tape with 50 Cent chicks. So it's 50 Cent's act and P. Diddy and another dude. There's another dude. Oh, I hate that. It was like a porn star. The main thing about this is the main dude star. He said that P. Diddy's the one that showed up just all oiled up. P. Diddy's one that he just hit himself just all oiled up. Okay, and then the biggest thing is like, I guess he wanted to do a little bit, but then let the other guy finish off because P. Diddy apparently has like a very small. Yeah, I think it sounds like he said around 3 inches. Oh shit! Now makes sense. That's a shit. So 50 Cent's found out he was 50 Cent's boss, even though that's his mother's, or his kid's mother.
If you're a black guy with a small dick, that's tough.
Yeah, there's so much expectation.
Okay, right there.
This is very interesting. It is very interesting. And you can see a little clip down the way. It's already blurred out.
No, not right here.
But if you want to watch this later on, it's on this side. And apparently took her too, so she put a statement out. I'll link it up for you. So apparently they tried to blackmail her, wanted money. She was like, no. So like, I released this, you have any comment? She's like, this is so fun. I feel terrible for her. That's what she said. She's like, yeah, I wish I never did it. I mean, I feel awful for her. Is she a mom now? It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Okay, did it? Or sorry, 50 Cent's like, dude, I want a DNA test on a kid. Like, it's such a bummer, man. She was doing it for her, man.
Very, very small percentage.
Video gets out. Can she like shut the video down?
These punches,
Tech was never consented to be
you're also concerned about the two people that
never consent being filmed in the first place. I was blackmailed by the person that video was threatened that if it was of the escort assert, if I didn't give him a lump sum of money, that they would leak it on the web. I was giving this demand, and once I did, the person eventually sold this tape to a giant media outlet. The media outlet called me one day and said they had the tape, and they asked if I didn't comment before the release. It's the first time I ever faked it in my life. Once a media journalist did the tape, they purchased with revenge porn and an extortion scheme. They backed off from broadcasting it. One of their probably released it, and I want to say thank you for doing the right thing. Even though years later it came back to me again, so it eventually got released. I was so interested. Yeah, so I was going to say it's a media company because it's extortion and blackmail. Yeah, and that's why she should be able to shut this down.
Because she shut it down, but they still got released. So so since I was black, I'm not watching that. Okay, so maybe the male porn star is talking about a different experience because he actually did like a little statement here. So it must be someone else. This guy's the one that talks about maybe being oiled up. This is always has seen porn star. Yeah, this is one of the porn stars. Yeah, like a big version. But it's super long. Yeah, what's his name? Did he be more no penis? Well, I guess tiny dick. That's interesting too. So the kid on the plane on his Bluetooth. You ever seen this? It showed like the name of his Bluetooth thing. So somebody saw it on. Yeah, they reported it. And because of that, they had to like freaking just a shitty situation. Just I'd be so mad. Yeah, and that can happen as soon as someone mentions something like that.
It's a joke, and they still try to win.
Yeah, because you have to treat it that way. You have to. Imagine if they kept going. I get that, but like,
How far in the trip are they?
yeah, I'd say just keep going. It's going to be something like distance-wise. That's just more candidates and bureaucrats. They don't have to do it. It's like,
Check this out.
it just isn't in here. The video it sounds like somebody's way too 16, yeah, 16. Timur, you guys gonna talk? Here's what. You're sure that's always all the shit. That's what this is. This is the best man. He just fainted during he's read it. He's read it. It's good. You'll see like how this all plays out too. It's kind of interesting. They just keep powering through it. Sometimes it looks like I love that he's still talking. The priest does not give a fuck. Sometimes it looks like hey, you.
Last time we had something like that, I actually made a sign. It's the same idea.
I love the priest. Well, it's not a priest. That's his friend who was officiating the wedding. That's not a priest. Keep going. It sounds like he does that. Get water and food. He was able to do a speech afterwards. It was fine. It was just that one moment. He just ran with his hands in his lap. Just and then he died right there, and you could have put him right in the coffin. Well, that's what one of these shit
Nobody keeps the tire in here. Nobody keeps the tire. That means you don't. You can't be spy weapons. Oh, you don't see the button here in the boat. Maybe you can get it and sit so in the boat.
That's really funny. Yeah, so couples like trying to get through a situation where they're staying right now.
Where is Rabbi about to live?
Alright,
Where?
this cop in LA,
How do you know?
my dog off the leash.
Very good. Yeah, they're really fair. Because we're in the other one block. We're sitting under those trees here. Very diving. Very diving from us is so good to you. They didn't leave until they decided that this is a very good and good to know. And maybe the people should
take time to look at a guy like you and say, put your dog on these and threaten the ticket. That doesn't make me feel like a cop or a man.
Okay,
And I go, I get it. He goes, so do me a favor. I go, say God bless the other. I go, God bless the other. He was fucking great.
Matzah from the factory.
See you later, guys, this weekend, Friday, Saturday, I have the Shopper Improv. Shopper, Chicago Improv. Come get some. Then I'm in Louisville, Maryland, the Movies Joke House, July 17, 18.
That's a good goal.
Nicholas,
I'm still filming it states has a membership. These are the ones I still have on my website, right? Edmonton, Alberta. It's the best. Yeah. Well, there you go, folks. Big Brown Breakdown live streaming Tuesday and Friday. I'll have details for you. I'll post it on my social media as well, so you guys can all tune in leading up to the UFC White House next Sunday. Can't freaking wait. All right, kids. This is the Fighter Kid. We're out.
Think about it. We'll see in a second. Remind, what does it mean? He was stupid guy in this. Well, how somebody were up on me? Just decided. Remainer made a zero on what? On wine. What did we get zero on? The meat. We already had this in the Tanaim's generation. Now you guys who grew up on it. So what do you need Amarai later on? So the more Kino Gozak or Kino Renai or Mayor or Gamriel, by the way, Kamidim of the Kiva, because from the 5 Kamidim, right? This is today. Mamish today. This is when they started today. They went out, the Kiva took whatever you have, go with the 5 and they made fire from these 5. Kino Gozak or Kino Renai. That's where Rabbi goes through the Kiva Renai. Nobody accepted the Mayor. Rashi explains why. What do you mean? They're totally over. What do you mean you don't accept? Because they were so intertwined in society. The Christians and the Jews lived together in the same building. They were friends. They worked together. So they couldn't accept it. But in the later generations, when there was already separation, then they made it say, okay, fine. Like, that's the Gemara, my doing Gemara. So this is Mamish, that washing. What do you mean? We're going for it. He's a guy. What's a guy forward? If the Shabbos is wearing a blue shirt, I understand. But the Shabbos, he's a good, he's a great Gomer. That Arab, Mamish, such a guy, he's a great Gomer. It doesn't pass for us. Oh, exactly. So, you're right. The Shabbos is a good Gomer. He's not a guy. Of course, he's not a guy.
Oh, look who the fuck it is.
He's a ger. We're going to the whole suit, he's a ger ever. He's a real ger. So if you messed up,
Look who the fuck it is. Where's the what?
Where's the mic here?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened to that. I slept really late. How'd you sleep?
I don't know. Not too good. I woke up at like 8:30 and I have like fell asleep for like 40 minutes, like 5 times or something, and then each time I had like a really vivid dream. It was alright.
All right, so you were keeping me titulated with the Backrooms review. So please tell me about it.
Absolutely.
But give me the first part too. I don't want it broken into parts. Give it to me.
Yeah. I mean, I watched the first half, the second half, and I'll give you whatever the first half, second half. So the first half, as I say, starts off with this kind of footage scene. There's this bird flying backwards, and then also in that opening found footage scene, this person is clearly like panicking and distressed because they're being chased down with this drone, like heavily breathing, and it shows like some person just like casually like walking, and instead of like the person being like, "Hello, help me! Like, why are you panicking? There's a monster here." They just like ignore the person that's casually walking in front of them, which at first I did not understand. Later on in the movie, it revealed that the people in the background weren't actual people, and that was, or they were people, but they're not real people. And that was like another bone of my in the movie. interview, which was revealed in like the second half, you know, say now, they're just these people that were very like distorted, like just messing around with Photoshop to make somebody's face look weird. That's basically how their faces look like in there. There's some explanation about how people's memories or something that they look like they were being some like music video or something. They did not they're just very like real looking and yeah, I don't think I was much of a fan of those people that were just actors, but they tried. Whatever. It was what else in the first half? People say that the film was too long. How the film was like super slow. I honestly didn't feel that at all. And I thought the pacing of the film was literally fine. I mean, it's an hour and 40 minutes. Even this renowned YouTube reviewer called Jeremy Jones said that it should have been like an hour and a half.
That's 10 minutes. That's 10 minutes, right? He's pissed off about 10 minutes?
Jeremy Jones is pissed off about 10 minutes?
You said the movie's an hour and 40 minutes, and this guy should have said that Jeremy Jones said it should have been an hour and 30 minutes?
It's like an hour and 48 minutes. So yeah, he's pissed off about 18 minutes.
Okay.
But I honestly didn't think that there was much. Like it didn't seem to me that there was like necessary scenes at all. Like I really didn't feel like there were unnecessary stuff that just needed to be cut out. Some people, which I also agree with, think that there should have been more like context to certain scenes, and that could have been better, like more film to explain the movie further. But I didn't have a problem with the pacing of the movie. And also, Penguin X Zero, he has 18 million subscribers on YouTube. He's very famous. There's also talking about the background, like the pacing was slow, and the people now the creators are just on TikTok praying, like watch the movie, and the directors need to basically cater to this modern audience.
Didn't we say that like within the last 2 weeks? I said the same thing. I've got it.
So, for the new guys.
Yeah,
this is a beautiful.
I think, you were saying that. I don't know. I feel like there's like a huge aspect to movies that like a slow build and tension building, and not just making everything into condensed TikTok reels. Like there's a lot of value to using time wisely in that extent, and I mean, I think that there probably could be some adoption in how films are made. In this particular instance, the factors, I have a representation in person. I think that if you do have a problem with the pacing of the movie, like I wasn't overwhelmed with like the sound of like, oh, this is a boring movie. Nothing's happening. There's some movies that I watch that are extremely dry, and okay, watching a 3D movie, but there's stuff to watch. So just give it a chance and just take it. Yeah. The first movie building up this relationship between this guy who was.
Did you say the first movie?
Sorry, the first part.
Okay.
The half of the movie is building up the relationship between the guy Clark, who is at this furniture type store, and his relationship with his psychologist or psychiatrist who Clark is like going to see who help deal and work through his problems that he has with his wife and how he drinks too much and then it's stressed about his relationship is not panning out too well. And eventually, yeah, as I was saying yesterday, the way that they get into the background is just not, in my opinion, the greatest way they could have done it. The Harry Potter 9 3/4, just jumping in or just walking through a wall practically. I mean, I get the backrooms are not exactly like real estate. I feel like you're going out of your way to do real estate. You're just walking through walls and walls. At least if you have seen like strange photo or something, it's equally as absurd. Right in your face, like nonsensical. And then so this guy, he just walks through the wall, he's in the back room. He goes and explores the back room. One thing that I really like is that literally every back room media out there is all first person downloaded, and you never get a third person perspective on someone going through the back room. And my initial thought was that seeing someone in third person going through the back room would just like it wouldn't work and then be like weird. Because it's like, oh, this makes no sense that there's a cameraman literally following someone into the back room. Like that would just be stupid to have someone recording you in third person in the back room. But actually, when I saw it, you basically say like you forget about that kind of like observe, you become the perspective of the camera, you just become this like outside observer that's watching the person going through the back rooms, and so that provided a very interesting angle that I really wanted to see in third person. The club goes into the first time, he starts exploring the back room. There's clearly I mean, one, you just walk through it for a while, and two, you're now going through the back of that, and there's just like all this like insane stuff that would just highly concern any rational person. They do kind of, I guess, hint early on that. I mean, they made Clark out to be pretty, like, rational, stable person, I guess. Maybe curiosity was the reason he went back. He goes and explores a bit. He's like, oh wow, this place is like insane labyrinth with like never-ending hallways. Cool. And then he like walks back out, and then he's like, okay, I can walk around this time. And he's like, oh, I'm just gonna go back into this like insane room with like endless hallways. Which again, maybe because nothing bad happened. Like, okay, it's fine. But, and that happens in pretty much every horror movie too, is that the main character is like, okay, what's behind this curtain? Clearly, this danger that work out. He also, in that very first time, finds himself like filled with these floppy disks that are like backwards, like recording footages, like supposedly other people were traveling through the background. And I thought he was going to take the name tag, because there's a name tag on the back, shows the psychologist who was like questioning whether he was like insane or not as like evidence that he obtained something, but he didn't do that. And he didn't even take any of those discs that were on that duffel bag and try to examine, which I think would have been a cool thing if he had like plugged in and started viewing those tapes and like saw some crazy shit. And then so he gets this great idea about figuring out when to, I guess he had like employees the store manager and that, so he goes to their house and says, okay, you guys are coming with me, bring the camcorder. So they bring the camcorder, they all it's like a girl and a guy. The guy is like whatever bro dude who's like not afraid of like the girls like, yeah, we here, it's dangerous, rowdy, and very like kind of like cliche like character traits for the female, which I thought was like same with premise of alcohol is like drinking to his face. Now I want to just like they literally just walked into like a room on the other side and just freaking out. Oh, I'm here. And then one thing that just definitely, in my opinion, needed more film to explain how we went A to point B is like the three of them walk into the room and the very next day, for whatever reason, they're in some random place in the background that they had not previously shown. There's a bed, which they don't show has to have it. We assume it's like anchored down, I guess, because it comes down with the weight of it here. There's a giant blue rug that's like 100 feet at least of like thick rope, and the rope is attached to the ground, and it's also attached to the explorer guide that guide the dragon. And then there's like this kind of steep little tunnel thing that goes down, and Charlie's like, okay, we're gonna look down here, go down there. So he goes down, and it's magically there, that's what he does, like, not there at all. And then he goes into like, okay, there's 1, 3, and nothing else, basically, it smells like crap. And he goes back up the hall, that's all 35 degrees, and narrow, and just like the top, and he's like, okay, I'm out, and then this also seems like it's here because they lower him down to the ground, like exactly like I don't know, whatever like that rock climbing, whatever it is, where you're lowering someone down off the rope. It's like you lower someone down off the rope, and then if you pull them up to bring the person up with the rope, then you're also dragging them up with you, which means that there's not a bunch of excess rope that is behind the person that you're dragging up. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not, based on that explanation, but Yeah, they drag this guy up through the hallway, like by the road, which means that like he's at the end of the road, which means that there's not a bunch of rope that's just there, and it's attached around his waist. They pull him up to the end, like the end, meaning like the room that they're in, and then he starts getting pulled by some like mysterious creature in like the hallway that they don't show or see. And then he's like, I'm being pulled by the literally attached to me, and I'm right here. There's no visible thing. Like it really just did not make sense to me how this attached to his waist. And then he's like very cliche, I'm being pulled down, and then he tucked away by monster, and never show him again in the rest of the movie. And then the female and center part gets down, and they are also or the female is also seen again. And then of course, yeah, the little cameras on the floor, they get dragged down by Clark's initial instinct, as any rational human would, is to pick up the video camera and not be too panicked to forget about filming stuff, even though you want two people just dragged away by a monster. Yeah, and then that's where I ended it first, and I resumed it,
I need you to take a time out for a second. I have to use the restroom. So just can you give me like 5 minutes? But please don't leave. I do want to hear the rest of it. I had to go to the bathroom before you came in, and now I really have to go to the bathroom. Be right back.
What's the call of this show? Something more. What's the deciding time about? By the. Yeah, whatever with the meatballs, he says at the end, that somebody, his friend also, he was served by the cleaning lady the meatballs, but she put Parmesan on top. Really well. So the kids have video cameras in your kitchen if you have help. Why is she doing this? Because she's embarrassed of her son-in-law. She doesn't want to serve burnt chon. So with the son-in-law, she's going to switch it out. Rabbi, I have bad news for you. I think Places always ask the question, and I'm going to use Places' answer. Things have changed in society. There used to be a bushel for the son-in-law. Not anymore, but not anymore. My mother was with the Amalek Kashina, where you tell me only by your mother-in-law and a son-in-law to switch it out, but in the rest of the world, not. But not. I'm not going to put it in life. Now, we're talking about Yeshiva Bacher. Literally, Yeshiva Bacher, the answer is first talking about Yeshiva Bacher. The Yeshiva Bacher gives food to his innkeeper, Masin Shulaisallah, that Shulaisallah, he has to take Meiser. Why make Shifashuli Machlefes? She's going to switch it out. So you see, of course, not only a son-in-law, she'll switch out for Yeshiva Bacher. So he wants to not be worried about Umrah. She has a good reason. If it's free, I want the Yeshiva Bacher to have a great meal, out supper, out to the cold meat. With Khalifa or Khalifa like Kashina, we're not concerned for Jezel. Stammer is like Batanya, it's just covered to tennis and issues on the art. Sponsors. Turning the dot by Dark Global Specialists in International Financial Services, Time Milrad, Muslim, Mirasi, Prado Bascano, the Soy Sharp of Yisrael, the famous Babusta Mike. What's a cover? Cover is somebody who's makted on Tuma and Tahara, on Maestras, a little treat, coolest food with Tahara. The famous Maestras is when somebody's asked to make a hest, to get something that's really good. What a nice move. What a topic with you guys. And then a guy sits in the nose. It's a woman. It's the guy's wife. Right? And it's oh, hey, she's fine. There's different endings to the story. But the wife of a tzaddik is like the tzaddik. So over here you have the wife of the father. His head is a Meishas Amahoret. Huh? You want to say what? Hello to Rabbi Lerner? The guy's in Zoom. How's Zoom going, Tasha? It means it needs visit. What? I used to come on every day. I pay you the same amount of people now and then. Nothing changed. That's the only people. So it says the Gemara. Sorry. Oh. So Aisha's father, she could grind the wheat with her friend on condition that she's tummy. Because when she's tummy, she knows not to touch the food. Because her husband's not going to eat tummy food. So she's not going to eat anything from the Amar. When the Aisha's father is hard, right? The Aisha's father's tummy, she could grind with the Amar. When she's hard, she might eat. She showed because her friend would give it to you. So listen to this. This is going to drive people crazy. Today it's not like this. They say in Allah it's different. Hashtag the husband gives something to grind. She goes ahead and she takes some food and she dishes it out to her friend. He gets us. I'm moving the place. So she's she already switch out from different platforms, do different things. There's a famous halacha or Saxon church. There's an old picture. You're not allowed to have
I am back.
Pool.
Okay, so last, you told me the first part. Last thing was like the girl died, or they don't show her again, and the camera's on the floor, and then somebody picks up the camera. Is that correct?
Part two. I will say that not the acting was really solid from at least the two main characters, the psychologist chick and the Clark guy. Especially the Clark guy was really good actor. So props there. Jeremy Jones criticized the script a little bit. I thought the script could have been better in some parts, but it was like that terrible. My issues were what I would have done different was the overall whole sequence of events of that movie and the actual stuff that happens in the movie. But it was an interesting creative direction. I feel like they were trying to be philosophical with it almost. In the second half, the psychologist lady figures out that Clark is missing. She goes and looks for him, and she figures out that he's in the background. So she walks through the wall, and then goes and finds him, and then it turns out that I guess he was like this is where it starts to get philosophical or something. He was, I believe, attacked by a monster, and he got possessed basically, and then the monster takes on the form of Clark for some reason, which is like this pirate, and I do believe that they revealed the pirate bad monster thing way too based in quizzes. Like I think in literally every other game where Pixels like YouTube video that is released, you don't really ever see the monster ever until maybe the very end. Most of the time it's either hidden or like the final like 10 seconds you'll see it or something. With this, they show the actual monster like a good half an hour before it ends or something. So it's like she's then being chased around by this pirate monster, and it just was not as scary. But before that, Clark basically is like because he got attacked by the monster, he goes like just turns insane, and then he ties the psychologist lady to this chair, and then there's this very, very long kitchen scene, and maybe that's what Jeremy's problem was. I didn't think it was like it was a long scene, but I thought it was like the length was not that big of a problem for me. But in that scene, I'm just gonna turn your mic down a bit because there's like background noise. Making it difficult thing. Yeah, in that scene, Clark is like just acting all insane and stuff to the psychologist lady, and then she's just like, please don't kill me, please let me go. And Clark is just being super insane, but then she manages to convince Clark that he should let her go. And so he lets her go and unties her. And as he's untying her, the pirate monster shows up. And then the pirate monster is like, yo, why are you letting her go? She hasn't been eaten by me yet. And Clark was like, no, it's cool. And then the monster's like, yeah, no, it's not cool. And then the monster takes a giant bite out of Clark, and he dies or whatever. And then again, there's those people there that aren't really people. They're soulless people that were all deformed weirdly. And it's just a very strange scene. They Clark just takes a chunk out of one of them and presents it to the lady to start eating, and it's basically white insulation looking stuff. And so then the psychologist lady starts running away from the pirate. And the pirate again looks like this paper mache looking thing. It was just I don't know what a deep metaphor was or whatever with the pirate thing, but the pirate thing just chases her around after she runs away. That's basically she eventually gets away and makes it through this little crack. There's also this kind of side story of this guy that was working for the laboratory that created the back room. They're being monitored and stuff, and so the psychologist lady escapes, and she was now in the control of this guy who was working for the company that created the back room, and it leaves the final shot. She's like, am I gonna make it out of here? And then the guy's like, well, it's not really my decision. And then I believe the last shot was alluding to the fact that she became one of those soulless people that were a strange movie. It was kind of interesting. I did feel like I would have made a completely different background movie, especially with the skill of cane pixels. It felt like the movie studio people were kind of like injecting their like movie influence. Like, well, you can't just have a movie. People like found footage for an hour and a half. And I also thought that there should have been more found footage stuff, and it would have been better. The found footage stuff when they made up for like the first scene had literally nothing to do with any of the movie. It was just like, here's a random backwards game pixel to start the then there was only like one other found footage scene in it, and the found footage stuff was like amazing. Should have been more to it. I just felt like the overall movie direction went in like a strange way, and not particularly great either. I just feel like they could have made better horror movie, but it was at least a little bit interesting. It was not like super scary. It was kind of scary, but by no means one of the scariest movies I've ever seen. Yeah.
Would you like to hear? Well, firstly, thank you. I don't know if I'd want to see it. I think I also want to hear how you would make it. Was it yellow? Was it like that bowling ball or that basketball kind of backrooms that I have in Play-Doh?
Yeah, it's exactly like basketball.
I thought so. So you know what I'm referencing. I mean, that the basketball skin or whatever from Play-Doh.
Yeah, the original. I mean that like wallpaper. Apparently, like the original post came from or like the background color came from like 4chan, like that original photo that contained that specific wallpaper, and for years people were trying to like figure out where the hell that original photo came from. Apparently, people found the original source of it, and it was like some old mattress store that was like having a sale or something, and they took this like photo and the background photo.
Okay, so
that's where it took place, like the default kind of backgrounds.
Yeah, you were getting to what I was going to ask. Where was that original picture taken, or is it AI? So we think it's real.
Yeah, no, I watched a YouTube video that saying it came from a mattress store in Ohio or something. I was like out of business and they're trying to lease it or something.
And is it yellow wallpaper or is it just a yellow light? Do you know?
Your mic cut out after yellow wallpaper. What's the other option?
Yellow wallpaper or yellow light?
The wallpaper is yellow.
So everything in that back room's look is yellow.
The carpet appears yellow, but so yeah, I guess I'm gonna go with yes, but I don't. If anything, isn't like the walls are definitely yellow. I feel like the ceiling is like office ceiling, just like that, like white, modular, like ceiling,
drop ceiling.
And that's maybe what it's called.
That is what it's called.
But it comes in like those like little rectangles.
The panels, yeah, exactly.
And yeah, the carpets maybe like beige or something, and the floors yellow, lighting. I don't know. It's wallpaper's yellow.
Okay, and now tell me, how would you have made this movie?
Well, more found footage, like I said, came pixels, which just makes like amazing found footage thing. I just the plot was a little bit scattered and disassociated. Maybe just a more like together plot. Off the top of my head, it's hard to answer that because I was making the movie, I just like let it come. But I definitely make it more scarier and less strange. It felt like, I mean, I watched this movie like super long ago, so memory might be off. But do you know the horror movie called Seven?
Yeah, with Brad Pitt. With Brad Pitt and it's Brad Pitt and Morgan. It's Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman.
Yeah. So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the movie seemed like kind of like weird, like a little bit like Seven. There's like this like really I can only remember like vaguely one scene in Seven. It was just like really weird to me. So I've got vibes like that, and like yeah, the characters seem like they would have been in like some music video, doing like paper mache and like that. I think as other people on the internet have said, there's like almost like these like backrooms purists, and they like critique these like backrooms videos, and they're like the backrooms are already kind of inherently horrifying enough to the point where you don't need to add scary monsters in it. It's scary enough being in like a this landscape that you can't escape. And yeah. But if I was making this movie, I did have a concept for a movie, and the basic plot was like these people go and they go into like this like onto or like this abandoned church, one of those like Louisiana like churches that are like white with like a bunch of paint chips and like vines going on. And then they go down to like the basement. There's like a jump scene, jump scare, with like a bat or something, like a flashlight. They go to like the basement. They go through like the basement like door, and then they go and they like enter the back rooms, and they like there's like two of them or whatever, or maybe just like one person, and they like step in and they're like, oh shit, where the fuck is this crazy big like office space? That makes no sense. And like the door just like slams shut behind them. Another like jump scare, and then they're like, oh shit, we're like trapped in here. This thing's locked. Okay, we're now trapped. We're gonna go explore, and then they go explore like just like a little tiny bit, and then they find like this walkie-talkie, and then like there's someone at the other end of the walkie-talkie. They pick up the walkie-talkie and they're like, hello, anyone there? And they like don't hear anything for a little bit, and they keep walking around, and they're like, hello, anyone there? And then like they hear like the voice of like this like possessed lady, where like she sounds normal, but she's like the evil predator in the movie. And she's like, hello, help me, like, kind of like screaming sounds, help me. I don't know where I am, help me. Yo, are you trapped in this shitty place too that has no end to escape? come help. Let's meet up. Let's meet up. We'll help you or something. And then they try to like meet up there. And then she's like, "Oh, have you seen my husband?" I'm like, "I haven't. I don't know what happened to my husband." As they're and then she's like, "Oh no, I'm by this place. I'm at the back. I'm at the place with like the wallpaper and the carpet. I don't know, there's a lot of please find me." And then says, "Let me know if you see my husband." And they keep walking. Oh shit. Dead body, tons of blood. And then I go, "Oh shit, is your husband wearing like a red like plaid shirt?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Oh, he's dead. What the fuck?" And then she's like, "Oh my god, that's terrible. It totally wasn't me who did that." And then they keep walking around, and then they finally meet up. And they're like, we found you. After all those walkie-talkies and these hallways." He's like, "Yeah. Well, thanks for coming. Now I'm going to slice you into pieces." And then that's the movie.
Okay.
Would have been a million times better than Kane Pixels shit that made $100 million in the weekend.
Are you ready for the best idea ever?
A little liminal space.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. I think it's a good idea.
What did you think of my space plot movie?
Well, I was going to comment on this through mine, but I should have said. I like the setting's okay. Like you have to go through some kind of chipped IV kind of place, but where it loses its connection to me is that stuff was made like 100 years ago, and in my opinion, liminal stuff was made like 50 years ago. So it doesn't have to be, but like there's like a time connection issue there, and I like the idea of yours not having paranormal stuff. Yours seems like it could really happen, so I thought that part of it was cool. I think that the lady trying to find her husband in like a plaid shirt or whatever, if I understand you correctly, he dies, right?
Yeah, they find. Yeah,
they just find his body. Yeah, which is fine. I'm almost like it's to me. Not knowing what happened to the person is actually scarier than finding their body, but I could go either way on that. I guess I want to ask, how do they get how do you get from inside the old building to a liminal space? How do you get there?
Because they walk down into like the basement, and then there's this door in the basement that just opens up. That's just like the liminal classic basketball, Play-Doh basketball.
Yeah. Okay.
And step inside and they're like, okay, nice. What the hell is this? Just like slam shut super loudly. Jump scare.
Okay.
Trapped.
I'm okay with that. Aside from the time issue, where that kind of basement would not be. They're like two different. They're like there's like maybe 50 or 100 years of a time differentiation between that usually. But I'm okay with that. Overall, it sounds like yours would be better. I don't like movies that have stuff that doesn't exist. I'm a realist. I like realistic stuff. So monsters and I don't know, zombies. That kind of stuff has never been really attractive to me. What is attractive to me is like what you were talking about, where it's realistic. Like your version is realistic. That the husband could have died and gotten killed. How does he die though? You don't find out, or I don't remember you saying.
Well, it's implied that the lady on the walkie-talkie did it, and she was just using that as like bait, or like, yeah, just fucking with them, I guess.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I don't think you've ever seen this movie, but my favorite horror movie of all time that I've seen personally is called The Devil Inside. And the very first opening scene of that movie is just so crazy. It's like this police footage, or sorry, no, it's like news footage. It's like news reporters. Well, there's been a murder thing at like blah 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 street, and then it goes in, and like it shows. It's just like it shows these like dead people in the like house, but like just the footage of like walking through like basically a camcorder footage of that of all the blood and like the bodies was like so well done and so scary. It is like one of the most memorable pieces of film scenes I've ever watched. Like it was like just such a crazy banger opening, and then the movie gets like just slowly builds tension too throughout it, where it just keeps like cranking up the psychological horror. There's like this movie is classified as a psychological horror versus like I guess a regular horror, which is I guess not necessarily psychological.
Well, because of the monster.
I think it's psychological, maybe because like the background setting, and I don't know. Just I don't really know what defines as psychological, but I wouldn't say that the monster is psychological horror, but there's like some extra meaning baked into the monster. Maybe I didn't think it was that deep, but maybe someone has a deeper explanation.
Okay. To me, the scariest. I don't know. There's like a saying, like the scariest. Like I forget what it is, but like the scariest person is the person in the mirror or something like that. Like, so I was thinking like, however, the location didn't really matter. But it could just be. I was thinking like, you remember I'm sure you remember that Rhode Island Mall where the guys were sleeping or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a story just like that, where you get some people who want to do some urban exploring, and there have been rumors about this mall that like it was way over budget and nobody knew why it was so over budget. And the reason why you have to say that is because I want it to be like there's a lot more going on at this location than people know on the surface. And the characters, I don't care who they are, boy, like, I don't know, maybe 6 people, 12 people, doesn't matter. They go exploring one night after the place closes. And in a similar way, like how you were like, they just go through a basement door. They just go through like a door and they walk through and they're like, no, wait, what's going on in here? And it could be dark. it could be they only have a flashlight or whatever, but they start going a couple rooms in, and then one of them's like, I'm scared. Like, let's turn around. And then the people are like, no, come on, let's keep going. They're like, no, I'm scared. Let's turn around. No. So they keep going a little more, and then they all start to get the same scare, and they can't. They start to make their way back with the flashlight, but they can't find the door in which they came. And then they're looking all around. They could spend like 5 or 10 minutes trying to find something. Then boom, somebody finds like one of those like things that turn on the power, like a big circuit breaker thing, and boom, all the lights go on in the place. And it's the yellow basketball place. They don't know where they are or how they got there. And then it becomes like an adventure to try to get out of this place. But it's basically like a maze. And the deeper they go to try to get themselves, or the further they go to try to find the original door, the deeper they get into this maze. And then you could take it from there. But I almost think that, well, there's that. But my thought was they eventually like can find water or water source of some sort, but they can't get out of this place. They try everything they can, almost like in a Saw movie where they're like trying to break the walls. There's just nothing to break the walls. Everything is just plain. Maybe they find some stuff, but it's not enough to do anything with. And then they start to. It becomes like a survival movie where they want to eat each other, like in a cannibalistic way. And that's why I was thinking, like, that's a fucking scary movie where they're torn between. They're having these thoughts about eating each other, because that's what happens when you get people who are like stranded on an island or something, or abandoned or whatever.
It seems like pointless though. I will survive maybe another week eating this person.
Yeah, I mean that's what ends up happening. Like if you learned about the Donner Party, that's what happened. They ate each other, and then they only survived for another week or two. But it turns into you hallucinate when you haven't had that kind of any nourishment, and you could have it where they actually do end up eating each other, which to me kind of kills everything. That I was just thinking the enemy within is like a really scary aspect of it. Like they all went in as friends, but now they're having to like keep their eyes open because they know like people might be plotting within their friend group, just in terms of survival. And then eventually they could either find their way out or somebody could come and save them. But to me, that's like a freaky psychological movie where it just
as they're about to start eating each other.
Right. And they could go through all the back rooms and everything. And to me, that's something that could really happen. Like, you could have urban explorers who get into one area, it's dark, and they don't know exactly how they got in there. They find the lighting, and then everything turns on, but they don't know. They're all turned around. And basically, the further and further they go, the more they get lost. I don't know. One time when I was small, I was in a hospital, and I forget. I was maybe like 8 or something, and my family was visiting another family member who was in the hospital, and maybe I was 9, but I wasn't like 13. And I told my parents it was getting to be late, and like visiting hours were over, and I told my parents that I wanted to like go ahead before like be in front of them. And my parents were, I think, were like, don't go, it's almost over or whatever. And I was like, no, come on, let me just, like, I want to go down the hallway or whatever. And they were like, no, Like, don't go for it. And I did. I got very turned around in this hospital to the point where I got lost. And it was after closing hours. And I remember going to see the person in my family who was in the hospital, and they were asleep, and I couldn't find any nurses. It was like I couldn't get any help, and I was walking all around this hospital, and I couldn't find where to go. And I finally, after maybe like 20 or 30 or 40 minutes, made it to the lobby where my parents were waiting for me, and I got in trouble. And but I just remember thinking like the scariest part of that was not that somebody was chasing me, it was like that I couldn't find an exit. Anyway, it just reminded me of that and how you can get turned around in one of those places. And hospital generally in the hallways and stuff does not have some have windows and stuff. And as I recall, though, it was at night, and so couldn't really. I didn't know where I was or whatever. And in the same way, in a liminal space, yeah, the maze aspect of it, I think, is really cool. The idea of somebody hunting you and killing you there, to me, loses a like what they were just waiting there for like months or weeks or years for some random person to just perhaps maybe just come in. So I don't like that aspect of it too much. But yeah, anyway, that was just my version of it. And
some people say that time basically is still there, so you don't require food or water because you're just in like this like weird space time where everything is all normal.
I don't like that part of it. I like it to be realistic. I mean, that's just how I am. You've seen Castaway, right? Starring Tom Hanks. Okay, well, like one of the reasons why I think Castaway was a really good movie. It is a really good movie, is because he goes through all of the things that like a human would go through in terms of like he gets lonely, and so he has this volleyball that he calls Wilson, which is also an interesting thing. Like there's Wilson the Ball Company, but also Tom Hanks's wife in real life is Rita Wilson, so it's just weird that it's like the same name or whatever. And he gets lonely, so he's like talking to this volleyball, and the volleyball becomes his friend to the point where he like mourns the volleyball whenever he can't find it or anything. And just like how he had to survive to make fire, they must have spent 10 minutes of the movie of him just trying to make fire, and how he celebrates being able to make fire, and how he like references himself like Gilligan's Island almost, and like how he finds a cave to be able to protect himself from the elements, and how he eventually doesn't think anybody's going to find him, and he's running out of food and everything, and he just has to build a raft to be able to escape. Like to me, that movie was the exciting. Oh, and another interesting thing about that movie, he doesn't talk for. There's like an hour of silence in the whole movie where nobody says anything, which is really interesting too. Like you normally don't get that in a movie. Anyway, the survival aspect of it too.
That's great.
It is good. Let me look up the.
I mean, saying it here is just like thinking out loud. They're really running along supplies.
He does that to some extent, but let me see. It's some kind of like interesting part of it. In the movie Castaway, how much of a period of silence is there where there's no dialogue?
he's a movie kid. Nevada, he doesn't believe in Nevada, but you can trust him in the same category.
45 minutes of continuous silence. For a movie? Isn't that ridiculous? And there's no dialogue or music.
So what's he doing?
He's just trying to he's like trying to make fire. And like, I think the silence is broken when he makes fire. Because he like celebrates and he's like screaming, he's so happy.
So he's just trying to, and it's a good movie.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
It's not boring.
It's phenomenal. No, it's phenomenal. It's one of Tom Hanks' best movies. It was very popular around the time of the TV show Survivor. So it's like this: if you were deserted on a tropical island, what would you do, and how would you survive? It is not boring at all. I haven't seen every Tom Hanks movie, but I mean, I'm sure you've seen a lot of Tom Hanks movies. He doesn't miss on many movies. He has like his agent. It's called like he's got a clause that says. A lot of actors have this, but it's like a no audition clause. Basically, you offer only. It's called offer only. So basically, if you want Tom Cruise in a movie, he doesn't go to an audition. You make him an offer. He reads it, and if he likes it, then he automatically gets the job. Other people have to audition, but he's at the level where it's just offer only. And only not a huge amount of actors have that, probably less than 1%. So he has his team read through these scripts, and anything that he thinks is going to be big, he does. And he did Castaway. He had like 6 movies in a row that were just like giant. Yo, what was Tom Hanks' run in like the mid 90s and early 2000s of movies that he did where he just had a lot of blockbusters? And if you include Toy Story, he had so it's called the Golden Decade, 1993 to 2002. So he did Sleepless in Seattle. He did Philadelphia, where he won his first Academy Award for Best Actor. He did Forrest Gump, where he got a second consecutive Oscar. He did Apollo 13 and Toy Story, both of which were giant movies. He did Saving Private Ryan in 1998, 1999, another giant movie. You've Got Mail, giant movie, underrated movie. It's a phenomenal movie. I loved it. My family loved it. The Green Mile, he did in 1999, which is what is his name? It's one of why is his name escaping me? Author, the same guy who did Shawshank Redemption, Stephen King, and then he did Toy Story 2 in 1999. Then he did Castaway in 2000 and Road to Perdition in 2002 and Catch Me If You Can. One of my favorite movies ever, Catch Me If You Can. Like, what I just named right there are no weak movies in there. They're all really, really strong. So anyway, he did Castaway, and it was everybody was really excited for the movie when it came out because it was like, oh, a real life Survivor. And the show Survivor at that time was huge. It was, I want to say, the biggest show on TV before American Idol. Like, it was giant. And it was the second big reality show, I want to say. Or maybe it was the first big reality show. CBS came out with Survivor and Big Brother. And those two shows were like game changers. But I want to say there was like The Real World on MTV and Road Rules, but those were a little different in terms of reality shows. Survivor was definitely the biggest. When Survivor came out, it was a cultural phenomenon, and so Castaway was like a movie version of that to some extent. But am I saying Castaway is the greatest movie I've ever seen? No, but it's definitely in the top 5% of movies I've ever seen. And another thing about Castaway that taught me some stuff is about brand placement or product placement. So the basic story of Castaway is there's this executive played by Tom Hanks, as I recall, and he works for Federal Express, FedEx, and he is in a plane that's going from one place to another, and the plane goes down in the ocean, I want to say, and everybody on the plane perishes, except Tom Hanks somehow gets like sucked out. Is that what happened? Yeah, I think he gets sucked out, and then he eventually ends up on this island, and there's all this scrap, these like scrap packages that were in the plane that end up washing on the shore. So he does have some food, and it's kind of funny. Like he's like eating like kids, like I don't know, chocolates that they made for their grandma or something like that, or their grandma sent them chocolates. Like he's eating everything that he can, but only if the package is open or something. Because there's something like there are some packages that weren't open, and he doesn't open them, and he feels it's like his duty to return them to their rightful recipient. So, like, I don't want to give away the movie, but basically, like, the movie is just very Federal Express oriented, and I just remember thinking, like, this is a very like FedEx in my mind is like connected to that movie very much so. But it's not like over the top. It's like what's another movie that's like that to me? Not as much as McDonald's and the Founder, but obviously that's the story of the founding of McDonald's Corp. But I don't know. There's some other movies that are like that. Anyway, if you haven't seen Castaway and you ever want to watch it, let me know because it's a really fascinating movie. And in a lot of ways, I feel like that, or I have in the past, especially in my first year of streaming, where I didn't talk to anybody on camera, like for the first year. Not saying I didn't talk to anyone, but I limited it mostly. I didn't have a Discord, and I didn't really know what Discord really was too much, and I figured like I was going to go viral any moment. And I remember it was like quiet a lot of times, and I thought to myself, I don't want it to just be quiet. I want people to hear what I'm thinking. So I would start speaking my thoughts. So just like you were saying with Tom Hanks and like laughing, like, oh, so this is what I'm doing. That's what I would do. I'd be like, all right, well, I am hungry. I'm gonna go make something to eat, and I will comment on this like a cooking video, like I've seen on Instagram or whatever. And then I'd go and I'd be like, here I am adding like the whatever it would be, whatever I'd be eating, and I would like narrate, and that's not something I would normally do, but I also felt it was healthy for people to see what a well-working mind, how it works. Like if you were on a desert island, you would maybe talk things out. Well, I shouldn't say that. You wouldn't talk things out. But since I was on camera, I felt the obligation to. And I would say it quite often on the stream. Like, normally I wouldn't be talking out loud like this, but if I don't, then this is just going to be 8 hours of me today being quiet. And I don't want it to be. I want people to know what I'm experiencing and what I'm thinking and stuff like that. When I first did the stream, it was very, it was more psychological and biological because I just wasn't interacting. I would interact with people in my house, but I wouldn't interact with people on the stream. So it was much more like uh, it was much more in what's the word? Not intrinsic, but like in introspective of just the human mind. So when people watch this, and I did know this, people will watch it in like reverse order. They'll watch it from like the ending and then work their way back to the beginning. And I always thought that would be a really interesting part of it too. Like, um, we've never had a movie. I guess have we ever had a movie like that? Maybe some like Tarantino flicks or something where you see the end. Oh, have you ever seen? You're not a big Seinfeld fan, I take it, but the second to last Seinfeld is like that. The second to last Seinfeld is considered by many people to be the worst Seinfeld episode ever. Normally, an episode of Seinfeld, with the exception of a two-part um, episode that they did when they visited California, they basically never moved outside the tri-state area, meaning Connecticut, uh, New York, Long Island, kind of, and New Jersey. I don't. They never really went outside of New York. However, in the second to last Seinfeld, they end up, and it just starts, and they're in India. And it's like, what? They never, ever. They had like one shot of a character, Elaine, when she was pregnant, like, and she couldn't be on set. She was in like Italy or something. But aside from that, they never ventured out of. It was all like within this microcosm. But the second to last Seinfeld starts in India, and the entire episode is shot backwards. So you see like how the characters got there. And I think my stream will be a lot like that. Anyway, I've been talking for a long time, so you should see Castro. You should. You absolutely should. It's really, it's like okay, you know
It sucks just because like it's all backwards.
yeah, it's very artistic, and most Seinfeld episodes are not like that at all. And people didn't get it at first, but I think in the future, people will think it's the best episode because it is. It's different. It wasn't accepted then. People were used to Seinfeld. Seinfeld is very. If you ever watch it, it's very. It's like an equation. You have a main storyline, and then usually 2 or 3 sub stories. And the reason why the show works is at the end they all come together, and there's some kind of resolution that occurs. And in this episode, the resolution starts, and then it's like how they got there. But like the thing that even sticks out in my mind. So there's Kramer. I'm sure you're familiar with Kramer. He's like the goofy guy. You know those giant suckers that you get that are like a pinwheel? Like a lollipop? Yeah, you do. It's like you don't know what a lollipop is?
No, I do know.
Okay, so you know the ones that are like a pinwheel? They're like a big circle that you might see at like a fair or something.
Oh, yeah.
So
Like the Wizard of Oz.
yeah. So Kramer, early into the episode, that pinwheel is like really, really small, like he's almost eaten it all. And as the episode continues going forward, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you find out how he got that sucker. And it's almost like that pinwheel sucker is like or lollipop or whatever, is like a timeline of how this episode goes. But I shouldn't say it's the second to last. It's technically the third to last Seinfeld episode. There was all this build up, unlike any show I've ever known, for the last episode of Seinfeld. It was giant. And I even remember learning that there were a bunch of different endings to the show. It was the first show I had ever heard that did this, where they would have actors on, and they would read lines and stuff, but the actor wouldn't actually know if they were going to be in the final episode because they the people at the production studio Castle Rock wanted it to be secretive, so they didn't want the information to get out. So basically, if they heard that, oh, there's a spoiler, the Seinfeld finale is going to end with XYZ happening, they would know who gave that information away, or they could basically trace this, very much like Bob Lazar, like he talks about, where sometimes they would give perhaps false information to be able to trace the leak. But they shot, I think, a handful of different endings or different episodes, and then they actually aired one of them. And when the finale of Seinfeld came out, people were not happy with it at all. The only other finale that I ever heard that had more dislike to it is Sopranos. Sopranos, a lot of people hated that ending. But it's like, how are you going to tie all this up? Anyway, the Seinfeld, great question. It was the number one show on television, and they wanted to go out on top. And most shows, there were a couple other shows that were really big around that time, or a little before. Cheers was one of them. Frasier was one of them. Friends was becoming more and more popular, and Seinfeld felt like, hey, all these other shows that came earlier, like Cheers and The Cosby Show and some others, all ended up having their ratings drop at the very end because they got greedy. And Seinfeld felt like, let's go out on top. We're number one everywhere. It was coming to the end of the millennium, and they were already considered by TV Guide to be the greatest show ever. And I don't want to say they ran out of ideas, they didn't, but their ideas weren't as practical anymore with the invention of cell phones and the internet. Like they might have an entire episode where they are trying to find a friend and they can't find the friend, when if you had a cell phone, you could just call the friend. But like, they didn't have that in the mid 90s, or it was pretty rare. But towards the end of the 90s, when I think Seinfeld ended in like 98, something like that, those types of things were not as those kind of like storylines that they would have were
trying to find out a piece of information.
Exactly, 100%. That's exactly right. And there was just none of that in the mid 90s. I mean, there was. Jerry on the show does have a computer, but he's only shown using it one time in like 7 seasons. And they do talk about the internet a little bit in the show. It's a very interesting show, though, because the earlier seasons, they don't have any idea about the internet. And at the end, the last seasons, they do talk about computers a little bit and the internet. And like, but it's all in a joke. Like, they'll have a really old man say, "I've got to get on that internet." Like, they talk about it like it's like a place where you go as a resort or something. It's not like, oh, just Google it, or there's none of that. And so the way Seinfeld ended, there was the Indian episode, which was technically the third to last episode. Then they had a clip show. I don't know if you're familiar with clip shows. They don't really do these anymore. But they would just take the best clips of the previous 100 episodes or whatever and put them together. And that's a show. And then they would do, then they had the last episode, which is a 2-part episode. And people did not like how it ended. They did not like that it had this reverse episode on going to India. They did not like a clip episode. Those are usually the most.
There's no a continued storyline for each episode. It can't be that.
A little, but like Jerry never, or very rarely, ever has a girlfriend who shows up for more than one episode. And the women he had as his girlfriends all became really big actors, all of them. it was like Courtney Cox. She was on there. She became a huge actor in Friends. Um, he had Kristen Davis. She became a huge actor on Sex and the City. He had Deborah Messing. She became a huge actor on Will and Grace. I mean, these are all people who became main characters, and they all Seinfeld was like their start. There was that lady in Black Lotus. Like, she was Stifler's mom. I can't really think of her name. She was on the show, and she became a big actor. Can't think of her name right now. But they were all beautiful too. Like he never had an unattractive. But like he had like Janine Garofalo. She was on it. She was a big comedian and a very attractive woman. All of the women who were on that show were beautiful. Yeah, every episode. Yeah, every episode he just had a different super hot girlfriend, and they would all. He was really nitpicky, and so they would all have something wrong with them, and that's why he wouldn't date them. He'd be like, "Oh, she's great. She's beautiful. She has a great family. She is really, really." Everything's great with her. There's nothing wrong with her, except she eats peas one at a time, and I can't stand it. Whenever she eats peas, I can't stand that she eats one at a time. And it would be like this thing that, like, the whole episode would go, how can they go to a restaurant and not? She won't eat peas. Or like another one will be like, there's a woman who talks to her food. I can't stand that she talks to her food. She'd be like, oh, it's time to eat, Mr. Carrot, or whatever. And he'd be like, there's nothing wrong with her except that. Or a woman who would, whenever they went on a date, she always wore the same thing. And he didn't know if she had just one outfit or she was like Superman and had like 10 different of the same outfits. Those were like the storylines of it. And all these girls were smoking hot. No, I mean, they were always beautiful women. The storylines were always really interesting for the time. In fact, I mean, have you seen Curb Your Enthusiasm? All right, so Curb Your Enthusiasm, a very popular HBO show, became the spin-off of Seinfeld. Though it's not exactly a spin-off, the storylines are very similar. Yeah, Larry David is a co-creator of Seinfeld and then did Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, damn, I did not know Larry David. I thought I literally Jerry Seinfeld.
No, it's actually more Larry David. And so George Costanza, the short, stocky, bald guy, that's actually supposed to be Larry David. Larry David doesn't show his face really in any of the episodes, but he does do voiceovers on a few of the episodes. But he's like he was executive producer. He became like close to a billionaire, just like Jerry Seinfeld did, because of that show. They co-created it. It's Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld. It's a very interesting show. Yeah. And it was played so much. I mean, it's still played in LA on a nightly basis on some random channels, but it was played on all the biggest channels throughout the United States in syndication, to the point where like it was just like, I can name, Seinfeld has become to millennials and Generation X like I don't know, like how maybe Gen Z talks about Stranger Things or something like that, but they don't even talk about Stranger Things the way people like. There are Seinfeld isms that they just became. No one had heard these phrases before, but now they're become okay. So here's one: double dipping a chip, like when you want chips and salsa and you take a chip and you dip it in the chip and you take a bite and then you put the chip back in. If it's a public plate, you don't do that. but nobody had ever talked about that. And double dipping a chip became like that's a Seinfeld design. But and there are books that are published about this too. What else? I mean, there are a lot of them. What are others? Let me just look them up real quick. Seinfeld isms, like things, phrases that are derived from Seinfeld. I think there's a Wikipedia page too. So double tipping the chip, a close talker. No one had ever talked about people who talk too closely to another person. Like it was never on television ever, and we didn't have reality TV or like TikTok videos. Like no one had ever talked about the distance that you talk to another person before.
So then guys like Jerry Seinfeld also.
I think it was a Larry David.
Larry
Larry David. Yeah, all this stuff is generated like Larry David. I don't want to say all of it, but a lot of it. Shrinkage, like when you're in cold water and your dick shrinks, that was never referenced in society before. No one had ever talked about human anatomy that way. Festivus. Festivus is an entire holiday that's celebrated by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people throughout the world every year. And it all comes to it from a Seinfeld episode. Regifting. Like the idea of somebody gives you a gift and then you give that gift to someone else. No one had ever talked about that before. So there were a lot of like phrases that entered the lexicon or the vocabulary of man hands is one of them. Nobody had talked about a woman who had like really strong hands. That's a big one. So that's common within specifically Ashkenazi Jewish homes, but it was never, you never really saw Yiddish being used on television like that. Shik's appeal. So the idea that Jewish men are attracted to non-Jewish women, a shiksa, another Yiddish term, was never put on television before. Other things that they would do, like that were just different that you never saw. In terms of candy or like product placement. Product placement was really big, and they didn't really do this previously. Like shows didn't do product placement, but I can just tell you these off the top of my head: Juji Fruit, Junior Mints, Pez. Those are all entire episodes about just candy. What else? Like in terms of brands, there's Kenny Rogers Roasters, which is like a failed mid-90s attempt of a country western singer to take on KFC and Boston Market and some other places. There's Saab, there's Porsche, there's like just lots of like just off the top of my head. What other ones? I don't want to look them up, but I will. Seinfeld episodes about commercial products like Pez and Juji Fruits. So they were just in season 7. There were 150 product placements. Pez dispensers, Junior Mints, Snickers, Drake's Coffee Cake, Twix. So they just basically were an open door to getting brands in the show, and it's a really good. It was really smart of these companies to get in with that show, because I've never seen a Drake's Coffee Cake commercial ever. I don't think I've ever seen a Drake's Coffee Cake in the store, but I know Drake's. If I ever hear Drake's Coffee Cake, I think of that Seinfeld episode. It's the first show that I'm not sure if this is true, but was Seinfeld the first show to really do product placement? I'm sure it wasn't. There are others, but it was like Did Jerry Seinfeld invent display advertising? Seinfeld is widely credited as revolutionizing the practice by integrating real-world brands as central comedy fodder and plot drivers rather than subtle background elements. Shows like Seinfeld popularized the use of specific items like Junior Mint's Snapple and Drake's Coffee Cake to enhance realism and humor, a strategy that marketers later adopted as a model for modern product placement. So that's something with it. If you watch shows before Seinfeld, they wouldn't talk about stuff that you would really see in the store. And many times that had to do with competing advertisers. So, for instance, let's say if you watch shows before Seinfeld, you won't see people in a television show drinking Coca-Cola. They'll drink maybe something that just says cola, but not Coca-Cola. Why? Because maybe Pepsi's an advertiser of the channel, of the station, and Pepsi doesn't want to be sponsoring a show that's featuring Coca-Cola. So everything was really generic before Seinfeld, and then with Seinfeld, it got they went over the top of product placement, where the characters are doing everything that they can to find a Junior Mint or whatever. Like the whole show revolves around Junior Mint or Pez or Snapple. Anyway, these are fascinating things, and I'd love to continue to talk with you about them. But I want to know: are you ready to lose? Okay, I see how. Doug, I see how it is. I have a podcast to do at 7 a.m, and I think I'm just gonna stay up all night. And then I've got another one at 1 p.m, and I think I'm gonna just stay up all night. I slept till 3, and when I do that, it's like I got to get my hours back. So I will send you an invitation in one moment. So, what are your favorite TV shows, Riser? Phenomenal. And some might say it's better than Seinfeld, and I don't know if I'd go that far, but they actually on one of the Curb Your Enthusiasms, they did like a Seinfeld reunion, and they called it "The Closest You're Ever Going to Get to a Seinfeld Reunion" is the name of the episode. People have been wanting there to be a Seinfeld reunion since it went off the air, and they haven't done one. Mainly because I think the actors feel like, why touch perfection? Maybe it's not really a perfect show, but a lot of people considered it to be a perfect show. And the other actors have made money doing other things. But they all made a lot of money on it. And but there is one episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm that has Jerry Seinfeld, Jason Alexander, Michael Richards, and Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and it's amazing. It was like seeing Seinfeld in 2010 or something, and the episode is something like George invents an app. He becomes like a millionaire or a billionaire. And one of the things, George is always trying to get money, and he becomes a billionaire or a millionaire by inventing an app that allows you to find available public toilets in New York City. George in one episode knew where all the great toilets were in New York City, and this app would allow you to find it. And there's like, yeah. It's like a show within a show that they do. and there's one episode. It's like the season finale of season 4 or 5 or something, where they have the whole Seinfeld cast in there, and it's the Seinfeld set, and they're like doing the lines like they would have on Seinfeld, except they're the actors playing the characters. It's not like the characters, meaning Jerry Seinfeld. Well, that's a bad example. Jason Alexander plays Jason Alexander on the show, and then plays George Costanza, but they refer to him once they hit cut or whatever as Jason Alexander because that's his name, or Michael Richards or whatever. Another really interesting thing about Curb Your Enthusiasm that's different than any other show is they do not the people on it don't memorize their lines. They're basically told the way that the scene is supposed to go, and then it's all improv, which is unlike any show previously. So what does that mean? It'll be like, all right, Larry David has to buy a car, and he's got to negotiate with the car salesman, but they don't give them any lines. So Larry David will be like, all right, I want this car. And the car salesman's like, okay, but what about this other car? And Larry David will be like, I don't want the other car. I want this car right now. And the other person's like, okay, fine. You want this car. That's great. Larry David's like, all right, so I just write you a check, and then I can just, you give me the keys, and I leave. And they're like, oh, it's not that easy. And then Larry David will be like, why isn't it that easy? And they're like, well, it just isn't. And Larry David's like, look, if I go to the store right now, I go to Starbucks, and I swipe my debit card, I get the coffee right there. I don't have to go and sit down with the barista and have a 2-hour conversation about financing. I have the money. I want to pay for it right now. And they're like, well, it just doesn't work that way. You have to understand, sir, that there are warranties. And Larry David's like, I don't want the warranty. I don't want it. Right now where it says warranty, boom, I don't want it. So that should cut down 45 minutes of our discussion. What more do you need? And they're like, well, you have to understand that there are other packages that we can add to this. And Larry David's like, I don't want the other packages. I want this car right now. And they're like, well, you have to understand, Mr. David, that this car is just the showroom version of it. We have to actually order the car for you. He's like, I don't want you to order it. I want that one. This one right here. And they'll be like, well, you have to understand that there are some things that we have to do to the car before we can actually have you take it. We want to make sure that it's tuned up for you and everything because it's been sitting in the showroom for a few weeks now. And he's like, look, I don't want any of that. Literally, how much is it? And they'll be like, $25,000. And he'll be like, I'm going to write you a check right now for $25,000. You can call the bank. You can check it. Do whatever you want. I'm going to take this car, and I want to take this car within the next 5 minutes or I'm leaving. And they're like, well, sir, it just doesn't work that way. And he's like, fine, I'm out. And he'll take his check and walk out the door. And that's a scene that they'll have. But they won't ever have like like they'll just be like a plot, but they don't have lines. They just improv the lines, which is a really interesting aspect of the show. Does that make sense how I'm describing it?
Yeah. Every scene is just intro.
Yeah.
Genre.
Exactly. And it's because Larry David doesn't want to have to be memorizing all kinds of scripts and things. Here's another thing about it that I don't like about the show. I actually don't like this part of the show at all, but it is what it is. Every season, except the last season that came out like a year or two ago. Yeah, I binged it on the stream. I also binged Seinfeld on the stream. I binged Sopranos on the stream. Like basically Game of Thrones, like a bunch of them, but I didn't really pay too much attention to that. If it was a big show, I wanted it to be a part of this because I feel it's art, and I want all the world's art to be on my stream. And I also want somebody who watches this stream, I don't know, in 10 years or 100 years or whatever, if they're a fan of, I don't know, Home Improvement or Friends or something, they'll get excited to know that I actually watch those shows, and it's like a reaction video that I have of it. Okay, so here's a really interesting part of Curb Your Enthusiasm that I didn't really get when I first saw it. Normally, you have a show like Seinfeld or Friends, they have sets, right? Like, it's like you're used to them going to the same place or whatever. Curb Your Enthusiasm, every season they buy a new house, but they don't talk about changing the sets. What do I mean? So, Curb Your Enthusiasm is shot differently than most shows. It's not shot on a soundstage generally. It's shot out in LA. Even though they may close down and get permitting, they may close down a street or something. It's shot out in the world and not on a soundstage. And every season that they do Curb Your Enthusiasm, they end up like renting a house or leasing a house for like 6 months or something. And they're usually these really big, nice houses that you'll see in the Hollywood Hills and stuff. But the neighbors always complain when they're doing the shooting of the show that, hey, you have to shut down our street, and we don't like that. You're basically becoming you're an inconvenience to us, and these are very powerful people. And so what ends up happening is every season the show has to change houses to another house somewhere in LA. And they never talk about it, or maybe they might make a small joke about it, but you never get used to like, oh, this is the Curb Your Enthusiasm set, because it depends on the season that they're going to have it. And I just have always thought that's interesting, because with like any show, Sex and the City, Stranger Things, Game of Thrones, even like they have like a set. You're used to like whatever the castle looks like on the inside. Well, this show's a little different. It's just a different house every time, and they don't always explain it. And I don't like that element of it, because I get used to the sets of different shows, and they bring comfort in things. And just for whatever, well, because Curb Your Enthusiasm is shot in such a way that they can't have that continuity. Dude, Curb Your Enthusiasm actually saved a man's life. You're like, how did this happen? So there was a guy who was I want to make sure I get the name right. I don't want to tell this story incorrectly. Curb Your Enthusiasm saved a man's life. Curb Your Enthusiasm saved a man's life. Okay, Juan Catalan was exonerated from a murder conviction, and spared the death penalty after unused footage from Curb Your Enthusiasm proved his alibi. The incident. In May 2003, 24-year-old Juan Catalan was arrested for the murder of 16-year-old Martha Puebla, facing the death penalty. He claimed he was at a Los Angeles Dodgers game with his daughter at the time of the crime. The evidence. Catalan's lawyer, Todd Melnick, discovered that HBO was filming Season 4, Episode 7 of Curb Your Enthusiasm at Dodger Stadium that night. Footage clearly showed Catalan with his daughter in the stands, with timestamp data confirming their presence during the murder window. The outcome. The judge dismissed all charges against Catalan. He was awarded $320,000 in damages for wrongful confinement, and was later reunited with his family. The actual killer, Raul Rebleda, was convicted in 2008. Documentation. The story was detailed in the 2017 Netflix documentary Long Shot. Isn't that a crazy story?
That guy got crazy.
Yeah, he did.
Why did they think it was him?
That I don't know. We should add that to the list of documentaries someday. But yeah, so Curb Your Enthusiasm it's like a different version of Seinfeld, but it's the same kind of humor. There's like a Larry David. Yeah, the cast, except They have every member of the show on the show. So like Michael Richards is on a couple episodes, Jason Alexander's on a couple episodes, Jerry Seinfeld's on a couple episodes, and Julia Louis Dreyfus is on more than a couple. She's more of a character in it, but not like a main character. And they 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 all have plots, but it's not Seinfeld. Do you know who Cheryl Hines is? She's the wife of John F. Kennedy, or Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Sure.
Okay, well she plays Larry David's wife, and she's like the second biggest actor. Let me think of. I know you want a you want an invitation. I'm going to send you one in a second. I have to just. I was trying to stream on a device, and it wasn't working for me, so I had to go into YouTube and change something, and I'm going to try it. So I had asked you what kind of shows, what are your favorite shows, TV shows, or streaming shows, or whatever.
It seemed like Michael Richards did not have a lot of significant acting roles, to my knowledge, outside of Seinfeld, or at least after Seinfeld.
Well, because
He did some stuff, but I don't think he was like a main character.
Because he got canceled. You don't know about this? He was at the Laugh Factory in like the early 2000s and said the N-word, and it got on camera. So he was canceled.
Are you serious?
Oh, dude, he says it like 50 times. Yeah.
Do you think he was trying to find?
He was. And he said he was doing it for like freedom of speech and stuff, but nobody took it that way. And just watch. You have to watch it. If you haven't, you're wondering what I'm doing. Dude, you have to watch it.
Family Guy did a good job.
Yeah, Family Guy did it. Yeah. Yeah, that's how much in the psyche of the world it got.
Will YouTube even show the games?
I think so. Yeah, and here's the thing. This was very early in the digital camera world on a cell phone. It's very early cell phone footage.
And they're serving the weirdest part of animals. And the season that that's part of the dish. I said, you know, it's the weirdest part. They have no idea what it's called. In America, you don't even understand a thing. But over here, no, Ashkenaz, they're serving up on the thing. Do you do what? Yeah. So, you don't know what kind of so this kind of, that kind of, okay. But look at the size of this thing. Doesn't say on the menu. Look at this, yeah? That's a new phone. So we're thinking. Exactly right.
This guy's going done.
A lot of people don't eat because we don't have no. You can do nikur, you're allowed to, but we don't have the great Messiah. We don't know how to do it well. So somebody knows how to do it well. But it's people that really are good at it, and you learn them, so you should eat it. There's no problem to eat this if this is in nikur. Well, if I can't just say, and somebody say, no, even if he's very good, I don't have such a Messiah or whatever. Okay. Make it easy. That's the local rep. Well, if I can't just say, So we have a problem. Each one is gonna have a problem with our store. How come we can't be united for the nation? How come we can't be united for the safety? All my law will say, so again, what's the right going to do with what Rhoda says? Rhoda says, look, it says at the end of the right, said that if you drop on the finance, then you give a face. It's a matter that if you have a guy that constantly comes in and out, then it's perfectly fine. Well,
Wait, that's it. Oh, geez, this is not really going back to the state.
One time I had the findings. With all the controversy, what you're going to do with the ratio is seen. But all the time you can see them with Shapiro.
It made it worse that there is literally a flag by You can't say that.
One of the comments says, if cell phones didn't exist, that probably would have been an urban legend. And now watch the Family Guy version of it. But did you see, like, it's a very early cell phone.
Is it the apology?
There are two of them, I think. So Michael Richards did an apology tour, but it never. No, it's I think it's Family Guy moment number 28. Kramer stand up. Oh, there's this. Okay, so I would watch Family Guy moment number 28, Kramer stand up comedy scene. It's very short, and then we'll watch the apology.
It's literally 6 seconds.
So
I didn't show.
no. So before, I mean, it would just be bleep, bleep, bleep. Okay, so I would then go Michael Richards' apology because he went on the Late Show, and then we'll watch the Seinfeld one or the Family Guy one. It's actually pretty long, but he had to do. He had to do like this whole tour of apologies, and he lost his career. However, he's still like one of the most beloved television characters ever.
PC. That's such a shame taking it.
There's a lot over here. Some things are not. I went to sound yesterday. You know what's going on here, right? A lot of people are upset. The stadium. 20 miles down the road, but also, they're concerned for these suicide drones. They seem to be firing this threat to Lebanon, and they don't want to do that. That's what they said. It's for people that have power. But anyways, here, let's play on that.
I'll be right back.
Now we understand the subject, we can move on. A lot of everything in this one.
The fact that you said, yeah, man, Michael Richards didn't seem to do anything after Seinfeld. will be seen as absolutely hilarious to the future. You're just not old enough to remember, but it was like a huge deal. This was one of the first viral cell phone videos ever.
Yeah. So it's like he didn't like go out with like a set and like intent to do that. Like did he actually get pissed off and try to make like a joke out of it out of his failed hair?
I don't know. I don't think anybody who is outside that room knows. And it's one of the reasons why stand-up comedians today and some stand-up venues do not allow cell phones because of this incident. Like Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership, no cell phones. Why? Because he doesn't want an incident like this. Basically, Michael Richards, if this didn't happen, he's going to be from 100 millionaire to close to maybe a billionaire by the end of when all the Seinfeld money pans out. And he would have been able to do. So he had a show called The Michael Richards Show that debuted shortly after Seinfeld ended, but it just never got any traction. Julia Louis-Dreyfus did a show that didn't get much traction, though I thought it was brilliant. I watched it. It was called Finding Ellie or something like that. And what was really interesting about this show, unlike any TV show you've ever seen before, in the very corner, they had a countdown. So each episode was like 22 minutes, and in the first season, they had a countdown. And you would know exactly when the episode was going to end. And it was just fascinating. Like, it was very breaking the fourth wall. Like, we're gonna let you know when this episode ends. But that was never very fun. Watching Ellie or Finding Ellie.
Watching Ellie?
Yeah. And it was really interesting. The show was in real time, so it wasn't like it was fascinating. But it never panned out. Then Jason Alexander did a show, something, I forget the name of it. It never worked. Jerry Seinfeld didn't do that. The biggest thing he ever did was comedians in cars getting coffee, and he doesn't even need that money. He just does it for fun or whatever. Now, Julia Louis-Dreyfus did have two hits after that. She did Veep, which was giant. She won like Best Actress like for the Emmys like every year when she did that, and she did something else too. There's one episode of Seinfeld where Jerry Seinfeld's like a billionaire, and he's actually like the third wealthiest person in this one video or this one scene. So he dates this one woman in one scene, and the issue is in this scene with this woman is she doesn't share toilet paper. Like basically, Elaine and this woman go to the bathroom together, and Elaine's like, "Hey, there's no toilet paper in my stall. Can you please pass me like a square of the toilet paper?" And the woman's like, "I'm sorry, I just can't spare a square." And that became a phrase, sparing a square. And Elaine's like, "I can't believe you would date this woman. She is flaunting. She's like not a sharer. Like, how could you date this?" Anyway, Julia Louis-Dreyfus comes from a French banking family, and she's like multi-billionaire family. And then this other woman married the owner of he did something else, but she married the owner of the Atlanta Hawks. So basically there's this one scene where Jerry Seinfeld, who's a billionaire, actually is the poorest person in the show. And that's kind of a hilarious thing. Anyway, Michael Richards his career never recovered from that, and still hasn't recovered from it. And he doesn't even do stand-up anymore. And Jason Alexander ended up doing Broadway. Had a successful Broadway career. Julia Louis-Dreyfus did 2 shows after that. Veep was the big one. So she had success after it. And then Jerry Seinfeld did Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee, and then also did stand-up, which he had always done. And then Larry David did Curb Your Enthusiasm. And one of the other guys, his name is Larry Charles. He was one of the producers as well, and he went on to do movies. Nothing super big, I don't think, but he did like Religulous, I know that, with Bill Maher. But I want to think of.
Do you think Kramer was the funniest guy in all time?
I think it's George. And that's a very good question. I'm going to send you this invite right now. The reason why I say that, I'm in the Seinfeld subreddits, and they did a poll on this like last year. Who is the funniest person on Seinfeld? And George ended up winning, and Kramer got second. And third was no. I was gonna say, and I agree with that. To me, George has the most amount of funny lines, and he's the most, to me, relatable character from a stamp, like, I don't want to say relatable, but like most realistic character. Jerry is always dating these really pretty women, never has to go to work, never is unemployed, never has to work with, never has to like worry about anything. His parents live in Florida. He visits. Oh, I guess they do go to Florida in the show. I forgot about that. They go to Florida sometimes, but even those sets are, even they have sets for that.
So now we're going to go through, until we get to it. First, we're going to do the other part. The Torah that they don't keep. And then we're going to go to the keep and not in the Torah. It's how you're not discussing the Torah. Yeah. That's why I left people away. Exactly.
Good dog. But yeah, I can't tell you what Michael. They did a Nathan for You on Michael Richards. Do you remember this? The plan was to have Michael Richards leave a tip at a it was at a at a diner. Yeah, exactly. And then it turned out not to be like, and it was just like, how easily can we get something on the news? What is this bullshit?
The fishing became the cookie with this from the market of Hamid. They don't know all the cookie mitzvah. And also, I love this nice. There's a guy that was trying to get into the brisket tapuya. 1 year, 2 years, this is not right. Finally, after 5 years of begging, he said, you know what, this year, see you. This year you're bringing in the news for us. The red list that's been taken for years. You stand right over here and you hold the power. That's what you do. You hold the power when I trust you and you have to go to the back and piece because that is a piece of break. So what do you mean we get the power? See the nail over there? Put on the nail over there. Why not? All the years we have nails. You want to come, you want to do it. So we give you hold the power. That's the cooking mitzvah. That they
Michael requested it a year ago, and it only has 90K views.
That's incredible.
He's done a few podcasts like something else.
He doesn't need to. They made so much money on that show. It made, I think, both Jerry.
Whereas the fans that don't hear this, he had to hear it 3 times.
He only said it 3 times. They always made it out to seem like he said it a whole bunch of times. But, there was another woman around that same time, Dr. Laura Schlesinger. She had a huge following on the radio, and she, for freedom of speech, she basically said, like, it was something like, why can people of a certain race say the N-word, but other people can't? And she ended up saying the N-word like, and on live radio, and she had to give up her show because of it.
Yeah.
So when a pussy does something, it's
Do you agree with
No, I think that in the right, I'm a freedom of speech absolutist, so I believe anybody should be able to say anything that they want. However, it is fine for people to not want to purchase your product or watch your show or whatever it is if you use them. Actions have consequences.
So why can't I use it on the single? What's the answer? What's the answer? What does that mean? Who's the definition of
Do you think Kramer's charter Michael was kind of funny?
I think he panicked.
Says the Gemara. Now the same Leviki B'Shimor. It says in the Pasuk, "Ushmartem Samatzois is a piyuv d'oraisa." To say, to think, l'shem matzos mitzvah. It's not enough on the night, the first night of Pesach, just not to have hummus in your mouth. You have to have in mind that it's l'shem matzah. It's a what?
He wasn't traditionally known as a stand-up comedian. He was known as a character actor, so he was doing stand-up just to kind of stay relevant. Oh, that was great.
This is a good one that we found. Usually in the back maybe the Irish had a bunch of Russian ones in there. And then the guys go, L'shai matzis mitzvah, and all these Russian names, L'shai matzis mitzvah. This one is better. This becomes a song. It's like, oh, really? It's not this. You spit is not it. That's what he says. Okay, here. Very good. So,
Garbage.
I thought you didn't know how to do that. And I love and the carrot is yes. Because it doesn't really say this very well. You have to say this in my slits. Or when you say this in my slits. But at the end of the day, yes, the match should Rabbi Jimmy, so over here, the key Bishima. What does Shima mean? The Shema Mitzvah. I'm sorry. Mount Satan of the Kiva Shima from Mashmalon, they do the Shema Mitzvah. So what does Shima mean? The Shema Mitzvah. Remember lots of ice in the Shema Mitzvah? They don't know the nuances in the mitzvah, like when the components when it starts cracking. So somebody will be Shima. So you hear the word Shima, the voice will pay attention to the utensil and the lens. But here Shima means to make sure that it doesn't become common. Not the Shema Mitzvah that said 2 lines in the top. Over there, Shima meant you have to say the Shema Mitzvah. Over here it means Shima, you don't let the comments come in. This is sad, but it might have a lot of truth to it. They say about Shuba, always feels like inferior. Like when we become like when we part not 100% of the FB, they even say FB like super brutal, you know, FFP. They say when does the mamish feel like the FFP? When it's like shooting and shul, no gravity. Because when he comes about Shuba, the killer came on in the shul, they understand the important after a few years. So, when Mitchell's eating with Kusim, higher than that way is Israel. This is not like more. That's tomorrow. What's he adding there? When Kusim does a mitzvah, he's better than an Israel, than a regular Jew. And it's not a Tanakh. That's what the Tanakh says. You're allowed to eat his mindset. So now we're starting. We're getting there. If it says we're foolish in the Torah to do mitzvah, and they don't do it, all of the Kusim don't do it, but you do. Can you rely on him? That guy was solid. It says we're going to do football, like she, maybe she or even though they don't keep it, you can rely on it. So this is all about if it's something that they keep, then you can rely on it. If they don't keep it, you can't rely on it. It says it in the okay. So what do you thought? That all mitzvah, every mitzvah that a Kusi keeps, he's better at it than the Jew. So the word home is not good. What it should say is if. The key word is if they are Mexican, then we can rely on them. Not all mitzvahs, but it's not true. Not entire mitzvahs in the Torah. It's only the 50 or whatever mitzvahs that they keep in the Torah. So if. Well, this is everybody. And I really see them. Nowadays, this is what we're looking for. It's not the portion of the Torah, but they keep it like shitting birds. Since it doesn't say it, it doesn't help you that they keep it because it's not the portion of the Torah. It's not strong enough. So by Shkidasai, since they keep it, even though it's not in the Torah, it's very strong, and you can eat chicken that comes from a pussy factory. Move up. You just learn that Israel Mumar to eat the haylogs a Mumar who eats the haylogs with the oven. In other words, he's not a bad guy. He has a problem with his Zara, and he likes a good straight pork, tasteless. So he could actually be a. So let's remember, this is the Rabbi that we're going to be talking about. Rabbi said, even though he eats cheeseburgers, but it's happening, you check the knife, you give it to him, he's a perfect chef. What's inside? If they get married in Zura, if there's in front of them, it's got 2 options. The Shabbat he will not abandon the Hector. At the end of the day, come from a food. He's not going to hold stuff besides cheeseburger. Now, if you have to have a cheeseburger and a Ken's Diner burger right next to each other, it's called a burger body, also from the Great Chicago. He did the Great Chicago. If it's far away, whatever, then he what do you see? At the end of the day, even though you're Rabbi, consider them from Yidden. Yes, nobody. Okay, he's a brother Ganani. Then why do you have to check the knife for him? He's not going to use a bad knife. He's not a bad guy. He says a little Yitzhar guy. Yeah, but such a Yitzhar guy. that breaks so easily for a cheeseburger. Look at the car. They're going to go out of his way completely to make sure that the knife is good. So you have to give him a good knife.
How many things are left?
That's also part of it. That's why in the last video you saw, there's a $3.99 burger and a $10.99 burger. They had the $3.99 that's still in the oven still. No, it's not his loss. He's a shortcut. He's a point of view. So I have a right view of the water. Guy that's off the zero for one thing. He just eats cheeseburger with everything he really is fluent. He keeps chopping the whole thing. He just eats
It may have been a very strategic piece of luck across the excellent maybe you have a
eat his comments after Pesach.
Excellent job.
Now, the Israelis got this because they speak only the American also.
That means that you have a Z.
Change out your comment. They'll switch it out with the guard. They take the comments over level Pesach. All comments that stays in the and they give it to the guard. And they get in return random comments from the guard. Shehem Machlitim, does it mean they do it 100% or they sometimes do it? Is it a Sabbath or a Vada? Shehem Machlitim. Vada. Good. Shehem Machlitim is Vada. That's what the Gemara is going to say.
Oh no, I could have played that one over.
They could have said
Damn it.
Yeah. Shehem Machlitim, they didn't do it. This is what they do. So what do you see from here? You see that in a case that the Gemara is going to figure out, but I'm just stopping here to point out. See that if it's easy to do something, don't do it. They don't do a very deliberately to get you upset. Because it's convenient for them. What if it's easy for them just to switch out the comments with the guy the next day, we go to the store, here, take my comments, give me new comments, you can rely on it. So, Ruah, what about your Yehudi? This goes to the defense of Yehudi, all my comments got to their rights. Yehudi is of the opinion that comments that read the whole Pesach, after Pesach, you're not allowed to eat it. I let my car to like a roof on Pesach. Because this is you have a whole batch of brand new cookies in the front seat. We left to America like 2 weeks before we really took the car. I sold it, right? That it was being covered on Pesach. So that's how much over the Pesach. Muktari, we didn't say Machlitim.
I don't know if
Their rights, one of you eating that comes to be their rights. And it says you can rely on it. Why? Because they switch it out. How am I trying to get there? You see that a guy that has a Yitzhar problem, he will, if it's easy for him, he'll switch it out.
what the fuck? 72?
The champ's here. The champ's here.
That's a win.
What a comeback.
Maybe there's a shimmy tomorrow, who knows?
It's good.
That 1 year with you spoke also
What a comeback.
And that's why I can rely on this Balavera. Why? Because we can name it the Rabbanon, right? We can leave it. It's only the Rabbanon, so we allow you to eat this pot. So, no.
You had the Q. You had
Does it say the word Shani Omer? And that would mean maybe he switches, maybe he doesn't. It says maybe Shema Fleeting. The guy that eats cheeseburgers 100% switches out his comments. You see that even a guy that does a few favors, you can rely on him 100%. Even into the Rabbanon, I'm going to make my guy even stronger. You don't show me what it is, but it's my favorite guy. The Vadi Machlitim, they 100% switch it out.
You had the Q, you had the Z.
And it's a simple that you're not allowed to come after Pesach. They go ahead and they go.
Why didn't you play it on zone with the ONE, 2 L, near Boney and Wee? Like, but you could have played it down too. You could have played double 2L. would have been like 40. You play zone to the right, and then if you had like an A, Zod, which would have been like 40 points.
I got the details wrong. The point is, people die from Mila. Kids die from Mila. Now, if two brothers die from Mila, then it's not the male's fault. It's something in maybe the blood of the congeal, who knows what. That's what happened. They can chase the dad. Let's throw that in the news. You know how they say the band gets it, the band is full. Yeah. Okay. Says the Imam. If he cannot perform, if he can't perform a prison, his brothers die. So it's not his fault. He's a complete Yisrael. There are some halachas that
Folks at home, if you're watching this, I straight up stole this game. I was down the whole time.
He's an anti-risk. That's why he doesn't have it. If you saw that, Muma was double F, they have a Muma, it's not third cooler.
Straight up stolen.
Okay, I was 7 years old, I guess
The J was a double letter. And then it was a trick. Yeah.
He's a Muma race. He's a Muma product as well. Okay? So Muma race. Someone Muma double F. They have a Muma called what?
just pass. Really sure.
He's all the same guy. He's a very good friend of mine.
You have this strategy that if you pass or something. Oh, dude, you could win if you had something like that V.
So we're talking about a guy, that's he's over one Avera. He doesn't care about one thing, about this Mila. You could rely on him for everything else. It could be a shot. What happened when we caught over? Let's see what it says in the end. We have things wrong, Mama. Yisrael, who's off the derek, he's in a lot of your shot. The double, what do you call me? He's moving the double at hug.
It's two V's at the end, and then
We're talking about our cities about the day. No, not really there. I know more like rails. So what's the difference? He doesn't keep Shabbos and he doesn't keep Rismino. They both don't keep one thing. You could be son of a guy that doesn't keep Rismino.
that's three passes. That's three passes.
It's not disqualified. That's not a thing. It's not a thing. Okay, well, you can think whatever you want, but that's not a thing. Folks, if you're watching at home, I straight up stole that game.
So it's a great ride throughout. It's not a good ride. I'll tell you that over there when it talks about
I'll let you go first without any swaps.
He was a dog-berry Keter dog. When a person does the same Avera over and over, it becomes like a habit to him.
I can see why you said that was devastating, because that game is over.
He says that those came on. Look at the two. Some of them step on. Those came on. He also comes from the foundation of a person's
I
life
think
when it comes to you see the Swiss line, you only see the Kabbalah people have when they see the Bracha. It's a lot stronger usually than Brooks and Fire.
Do you see Lena the Plug and Adam 22 are divorcing? I hate that I know this knowledge. Yeah. I should tell you what Brendan Schaub's thoughts were on the Backrooms movie. Male with two L's?
Yeah, I know.
That's not a thing.
I've never seen it. Even Google alone acknowledges the word.
Dog, that's garbage.
So, hello. Woman, I believe these are doing a tremendous thing. If I would have actually maybe in the beginning of this year, a guy who does have a desire, goes to Koil the whole day, but at night he goes and he does a shtickle of a desire. Because to the mean fee, you're like, we're worse than the word. Because I don't believe in everybody. I believe in something else. Rabbi says, yeah, not a problem. Because Rabbi got Rabbi Shmuel Yisrael, we'll have the desire, we'll have the shkita, you're allowed to eat the shkita. Why? Yoshua was a king. He's a tzaddik. He tried to get rid of Avodah. Achab was a big Avodah. The Gemara understands that his only power was Avodah. And in those days, the idols of Avodah were so great. And when they came together to go to war against Adam, it says over there, he benefited from the suda. He ate his meat. This guy's up in Zarnit. He ate his meat. He's back with the apple, so the buck on the road, you get a tremendous amount of steaks. With Lama Shahima and everybody that he brought with him. By Siseu, no, how would you translate by Siseu in English?
Brennan Schaub.
No, I wouldn't use that word. Review. He manipulated him.
He said something like, the one guy. Oh, dog, he didn't even see it. Somebody else was giving their opinion on it, and he's like, "Yeah, sounds boring. What else you got?"
He persuaded him. He enticed him in a bad way. Yeah. Okay. Manipulate. I like manipulate.
Does he ever talk about
All the time.
Yeah. That's later on. We're gonna see that. He's still there.
What are his top 10?
I think he likes Forrest Gump, but everybody likes Forrest Gump.
Maybe checked it for him.
That was good.
He made him a lot of steaks. Like the guy's house, he gave him some for the fish, he opened up the window, threw it out the window, or he put it on there, he gave it to the dog. Who says he ate it? The Duman is observed, never lay off it. He says the Gemara he enticed him, he manipulated him, whatever the word is. So in other words, he actually ate. The Duman bar, maybe enticed him with words. Says the Gemara, I saw some bar. That's David Salman spoke yesterday. David Salman from Miami. Every night this food made out. I said, stop with the food. See if anybody comes for the shear, not for the food. He gives the schmack stuff. No.
What else? He doesn't talk so much about movies, but shows. He loves Stranger Things. He's like all about Stranger Things. He loves Yellowstone. He loves Ozark. He loves anything that is like serial killer related. He loves that shit.
Every day, like the best of the best. That's the name of that chicken place over here. Schnitzel from here, sushi from there, every day something. We did going what? We get cookies. Now, você vai ser boy. Where are you?
Does he look Jackson?
I think so.
He'll manipulate or seduce you, whatever the word is. So you might Bakil is over there also. This is our people will get you off the derech over there because actually you have to explain it was his food and drink. But say that this is saying what about it. When Eli this is about Hakadosh Baruch Hu, but this is saying and Hakadosh Baruch Hu can't teach. No. This is you're right. But first Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Malo Shani, then you're right. It's not about it. But with human beings, the way to get them today also business. Bringing back the restaurant, you sit down. The meal, I mean, is more inclined to go with the word. Says tomorrow, maybe he drank, maybe they need. But you drink the yain that's over there. Says tomorrow, that means more. I gotta show you this video. It's a must. Here. It's very nice. This is a Yoshi special. There's a mezuzah on the door. This is your shofar. He's not showing his face. He's a tzad. He's Afar. He's showing his face. The two kings, Yehuda and Yisrael. Look at those shawarmas in the background. Sister. Tomorrow we'll have no music. Okay, they went to war. We're almost done. We'll stop soon. Says Gemara, my you'll have to drink his wine. Why does not? So what's the big deal? So he ate because he's not a mover. Just because he did have a desire doesn't mean he does bad shkita. So Gemara, what's the right? Drinking wine is stam yain. But at that point, time in history, it wasn't Austria. Maybe the fact that he ate is a raya that maybe I could say that but the Zara, once you do one thing like a Zara, it's also for you to eat it. It's impossible that he just drank. If you think about it, it's not such a Jewish thing just to drink. So they go to a party, they can sit for 3-4 hours to drink. It's not such a maybe
I'm gonna swap.
Just drink. Before I say more, we'll just finish this. Like he's about BCC, it says. He shefted and he convinced him. See, so he did it. Rabbi side have a wonderful
Not a word.
Don't you worry.
Not a word.
Not a word is right. are you gonna play though?
We'll play a big play.
Welcome, holy guest. A tremendous mazel tov here in MDY. One of the first people, Nadav Avisayansky, his son, Zev, who's a part of this year, had his first boy. Today's the Puris. It's Avi's first anicle. And we have the Zayda, the Alta Zayda, one Alta Zayda is over here. Avi Kanyaski's father. And the second one, it's a cancer. And you guys, the whole, and we have the uncle somewhere. Where's the uncle? Oh, you can see it over there, Shia, all the. We have Ellie. The guy.
Working on the horizon.
היום, החודשים יום, שנים 4 שבועות, ושלושה ימים, או אימר, לא אימר. When this had an opportunity of a lifetime sponsor of Perry for a doc, then the official edition of Second Schooling, Volume 2. Only 3 broken available. Half the documents are already sponsored. The short all those who sponsored Volume 1 is getting better and better. The good news is that we have permission for Volume 2, which is 80 traders, to put in all those large
Shit sky.
As you saw yesterday, so now Rabbi say, here you go. He's 10 years old. When he was 8 years old, he thought it was hard.
It's one of the more step-by-step with charts, pictures, AI videos, and even my pops that can bring the marketplace. You hear about why work this year. And the best part is they don't have anywhere in the world. Best time to start is now because this will be out to the side. So you can jump in fresh from the beginning together with everyone. If I came to 478,000, you can definitely start with only one. Come from thousands of other people, such as truck drivers, businessmen, doctors, rich schwappers, to join the doctor. And let's hope this day comes soon so we get all of your information. Nice ball watching. Cheers, boys.
All right, you're gonna still put him into the contest. We're gonna see more of the contest. Rabbi side, this is, I forgot his name. What's the one? Pillow. Oh, another one. What's his name? Yitzi from Southside in Lakewood. Everybody together. First seal in his life, and many other people's first seals. That's our tomorrow. Beautiful. You see? Go see. Southside Barbecue. Southside Barbecue in Lakewood. Okay. Good Shabbos is this from Toronto, a ninth grader in Eretz Yisrael. Toronto just finished his first Daf Yomi, so we joined Daf Yomi and we wanted to go to Toronto at the beginning of the office. We made a family scene last night and created that picture. Yosef. Shkoyach, and thank you for inspiring Yosef to grow in his new Torah and his quote, which give you the strength to hide each other like you for many years to come. With much appreciation, Zev Spitz. This Rabbi was on Friday. It's unbelievable. We had over, well, maybe slightly under 500 people live on Zoom, and well, much more than 500 people on Zoom. was 250 on YouTube, 250 on Zoom. But check this out. Some of the Zoom, each Zoom, look at this. Look at this. Nebra, Haifa, all these are all different locations on the live. Bikar, Jam had that over 40 people in Bikar, they said. The way I call every night looks like that. Hellstone, Ashdod, what? Arab Shabbos, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Feria, Hassim. One of them here, this Rabbi side, you got a big round of applause. Eilat, check this out in Eilat. It's unbelievable. Tel Tzion needs a little help. This Rabbi side gave me chills for a second when I heard it, so I'll share it with you. It's very quick and seriously, I don't remember what it was. What was it? You even remember? Just send me some. Cedarhurst Satellite Seal learning satellite location in Cedarhurst. Happy birthday, Diary Blumenthal. Special gift from the Federal of the Cedarhurst Satellite is requesting art picture of Harav David Spiegel, the Rav of the Stiebel in the 5 towns was recently nifter. Spiegel's show for delegation went to Shabbos in October. Yep. Yeah. Flatbush Seal. MDY Coffee. So, the white side of the new people, when we get to that MDY Coffee corner, the committee, that's the guy on the left, Shamsi Schlafrak, who dropped us, abandoned us for 2 weeks. Hired by 11-year-old Yankee Komarski. Crazy. 11-year-olds are doing. There he is again. So here it is. Flatbush Tavern, the holiday, Paris time within. Bad news with Paris time within. Her spindle thing that does the loom, unfortunately. What? Let's show your loom. It's gonna be us. It's gonna be a title. It's one of your best friends that broke it too. Get over here, best friend. Okay, we'll tell you later. The force had one religiously done. I'll tell you, listen. It's 18 Bavanim, literally 18 Bavanim. It's fair to say, the force had one religiously done. Official edition of the White Shot for the Scepter. The environment Scepter by Zeb and Yal Shoah. The parent by the Benedict's family. The Dr. Gimel, Joel Rachel Gedalius, with memory of Mary Gedalius, Mariam Bas, Chaim Zaman, Olat Shalom, Yossi sponsored on faith. David Salmon dedicated, the Masechet sponsor. David Salmon dedicated memory of every Mary Rich, Small Barker, Fancy Blood. I don't want to repeat it.
Kramer.
What the fuck, dude? It's called the official edition. Then we have the general Masechet, this that we're learning right now. That's what's Seven David Salmon, with Shmuel Barber, Fancy Blood. The Positive Foundation, look who came back. The voice you came back over there. The cheetah.
It's a Hebrew letter.
Foundation graduate the consortium and the Lions and only do the sport at PY. Anonymous, that's fucking broken to the guys and they get the chief Benny.
But I mean, I don't know why it would be in here.
Cheetah is called the new guys. Anonymous, for Hebrew for Shleiman, and we can see how many later by Esther. Here we go.
How many letters are remaining?
Are you sorry?
Jimmy Tyler.
Yeah, whatever.
Before Slave, I'll be Murray Parker Miriam. Weekly sponsor. You try to see the Markovich, proudly supporting the learning Spanish in honor of our parents and family. It's very exciting. Let's see where it goes. It's going to lead to a lot of things, I think, including Yiddish. Zelig is the Zeitler family
You have the X, Z, Y, this is garbage.
1 year down, 365 block learned, 23:46 to go. Hey, we don't have to.
X, Y, Z,
Yeah, but we're going to style against it tonight, but the Shabbos. And okay, here we go. We're going back. Oh, we skipped. You thought I saw your name and I went bye. Yisrael Alfred.
Oh, shit. There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it.
Michael Bernstein. We wish myself about Yoman Bernstein. MDY, kids bouncing monthly innovations all says it's close back to the Super and Vega and Ricky Yuli's back to Avocado. I didn't see the coffee corner. Do we do coffee corner? Oh, so I like everybody.
you got the Z,
Somebody came over to me and told me, first of all,
and the Q,
brought over 200 people to the
and the J. Wow.
So I think the cruise late over 200 people.
I'm probably blind.
That school is one of the hardest in sectors.
Is that, I'm right. I know
So nice. Yes. So what I can get, what's your name? From
Silence, James.
But what's your name? Spring Valley. And you? You sit next to me in show. What's your name? Ah, very good. You did learn it. Very good. Okay. Who else do we have here? Who? It's actually very heartwarming. Comes back. So I like them. Okay.
No.
Yeah. Very good. Ready to go? The voice side. Today's that people. We're going to start from the bottom. So this is what we had yesterday.
First
4 words of the Mishnah. I call it something. So the first 2 are green.
desperately rotating
First 2 green is go. It's the Kapila. In the first place, these people could be Shkita. If she doesn't change after the fact,
rotating like you're like.
Everything's I did that noise. Great. So she doesn't change after the fact. So what we need to figure out is in the first place, and we can only do it after the fact. We have 6 shitas, and we're holding all the way on the bottom. That's days and days. 2 lines from the bottom. Shita number 1 is Rabbi who says, and he's trying to share Rabbi here, let's see. All you guys weren't here last time. There's a sheriff.
I
The number 1 funny thing in the world. Everybody thinks it's a rat. No, it's this guy right over here. He's the number 1 funny. You still just hate that now? That's right, look how Philo. Someone was talking. Hey, a check. A regular animal.
Champion.
Kavanas when he's caught. So even though it's common, he accepted upon himself, not false, can't judge. You're telling me that for sure, you can't touch it. So
Where's that?
Make sure you don't touch it. Go ahead and check. What's that feeling the person? So what for the Evan? He's actually shifting touching. He's not supposed to shift touching. But after the fact, he shifted this $5,000 animal. He goes to the rabbi, what should I do? I was coming. And I brought a carbon and I shifted it. So the rabbi says, did you touch it? This is 100% I didn't touch it. Nah, without it. So then it's okay. After the fact, the rabbi's going to say, it's a good card. Throughout the sugi, we're going to have to see these three things. What's the feeling of the Mishnah? What's the idea of the Mishnah? And then the next line. The good news is that the Gemara repeats itself 6 times in a row. 30 words.
How many do you have?
Can't mean the Pharaoh showed the covenant that we just mentioned a second before. Because then it would say within. And if it's like usually it's within what that she did. So right now we're talking about Kame or Kachin. Oh, the Kurcha Shashaktu. If they shut the Kachin and somebody saw it, Shashaktu, we have to put the word there. And they saw it. The Kurcha Shashaktu and they saw it. Somebody's watching, is it and the Shashaktu ran away. So we asked the guy that saw it. You see if he touched the animal by mistake? No, he didn't touch the animal? Okay, then it's kosher. That's a kosher shot. Okay, so that's the first one. Now the Gemara asks, what kind of kurma are we talking about? What are we all seeing in the video? Did he touch or share it? Why?
Many go back to that.
Maybe he touched a dead person. So for that, we're going to see a beautiful halacha. Another Kiddush Golos. Every day we're going to do Kiddush.
Champion. Oh no, there's out there. Are you serious?
Might be the greatest. This might be the greatest comeback in the history of the game, folks. This might be the greatest comeback in the history of this game, folks. This may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of the game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. The champ's here. The champ's here. The champ's here. The champ's here. What up, Zoo? You came in at the perfect time for one of the, if not the greatest comebacks, not just in the history of literati, not just in the history of Scrabble, not just in the history of board games, not just in the history of gaming, not just in the history of sports, but in the history of the world. Welcome. What a comeback, folks. What a comeback.
And the blank tile, the Q, the J, and the X.
And I won, baby.
What a joke.
Winners win. Winners win. What do you want me to do about it? Folks, if you're watching at home, this motherfucker was using my strategies in celebration. They're celebratory strategies.
Yeah, I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna fake my dog off for this.
Right?
No, it does not take 10 minutes to get it done. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Riser's pissed. I can hear it in his voice.
Planet does it take 10
He had two.
What are you doing? Are you name chopping?
He had 2 games stolen from him. He doesn't even want to discuss it anymore. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen, folks. Straight up stolen. Folks, straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Come on, hit my ball, baby. Yeah, so it was, I agree. So Risers needs to hit our ball now. Straight up stolen, folks. Hit my ball. The perfect. Go in the water. Go in the water. It's very good.
I think you can
Straight up stolen, folks. Straight up stolen. This motherfucker was up like 100 points on me. Straight up stolen. You don't have the balls. Are you fucking serious?
I was trying to bump around the tree.
Now you're gonna give us.
Now I get to use it. Because of my generosity.
I mean, he still gets through.
No.
He would have got really pumped. And now he goes through.
I would have gotten 2, maybe. Who knows? Doesn't matter. I straight up stole back-to-back games. Straight up stole. It wasn't even close. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Straight up stole those motherfuckers like it was going out of style. Straight up stole them, folks.
Now you can get a hold.
With a rock. With a piece of glass. Whatever you want.
If you hit the tray, then we're going to
design about culture, maybe sorry with a rock. Maybe supposed to hit the tray.
I just helped him.
The poker. Oh, you didn't get the tray.
No, but I still moved the balls. Easy hole in one.
Until Rabbi you stole that goal, yes? And the rock asked
Back it up, Rabbi. Oh, Zoo.
So he said, I'll give you, I'll trade with you.
That is a harsh.
Straight in.
I'm still
Straight up stolen. Folks. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen, folks.
So just to review that video that we did the other day. Just this part.
Yeah, but.
And this explains the end of that video. If you want to throw it, if he stands far away.
Well, he gets lunches. Fish. Got the fish with some
Oh, water bump of the year. This will be the water bump.
You think so? Logistical AI today can make me look better. I guess it's difficult. All right. Something really
I'll
tell you a real quick story. I just heard it, so I'll share it from Rabbi Haber. He gave his Rothschild class to the women of India. A story that's legit to the Tower Perry. There's a boy who went for Fahar in Philly. Everybody says you're really wrong. They went with this
Yes, dude. Yes. Yeah.
Collusion. Do you all hear this? Collusion.
I'm cheering for my friend.
Yeah, collusion. That's collusion, dog.
And the boy doesn't know nothing. Zero. He got his 0 on his test. Reminds me of the young Klein, bro.
No.
The guy from that's from New York. What's his name? Ben Klein. Ben Schwartz.
Hey, Rabbi, do you know the next football comedy is on SBS? Last night?
Everybody knows that.
Everybody's like a big kid. He's massive. He knows his stuff. Okay.
Are you gonna watch it?
Dog, I'm gonna watch every fucking second of it. Straight up stole those games, folks. I'm riding such a high. When I put that one with the Z and the blank tile, and I saw it was 719, I just knew I had fucking stole it. Straight up stole it.
So they said, you're such a kid. That's the type of kid I need. Now, of course, some of you are thinking, of course, you know that show. You just go to it was a great So, I accept this guy because he knows such a wonderful and just keep it up. Hey, and this. Just for that alone. I accept him into the thing.
You might steal this goddamn.
All right. What happened to Ben Schwartz? All the way in the beginning, he's with us. He's one of the miyakim of the shir.
I hate this man.
He sent me an email. It was Mamish Harder, one of those first emails that were wow. So he went to Rabbi Yeshiva. And his father told him
Collusion.
And the tutor was so he's going to ace the Fahar. And he gets the Fahar, and him and the tutor, they learned the wrong dot. So he fills in whatever he can fill in.
Rabbi, we thought.
Cool story, bro.
He's down.
He doesn't know anybody. And the guy embarrassed him earlier, and he didn't know what himself. He said, never. 30 years, he didn't know.
I say the shadow.
Today, he found the sheer Rothschild. Today, he has an hour a day where his wife doesn't let anybody in the office. There's a sign on the door. Do not disturb from 1 to 2, whatever it is. You can't. That's his fears. No matter what.
Whatever comes down.
See the shadow.
Again, we're trying to figure out everything in the first 4 words. Hagel Shulchan seems like in the first place, which he doesn't share seems only after the fact. But then we also have the third thing in the Mishnah, what's going on with if there's a death of the watches, it's kosher. What's going on? Rabbi Robinson basically the same thing. Just small variation. Akusi is a person who became they became Gary. And my place and shots, whether they are Gary Evans
Dude, you fucked us. Dude, you fucked us. Dude, you fucked us because you took out that tree.
So I hit that tree.
Yeah, you wouldn't have made it. Collusion. Dude, go take your dog out.
I'm still basking in straight up stealing back to back. It's unreal. It's fucking unreal. My friend, you had the cue. My friend, you had the cue. You had the cue. I'm gonna go back.
I promise you, you had the cue. I tacked on the mess.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Setting is 10 minutes. Do you want to rematch?
I mean, literally takes a while, bro. Just taking out his dog or whatever, feeding him or whatever. Dog. I just wanna bask. Do you know what it is to bask?
That's not acceptable.
Okay.
Basking in the glow of two of the greatest comebacks that we've ever seen. And
I don't think playing a Z and a blank. I get it if it's big.
There was a nice here, a guy was caught red-handed.
The cue, do you know how much shit I was getting? Use the
Exterminator. He was a fake exterminator.
J,
So he did this complaint. He
X,
said,
the Z, the Q,
to do extermination illegally.
so
It's
keys,
It's better for me to say that I stole than to say I was an exterminator. She said, what are you talking about? I don't exterminate, I just spray water. So spray water, you're a guy.
I know this doesn't matter to you, but Rumble just introduced shorts. It's growing as a platform, dog.
well, they're only like 5 years behind.
I agree with you.
This guy's gonna eat it, nothing to drink.
What the absolute fuck? Okay, we're gonna give him 10 minutes, 12:23. He gets to 12:33, then we'll play again. All I know is that I would be giving you a lot of shit if you had the Z, the Q, the J, the X. I don't know how you had such a. Well, I do know because I kept playing like 2-letter words because I didn't want to waste those really valuable tiles, and then nothing was coming up to just be devastating. And then I was just holding back. Did you ever play Mario Kart with the blue shell? Okay, so in Mario Kart, not the original, but like the later versions, there are at least 3 kinds of shells. There's the green shell that just fires forward. There's the red shell, which is like a heat-seeking missile. And then there's the blue shell, which automatically goes to the person who's in first place and atomic weapons them, basically. Just takes them out. And I was basically just waiting back with a blue shell and waiting for my spot, letting you take the lead. And then when I saw that I had an opportunity, I used it.
I think you got lucky too. I mean, maybe you do like a swap in there, like how many times? And then you like swap off.
That's true.
X and the like Z and a blank or something.
I'd been holding
I
on.
played a door and then I got eyes.
I couldn't believe that there was nothing that I could play like nose, N-O-Z-E. That's not a word. There was nothing that I could play with that N and a Z. I was shocked. I was like, oh, dude, and I have a blank. I'm going to blow this out of the water. And
Knows it was
I know, but like,
I tried to play it.
I figured like maybe there's some kind of like British spelling of it or something. And there was not.
There's the Sri Lankan spelling in the middle.
Right. And then playing iron, I'm like, why would they do have like Hebrew letters in there though. So I'm like, okay, iron, that worked. And then another thing that was big was you played adore, and I played adored with the D, and it was like a double word score for two different words. It was like
I tacked on another D to my macer.
Yeah, that was big. That was big. All right. Do you want to play mini golf?
Yeah, I'm watching real care.
Okay, mini golf. I'm going to send you. You're done?
Care.
Oh. I could lose 50 games in a row, Cam, right now, and it would not take away the joy that I experienced from it. A big comeback, 2 back-to-back comeback wins. It's one thing if you just blow someone out. It's another thing if the other person is celebrating using your celebrations and you end up winning, and then you get to use your celebrations. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I
If you go to a restaurant and
I'm the champion.
Oh, fuck. No, I go, the champ's here, boom, boom, boom. The champ's here. After this game, I want you to just quickly YouTube Muhammad Ali, the champ is here, so you know what I'm talking about. Oh, dude, we both suck.
I don't think so.
Are you serious? I wonder what the record is between us and neither person getting anything.
The record for someone not.
Yeah, like how many turns we've taken that nobody's gotten. Oh, you got that. Nobody's gotten anything.
This might be a good normally they score first. Well, that is 6 turns.
You've got to get this. You've got this.
I'm concerned. The guy is concerned that the Jew's going to catch him. The hatcher guy, the guy that's working in the restaurant, is concerned that he's going to get caught. There's a computer technician that went to fix somebody's computer. He's sitting at his desk, fixing his computer, and the Rabbi comes into the room. So he stood up. So he says, "What are you standing up? I'm a lawyer." He says, "I've been doing this for a bunch of years." He says, "I always peek around people's history. This is the first time I went to someone's history was clean. Not as clean. So I'm standing up for you."
Dude, I still don't have a good shot.
I don't know, but it's a good story. No, you had to see where the problem came from, what bugs came from. What? But it's not a real look. You're allowed to, if the nigga, even a place selling wine, we're not concerned about. I'll show it, but this is an older one. This is a guy.
You have such a big, like, grouping right there.
And then what is he going to do? He's going to have to repair what he did, because it's obviously sealed, right? It's not an open bottle. So he's going to repair it. That I'm not concerned. Why?
No.
So it's going to take 2 hours. It's going to dry this time. So that's actually what the Gemara is going to answer later on. That what's wrong with being a riot? It's going to take such a long time. We're over here, it's just a slice of the knife, and he has the shush to chef. Make no mess up.
Are you fucking serious? That was so fortunate. It was a bad shot. Yeah, they had different definitions, but it's generally a hole in 2 on a par 5.
I think it's just any double eagle.
No, that's a double eagle. A double eagle is a double eagle. An albatross is, or that it would be a double eagle. An albatross, hold on. 1 under is a birdie.
Specifically, getting it in on 2 and 2 on a hard
Let me think. 1 under is a birdie, 2 under is an eagle, 3 under is a double eagle, 4 under is an albatross, and 5 under. You can't get that. So yeah, so an albatross is a hole in 1 on a par 5. That's how I know it.
I believe it is any double eagle is an albatross.
That's incorrect.
I believe, well, this is what I just read today. I believe it was double eagle incorrect. Double eagle is albatross.
No, it's a double eagle. They even say it on TV, like he had a double eagle on hole 5.
I don't think that is the technically correct term.
Did I just get one of yours in?
No, I think you bounced it.
We'll look it up after this. Double eagle and albatross. And then I've heard, there are some par 6s, and there's like a double, they have like a different name for it.
Is it par 6?
Yeah, I played par 6.
Not standard golf. And non-regulation.
Actually, no. I'm incorrect. I played a 600-yard par 5. 600 something, which is a long par 5. No, I've not. But I think they make it into a par 6 for women in junior, something like that. Because it was the first time on a scorecard that I've ever seen.
The line before, I love how we're talking about them. So the word the pool doesn't fit in.
Okay. This is a tough shot. Are you fucking serious? That was garbage. You have 2 really difficult shots. Well, 1 really difficult shot.
All those.
Oh no! Because even if I pocketed the queen, yeah, I would rather get my thing out and then have a good shot to get the. Like I could make this shot. The other shot, I don't think I can make it. These shots are really hard to make. The ones that are right up against the wall.
So I just want to point out while we're here, actually fixing a fire. You notice this is
this would be pretty new for you. Maybe not. Oh no! Stop! Garbage. You have two very difficult shots here.
Again, go back. What is
Oh,
No,
that was almost beautiful.
in the first place, go ahead and do it. It's low shade.
I mean, like
Only
mini
on
golf,
the
like none of the switches and the
Go down here, go back down on the there.
Right.
And he's a mumar. Now, there's two types of mumar. Two people that went off. There's people that do it
It's over,
because
baby. Okay,
so
so we're going to use Wikipedia as our decider on this because I've looked this up before. Albatross golf. I think it's a hole-in-one on a par 5.
And he does it because he believes in everybody.
I'm gonna go with the
He's not going to be a match with other people. He's not a guy that happens, but he's a guy that's a rusher. He does it.
An albatross, also known as a double eagle. Apologies.
Upset.
The odds are estimated to be 6 million to 1.
For a double eagle. Albatross, hold on, Wiki.
So he goes to McDonald's. But when they're right next to each other, and they're both $3.99, why are you going to McDonald's?
It's also known as a double eagle. 6 million to 1.
We're talking about a mummer, and a mummer put Chef in the first place. I can be so
Chef Maggart is the only player to have recorded multiple albatrosses in a major championship.
Are not such big Yerushalayim. Not every place that you go, you always have a guy or two that.
Hold on. Albatross golf.
So,
oh, a hole-in-one and a par 4. Okay, a hole. I still thought. Hold on. A hole-in-one. A hole score of 3 strokes fewer than a par 3 under par is known as an albatross. The albatross being also called a double eagle, or 2 strokes. A condor. A condor is an unofficial name for a hole score of 4 strokes fewer than par. Yeah.
Should be
there are some courses, like, this has always been kind of a joke. I don't think it's that funny of a joke, but what is it? You go to a guy who plays golf a lot, and you tell his wife, I bet your wife can hit the ball a mile. And the guy will be like, no, my wife's never played golf before. And you say, no, I bet she can hit the ball 1 mile. And he'll be like, look, she's never played before, and the longest drive I've ever had is 295 yards. I don't know what you're talking about. She can't hit the ball a mile. And you say, I will bet you a round of golf that your wife can hit the ball a mile. He'll say, okay, I'll bet you a round of golf or whatever. And you take her to the Grand Canyon, and you have her hit the ball off the side, and it will travel a mile vertically, and then she wins the bet. Because it's 1 mile from the top of the Grand Canyon to the bottom.
So you just need a Grand Canyon by.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe you bet somebody something, but that's always been like an old joke. I was playing this course with a friend. Oh, you were saying?
Can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
My friend was driving back from Pennsylvania to California, and stopped in Colorado. Oh yeah, we're gonna just stay in Colorado, but then because he had some crazy gun charge or whatever, and you can rent Colorado, even though he literally didn't do anything, and someone stole his gun. So I can rent in Colorado, so I can drive my sister in Colorado.
Couldn't rent what?
You should stop. Like a place to live.
Oh, okay.
So the sister in Colorado would go when you were back to California, you should stop by the Grand Canyon. It's like a 4-hour jeep. And I don't know. I was talking about the Grand Canyon. I was like, damn, that'd be a sick place to just tee off into there. I don't know if people know that before, but it's probably frowned upon and or illegal.
Yeah, it's definitely illegal.
So it'd be fun.
It's considered littering in a national park.
Is that a criminal offense?
Well, as I previously told you, I used to just hit off of elevated cliffs into the ocean. And I don't think any of my balls actually made it to the ocean. They very well could have, but they very well might not have. Okay, so you were saying, how could you get a hole-in-one on a par 5 or a par 6 or whatever? Dog legs are the way to do it. So you could have a hole that basically doubles back, and if you can hit it over the trees, then it's possible. And some guy in California hit a hole-in-one on a par 6, theoretically called an ostrich, but it's never been recorded in. So,
And then where do you even go from there to go?
yeah,
Is it larger than an ostrich?
by weight, no. Second biggest is an emu.
I thought there was there's like some crazy dinosaur that I've seen photos of from or whatever. I feel like Joe Rogan mentioned.
You mean the biggest bird of all time? Yeah. It's got these weird like arms.
It looks like a haunted dog.
Yeah. Okay, so I was playing with them. I used to play a lot of junior golf, and this was like in the mid '90s. Times were good. You could, my friend and I would play in a league, and after the league was done, we would go into the clubhouse, just a small clubhouse, and like watch like TV, and then we would go play another round, and we would only play like 9 holes in the first round, and maybe like but sometimes we would play like, I don't know, 27 or 36 holes in a day. It like till the point like we get like really bad calluses and stuff. Anyway, I'm playing with my friend, and he approaches the 4th hole of this course, I want to say. And we had some adults ahead of us, but they weren't like, they were like, how would I describe it? They weren't like super, this is like a municipal course kind of a thing. And they weren't like, this wasn't like a country club. Though we play country clubs, this was not one of the times. And we see these guys, and I don't know necessarily if they were like, I don't know, 4 of them, and maybe we were like 10 or 11, and they were like in their early 20s. And there's this hole that basically is flat for the first 100 yards, and then it goes downhill pretty drastically, and then the hole is maybe 50 yards down, and so it's like 150 yard par 3, but it's like all downhill after a certain point. But it's to the point where if you hit the ball, you can't see the green from the tee. It just dips down. And I hit the ball wherever. My friend hits the ball. And what we didn't recognize was that the people who were ahead of us were still on the green, and I saw my friend's ball veering a little bit to the right, and then um, and then like the guys, so to be able to tell us that we could hit, they start like waving the flag or something like that. Like, so if you took the flag out of the pin and waved it, you could see just the very top of it from the tee, and you know that you could go. So anyway, my friend and I are going. I hit my ball, and it approaches the green or whatever, and we're looking for my friend's ball, and we're looking, and we're looking, and we're looking, and we're looking, and we can't find this flipping ball. And I go to look in the hole, and I see it's his ball. And I'm like, no way, dude. Were you playing like a Titleist or whatever? He's like, yeah, Titleist 3 or something like that. I'm like, your ball is in the hole. And he's like, I hit a hole in one. And he's going super happy. He's like flipping out. And I saw this guy's ball off the tee, and I saw it was heading to the right. It was not heading toward the hole. It was basically heading to right where you would be walking as you walk off the hole. And I think these guys who were like in their 20s were like, hey, let's make these kids behind us really, really happy, and let's put the ball in the hole. And so my friend's running all around. I'm like, dude, you did not hit a hole in one. He's like, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I'm like, well, even if you did, you need 3 witnesses for it to be like legitimate with like, to be like published. Or maybe it was 2 witnesses or something. And I'm like, I mean, I'll be 1 witness, but I saw this ball heading not in the right direction. So he goes and runs to the people ahead of us, and he's like, did you see I hit a hole in one? Did you see I hit a hole in one? And they're like, we don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, yeah, you guys like wave the flag or whatever. And they're like, okay. They're like, whatever. And he's like, well, will you sign my scorecard? And they're just being like 20-year-old guys. They're like, sure, we'll sign your scorecard. So my friend got his name in the paper, and the bank bought him. He got $100 from the bank. And to this day, Riser, I still don't think he hit a hole in one. And I remember watching this and being like, this ball went to the right. Like, and it was a small green. It's not like you could hit the green and roll in. There was none of that. And so that was always a. So this was popular from like the early 1900s until about the year 2000 or so, that banks would, because they wanted good golfers as members of their bank or customers of their bank, they would give $100 to anyone who made a hole in one. Whether like some of them would be, I don't know, like they might be Orange County Credit Union might do it, or the I don't know, like I don't think like JP Morgan Chase did it, but like smaller, more community banks would do this because it was a great way. It was like free advertising for them. It was $100, and then you, it would be like in the OC register on this one page, or like this was just in Orange County. Well, see, here's the thing, and I really mean this. People used to have integrity, and they would not do that, and that's why you needed multiple witnesses or whatever. And people used to have integrity. I mean, yeah, what you're saying is absolutely correct. People would do that now, but people would not do that as much then. And so it wasn't like I'm not saying that it wasn't done, but it wasn't done enough to be like a scam. Today, you'd get people who would hit 9 hole-in-ones in a round and have people sign off on it. But it was not that way. It was like your name was going to have to be on this scorecard. It was going to be publicized. It was a big deal. And, golf is a gentleman's game. And you have to play the ball as it lies and, rub of the green and all of that stuff that they teach you. And it was just not something that people would do. People had integrity. Now, that changed around 9/11. That was a big thing. There have been certain waves of this. We've talked about it previously about people, the hitchhiking thing, and when that stopped being popular, people having integrity and accountability and stuff. But at least in the 90s, this was still done, and it wasn't like a scam. You couldn't hit multiple holes in ones. You might be able to take advantage of this once a year, but it was $100, which is a lot of money then to 2 10-year-olds or whatever. But it wasn't like huge amounts of money. But anyway, to this day, I don't think he hit a hole in one, and he, for the life of him, thinks he did. And I really think I saw where this guy's ball was going, and he hit into them. He hit the ball right where they would have been walking. And I could see them being a bunch of 20-year-old guys like, hey, let's make these 2 kids shit behind us and make them think they hit a hole in one. And then when they ask about it, just play it off like nothing happened. That's exactly what I think happened. But to this, so have I ever seen a hole in one? You didn't ask this question, but I have not with my own eyes. Now, here's another one that's interesting to me. And I normally don't play golf. Well, I'll hit balls by myself, but I wouldn't normally play golf by myself. But one time I did, and I was coming up on like the 9th hole of this course, and it's a par 4, but it's a short par 4. And I spanked this ball. I hit like the best drive like I had hit of my life then. And it's another hole that has a blind green. It just goes downwardly and you can't really see where the green is. And I thought I hit this ball so well that that I hit it over the hole into the putting green and like into the near the clubhouse. And I was looking for this ball and looking for this ball and looking for this ball, and I could not find it. And again, I was by myself, so I didn't have anybody else's eyes on it. And Bryce, I never thought to look in the hole, and I didn't. But the people behind me found a ball in the hole, and I don't remember what ball I was using. And it's one of those things that's kind of always stuck with me. Like I might have had a hole-in-one on a par 4, and I didn't know it because I just didn't know exactly where this ball had gone. And I didn't, of all the places it's going to be, like I'm never thinking it's going to be in the hole, but it was straight right over the green. And so I've never had. I know. And then what's the word? And use you're gonna use that. I know it doesn't. Dryer and all. It's a big process to get the seals good. I know, but it's like I didn't have any witnesses to this, and it was like a rare time when I was playing golf by myself, which I very rarely do. I usually play with other people. But I wouldn't have had anybody to sign off on it. That would have been, even if it did go in, I didn't have any witnesses to it. So, like, what am I going to do? I could care less about that. Just having somebody say, like, yeah, he did hit a hole in one. And, yeah. Well, I agree. But I just felt like it was like, I don't know, like maybe it was my ball, maybe it wasn't. It was the last hole of the course. Maybe people just left it in there or whatever. And the thing is, I just don't necessarily remember what ball I was playing. I just pulled something out of my pocket, and it might have been a ball I was playing, but I didn't have the money to like the way we would do it. I think that's how most kids are. You might go to the course with like your balls, and they might be new balls, but then you're gonna find balls, and you end up playing with those balls, unless you're playing with someone directly, you don't really necessarily always keep track of what ball you have if you have like a bunch of balls. Today, if I'm playing, I know what balls I play. I buy new balls. I'll buy the balls at the at the at the pro shop, but I got to the point though with my vision, I couldn't play with white balls. I had to play with yellow or orange balls, which is kind of embarrassing. But I could not find, especially like if my ball.
I like the pink balls. The ball
I'd play that too.
Neon.
I'd play those two. Any kind of neon ball is what I'm saying though. Because
I like the giant pink balls. The pink golf balls.
That's right, and I had a giant pink driver like Bubba Watson, and I just would do that. I played in this golf league once where my vision was really starting to fail, and I don't say it like I'm blind, but to the point where I could not see where the ball was going. And I bought this driver on like Alibaba or something, and it was supposed to be the biggest headed driver you could buy. And I also I had like new Titleist irons, and I bought like a bunch of pitching wedges and stuff. And I knew I think you can have 14 clubs in your bag, something like that. And I knew I had like 15 clubs. And I'm like, I'm going to play with 15 clubs, and I want to see if anybody fucking calls me on shit. And wouldn't you know it, I was playing in this league, and this guy's like, you have 15 clubs. And I went, you really counted how many clubs I have? Like, you're that much of a dick that you counted how many clubs I had? And I was like, it was like a trap. And it was like a trap I was setting for someone. And I'm like, yeah, I got this new driver. A trap I was setting for someone. Like, I want somebody to call me out on this. I had just gotten this new driver, and I threw it in my bag because I wanted to try it. And he was like, I've never seen a driver. He's like, yeah, I've never seen a driver that big. And he's like, is that regulation? I'm like, dude, this is just like a company league. It's not like the PGA Tour. And I knew in my head it is not regulation. That's why I fucking bought this thing, because I think the biggest head you could have is something like 330 square centimeters or something like that, and this thing was like 450. It was like a little bit like a good deal over, and I'm like, okay, so do you want me to? So if you have one club, if you have too many clubs, it's a 2-stroke penalty for however many until it's discovered. And it was like we were on like hole 4 or something. I'm like, do you want me to take an 8-stroke? Or he found it on like the 4th tee or something. And I'm like, do you want me to take a 2-shot penalty for each? Like, I'm not saying it was right in my mind to do, but I was really like, I wonder if somebody's going to call me out on this. And he's like, no, I was just curious why you had so many clubs. And I'm like, yeah. Like, I found it really interesting. Nobody counts other guys' clubs. Or like generally, it's seen as a gentleman's game. And I'd gotten this new club, and I'm like, okay, I'll try it out. Yeah, I think so too. There's another thing. I don't know if this
also like 14 to 15. That's like 14 is like such a large number. 15
yeah, I think you should be able to have 15 clubs, like an added club. I think it's fine because it makes the game more fun. I'm fine with that. I would say 20 is fine. It's more money for the club manufacturers, so they'll be okay with it. You get pushback from the PGA Tour and stuff, but it's not like your bag can't hold it. Your bag could probably hold 30 clubs most bags, and like a tour bag could hold a lot of clubs too. I was always trying to find like gadget clubs, like things that give me an advantage. Loopholes, exactly. Um, oh, I remember.
Aren't like gloves were like the club head and like the shaft are basically on like a hinge, so like widths and like snaps and shit.
I've seen that, but those are more trainers, I thought.
But I thought they help you get the ball.
I thought they were trainer clubs. Do you know what the best swing is in golf club?
The happy gun.
It is not. Like,
What do you mean the best swing? How many types of swings are there? What are the options? Oh, that's like
okay, there's like baseball swing. There's your traditional like Roy McIlroy swing. There's Happy Gilmore swing. There's keeping your arm straight swing. There's pendulum swing. There's just grip it and rip it. Like, of all of them, I really mean this. The best swing, I think, is a combination of keeping your left arm completely straight and a granny swing. And the reason why I say that, if you ever look at like the guys who play on the tour, fairways and regulation is like a really important statistic. And yeah, these guys are like whipping it like 380 yards or whatever, and that's really great. But under most conditions, you don't have to hit the ball that far, like non-PGA Tour, non-major conditions. And a 200-yard granny swing with a 180-yard 3-wood, if you can do it accurately, will get you on the green in 2 just about every time. The thing of what I'm saying is you want to sacrifice accuracy for time. And then to 1 putt or 2 putts from there. That means you don't have to have a really good short game. You just have to have, what I'm saying is, if you can get really accurate with your drives and your long irons and long woods, and short woods, I guess, you don't really need that good of a short game. Now, that's great in strategy, but you're always going to have it where the ball falls off the, like skips across the green or something like that. So you will need a short game. But what I'm saying is, if you can get it to be like you can get every fairway in regulation without an issue, like that's easy for you. You always hit the ball straight, but it's only 200 yards every time. And then you're able to hit a 3-wood, like let's say 180 yards. Well, actually, I should say you should be able to hit the driver longer than that, maybe 220, 240. But I'm saying sacrifice 240 for the fairway versus 310 and the rough, because that's when you're going to run into underneath the trees and cart paths and all that other stuff. And I think that
what's a granny swing? I have no idea what a granny is.
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so the reason why I call it that is because I used to see a lot of grannies in leagues use this swing. So you keep your left arm like perfectly like a pendulum, and you don't bend it. And like, can you see my screen? Can you see me?
Yeah.
Okay, so you basically keep both arms really sweet, really straight, and you don't worry about a really fast backswing. Like you can hold your backswing like this, and you could talk in someone's backswing, it wouldn't matter. And then you just hit the ball like that. It's like all about your downward force. So what I'm saying is most golf swings are like this. You don't do that multiple motion. It's back, and you just wait, and then just follow through. But you could wait 10 seconds if you wanted to. The only thing that matters...
That's weird. The waiting at the top.
I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that you don't gain anything by going back quickly. The only thing that matters is accuracy of the ball hitting the club head. And Thus, you want to make it as consistent as possible of that motion. Now, it's almost like in bowling, the granny bowling is the most accurate way to bowl as well, but nobody does it because it looks stupid. Another thing is the granny free throw shot. You know when they like a granny, like I call it grannies, but you know, like you take the underhand. Exactly. Exactly. That's the most accurate way to do it. But nobody wants to do it because it's considered emasculated. Which is interesting. It's like, I think there was some kind of, somebody did this in the NBA. And they were able to somewhat significantly improve their shooting. Granny shot NBA improved. Somebody was a bad. So Rick Barry perfected the technique, shooting with a career 89.3 from the line, which is incredibly high. Incredibly high. So, but perhaps the greatest basketball player of all time, Wilt Chamberlain, he was so good, Riser, from a standstill, he could dunk from the free throw line. He did not need a running start. So he could just, the free throw line, he was a 7-foot man, and he could just take a really big jump and dunk for his free throws. So they had to make that illegal, or else he would score every time. And he was able to improve his absolutely, yeah. And they had,
I thought Michael Jordan was a running start.
He would, but Wilt Chamberlain was 6 inches taller than Michael Jordan. Yeah. So, dude, if you don't believe it, then why did they change the rule because of him? It's in the books why they changed the rule because of him. Wilt Chamberlain rule change, dunking from free throw line. So, Wilt Chamberlain's ability to dunk free throws directly caused the NCAA and NBA to implement rules prohibiting shooters from crossing the... What did you say?
No. Leave him. Oh, we're good.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
So apparently before, he never got the chance to do it from just a standstill because the NCAA, they witnessed him do it with taking three steps, and they banned it, and then the NBA banned it because he was going to use it in the playoffs. So what they said,
like to shoot a free throw, he was dunking.
Exactly. He's a very big man. He scored 100.
No, I guess no. It wasn't.
Exactly. They saw him as a freshman in college attempt it, and they were like, we can't let somebody do this. So they quickly instituted a rule. Riser, guess how many points this man had in one NBA game?
Isn't he on the San Antonio team?
No. Wilt Chamberlain was in the 1950s and 60s and 70s.
In one NBA game,
he had 100 points in a game. He's the only guy to do that.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, there's an issue though. It's not on video, but there were people there who witnessed it. So he was like pretty early, and the NBA did not always videotape their games. But yeah, now, dude, this guy was so good, Riser. I'm just gonna give you a quick breakdown. So for anybody who ever tells you Kobe's the best. Shaq's the best. Michael Jordan's the best. You should know this conversation in the back of your mind. None of those guys are the best. Wilt Chamberlain's the best. Yo, dog, can you please give me Wilt Chamberlain statistics and rules that he changed that are like statistics that are considered unbreakable? Dude, get this. The average an NBA game is 48 minutes. And one season, Wilt Chamberlain averaged 48.1 minutes for a season. He played every second of every game, and then they had one game or two that went into overtime. Like, LeBron takes a break 3 minutes into every game. Like, it's just unheard of. So, his unbreakable records. He had 100 points in an NBA game. Scored 100 points March 2nd, 1962. The next highest NBA game is 81 points by Kobe Bryant. No player has seriously threatened 100 in decades. 50.4 points per game for an entire season. He averaged over 50 points across a full season. Modern scoring leaders are usually in the 30 to 37 point range. 48.5 minutes per game in a season. An NBA game lasts 48 minutes. He averaged more than 48 because he played nearly every minute and overtime periods. He missed only 8 minutes all season. He had 55 rebounds in a single game. The modern NBA rebounding environment makes this extremely difficult. He had 27.2 rebounds per game for a season. Modern leaders are often around 12 to 15 rebounds a game. So he had double that.
What did they change their rebound?
He invented the block. So before they didn't count blocks, he invented it. And then also before you couldn't have they didn't have offensive goaltending. So basically you used to be able to just tell your friend, hey, throw the ball up to the hoop and I'll just jump up and get it and like slam dunk it. And they changed so they changed it. They would basically say, well, yeah, it is. I misspoke. Before, what they would say is this: take a shot at the hoop, and I'll jump up and try to get it if it doesn't go in. Or if I see that it's not going to go in. Let me get the clarification on that, because that's a good point. What's the difference between alley-oop and offensive goaltending? What's the difference between an alley-oop and offensive goaltending? And isn't it a slight differentiation? The core difference lies in the intent and classification of the ball. An alley-oop is a legal pass where the offensive player catches and dunks the ball before it touches the rim, whereas offensive goaltending or basket interference is a violation that occurs when the offensive player touches the ball while it is above the cylinder, the imaginary ring extending upward from the rim, and has a reasonable chance to score. So is it really that clear? No. While referees often allow alley-oops that technically meet the criteria for goaltending to preserve the flow of the game, the rules state there is no difference in the violation itself. If the ball is descending and has a chance to go in, touching it is illegal, regardless of whether it was thrown as a pass or a shot. So it's very close. But they didn't have something called offensive goaltending before him. So he had. Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Can you hear me? Yo, Riser.
Yeah, so if the ball is going down, then you can't touch it.
Exactly. But not before him. Not before he changed the rule.
Wait, what is there a difference there between that and alley-oop, or they're the same thing? But the refs, it's like weird. It's like it's a violation, but the refs.
That's exactly right. Yeah, one of them is, are you passing the ball to the guy? The other is, are you trying to make this as a shot and your teammate sees that it's going to bounce out or something and then puts it back in? But it's very close.
Okay.
So he had 7 straight scoring titles, meaning nobody in the league scored more points than him in 7 straight years. He had 11 rebounding titles. He averaged 22.9 rebounds for his entire career. He scored 4,000 points in a season. He had 45 consecutive games with at least 30 points. He recorded 65 points or more 15 times. He played every minute of every game for nearly an entire season. So here are the rules that were changed because of him. One of my favorite is he used to score on the inbound. Okay, so imagine, like, you play basketball. You know when you inbound the ball underneath the hoop?
I don't know what inbounding is.
Okay, so do you know where the hoop is? Imagine there is someone who has passing the ball onto the court from out of bounds. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy used to just jump from out of bounds and dunk the ball from underneath the rim. And they were like, you can't do that. So
Is there any footage of that?
So that's the thing with him. His stuff is normally like a few things. He wasn't very much liked because he would have sex with white women, and people didn't like that. And so there's no footage of him. Well, basically, he was kind of seen as the bad boy in basketball, and a lot of his early games were not taped. And then his later games were taped, but it was after they already changed the rule. So he was so dominant, the NBA modified or emphasized several rules. Lane widening. The free throw lane was widened from 12 feet to 16 feet to make it harder for him to camp near the basket. Basically, before he used to just sit underneath the basket and wait for the rebound and then just put it back up. Offensive goaltending. Rules regarding touching the ball around the rim were strengthened because of players such as Will. Free throw rules. Will would essentially take a running start before shooting free throws and dunk the ball. The NBA prohibited crossing the free throw line before the ball reached the rim. Inbounding after made baskets. Some rules were adjusted to limit giant players from immediately scoring near the basket after an inbounds play. Perhaps the craziest statistic, in the 1961-1962 season, he averaged 50.4 points per game, 25.7 rebounds per game, and 48.5 minutes per game. No player in major American professional sports has ever had a season that far ahead of the rest of the league statistically. Many basketball historians consider Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game and 50.4-point season to be among the most untouchable records in all of sports, alongside achievements such as Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak and Wayne Gretzky's career NHL scoring records. Like, Wilt, people
Seems like he was getting the record, the Scrabble equivalent of having the Q, the X, the J, the Z, and then Scrabble just got rid of the letter. Now it's like, no one can do that.
That's exactly right. So when people are like, "Oh, Michael Jordan's the best," it's like Michael Jordan and Wilt Chamberlain played different sports. The lane changed, offensive, like, they had to change all the rules because of Wilt Chamberlain, not because of Michael Jordan. And he also,
Nobody likes him as much as Michael Jordan.
well, so the big statistic, more than all of the things that I just said, that's not the statistic for which Wilt Chamberlain is considered most famous. Do you know what the statistic is for which Wilt Chamberlain is most famous?
Playing like
20,000.
Yeah, I heard a mention of this like a couple of days ago.
Yeah, but let me clarify.
There's like some meme about a house that Matt's trying to patch up.
Yeah, let me clarify though. And so that's if you do it out, it's like 2 women per day for like 50 years or something. Here's the thing though, and I would speak up on behalf of Will Chamberlain because of this. He called them encounters. And what does that mean? He would say that I think in his book, he said, I had 20,000 encounters with women. Something like that. Well, what counts as an encounter? Meeting a Starbucks barista, does that count as an encounter? Perhaps. I mean, depends how you define encounters. And he did not want to be known for that number. He eventually had this beautiful house in Bel Air. He called it Urus Maximus or Urus. Oh, it means giant bear in Greek, I believe. And he had like everything in his house was like fur and Urus Major. He called it Urus Major, which is Latin for large bear. Or, I could be wrong on that. No, it is. Urus Major's large bear. I know that. Ursa Major. Apologies. It's Latin for great bear. And it was the name of his house. And like basically he was like you know how we watched the OJ thing and OJ had that quote, I'm not black, I'm OJ. Well, Will Chamberlain was OJ before OJ. Base, exactly. Now, I'm gonna look up Muhammad Ali, the champs here, because I think it's from the Rumble in the Jungle. The champ is here. Oh, the champ is here. It was before Muhammad Ali was going to fight George Foreman. The champ is here was an iconic declaration associated with boxing legend Muhammad Ali. It serves as both a literal announcement of his presence and a metaphorical statement of his dominance, confidence, and status as the greatest athlete of his generation. The phrase encapsulates Ali's persona as the people's champion, representing not just the boxing prowess, but his cultural impact, poetic, articulate freedom, and stance on freedom on civil rights. The most famous instance of the chant occurred in 1974, leading up to the Rumble in the Jungle against George Foreman. In a legendary scene, Ali interrupted Foreman's training session in Zaire, jumping into the ring and chanting, "The champ is here," to psychologically unsettle his opponent. This moment highlighted Ali's strategy of using psychological warfare and showmanship alongside his physical skills. And that's what I do to you in literati. I use psychological warfare and showmanship alongside my mental skill.
Alongside getting the cue and
Are you ready to play? Are you ready to play again?
You don't have the balls to sound in like
Doug, folks,
you don't have the balls.
this motherfucker wants 3 in a row.
Because you was like, yeah, I know.
I agree with you.
As a matter of fact, here in Israel, they take these out of the animal and they make air conditioning pipes. Everywhere.
Lenkin.
Looks like exactly.
Yeah.
That is tough. So somebody punches you in the neck.
Do we have
Like a muscle collapse.
You want a definition?
You don't be hard, but you like push.
yes, please. I'd like to know the definition.
I think in some Christian churches, it's like a period of time around like Ash Wednesday or something till their celebration of Easter is like known as, I think, Lent.
Yeah, that is correct.
You're gonna first pick this guy, and then you're gonna go through this.
And so,
What's bad, what's good, who can do it? How about selfish? Anybody can check, even a country. Anybody can check. Well, I mean anybody. Even a woman can check. Now, what is the question? Why doesn't such and such steal the blood, the faith?
oh, can I have that back? I can't believe it didn't put that down. Thank you.
Now, if you just look at these words, and this is what we're going to be dealing with, these words we're dealing with today and tomorrow. It's the first 4 weeks. I call it church. Anybody can church. So why is it church? Because it's church. Because anybody can church. Which we call the church. So I call church with me. Just pointing out here, and then say it over and over. Also, we look at Peter. Look at Peter means in the first place. Everybody can church in the first place. Nothing stopping us.
The foreman grills.
Yeah, he was their spokesperson, which made him the most wealthy athlete of like the early 2000s.
Why didn't they go with Muhammad Ali?
He didn't want to do it. By that time, Muhammad Ali had Parkinson's disease really badly and couldn't speak, but George Foreman was like still able to speak. But somebody turned that down. I forget who, and it cost them like huge amounts of money.
No, I don't want to join your stupid barbecue. Is it a barbecue brand?
No, nobody had ever heard of them. No, absolutely not. And it became like it made George Foreman like $120 million a year.
Why do you think they went with a boxer?
They wanted a spokesperson, and the trademark of it, or the tagline, was it knocks out the fat. Like, basically, this was a grill that had a little tray, and you could see the fat of your burgers, like, dropping down into it, and it was really good. I never had one. I don't know anybody who had one, but I would see it on TV that it would, it was like a tabletop grill. And if you had an apartment or a small kitchen and you wanted to grill and you couldn't grill outside, it was a way to grill.
I got you.
Exactly. You want to hold this? I trust you. Let's try to say everything right.
But back in the day, you'd see the list of like the highest grossing athletes of the year, and George Foreman was always number one. Michael Jordan was two. Tiger Woods was three. All right, so we're gonna formalize the golf birds now. So 1 under is birdie, 2 under is eagle, 3 under is albatross, 4 under is condor, 5 under is ostrich.
6 under.
You can't get 6 under.
Well, it's a R6 regulation from junior or women that's playing it. We got to pull on R6.
Pterodactyl.
Okay, yeah. I think it would be interesting if there was like over 2,000 yards long.
I do too, but I don't think we'll see it because courses are not getting that long anymore because real estate is so expensive. Though there is a really interesting tax loophole that happened, which is why the tax loophole in the United States at least is something like normally there are property taxes, but golf courses are exempt because of some fishiness that country clubs had influence on in like the 1970s or something.
They're like cemeteries.
I forget why. Gene? Enorm?
Thank you.
Dude, that's some bullshit. I'm not happy I had to do that.
No, I'm just, I don't know how that works on a certain point. What did you hit? Like a bonus?
Yeah, it was a two word score, double word score. Raj? Oh, yeah, I taught you that word.
I tell you, Elon.
Dude, that's not, I know what that is, and that's not what that is. You're not going to get pissed off over that?
54 points.
Good morning, boy.
I don't know why SH is considered a word.
If you pour milk into the tongue,
Yeah, no, that's what
things adapt to life with the second split. Okay. So, there's a story that happened, a true story. Let's show you. Where a guy, he dropped some butter in his tongue. He asked the rabbi what's that one. The rabbi said, it's proper to enough chunk that it over its tongue to butter. Anyway, that day on, the rest of his life, and he put a little butter in the tongue. What's that? That's the computer at the end. No, the computer is the first thing. Can I go put butter into my tongue in the first place? No. But after the fact, after it happens, you go ask the rabbi. Is it okay? Rabbi, my tongue is not first. Can I pour in 2 drops of milk? It will be hotel bishishi. No, it's a soup. Was looking for a shit soup, and by mistake 2 drops of milk fell in. What do I do? The soup is kosher. Since it already happened, it is back to the shish. So after the mark, I called Sheikh. Then the first 2 words of the Musaf section seems like you could just go ahead and do it no matter what. Look up people. She doesn't say the idea, as we know to explain, why is it over us? It should say, I called Sheikh. What does he say? I called Sheikh? Because she was fine.
This motherfucker got the Z, got the Q, and it's still down more than 40. It's incredible to me how that happens. And they have one blank. Like sometimes you just get everything, not you, but just in general. You had the J, and you've used the J twice, and it's still like not that great because the other person just had some really good plays.
Oh man. Misplay this.
What is that used to be my favorite question to ask people. I was stop and ask, what's Hagroma? Now I'm going to ask, what's Hagroma? What's Tmuras? Everybody at the MD Live, they're a little bit of time notes. Tmuras means that if I set aside a vegetative animal, I said, this animal should be, I'm watching the old time, they're always sleeping. It's so hard. You ask a guy to see the never did that flow, they're all like, 80% of the people. Tmuras is, seems like a great thing to do. You have an animal, right, Ellen? Tell me what this is. Switch an animal for a better one. You have an animal that you said, I designated this as a strawberry. And then I come across a much nicer animal. So it makes sense to be the nicer animal to Hashem. So you say, this second animal should be considered the first. That's it. This is the right thing. Also, you do is most more. The second animal is the same exact division. The second one is the first. The first remains like the first. The second one remains like the first. And everything's great. It looks something like this. It feels bad. He's bringing small ones to Hashem. What's the bigger ones? That's all. But it says in the description here,
Zori? What the fuck is that?
It's so hard. So hard.
Damn, I should have played that. Stupid.
You should take in you could use your S to add a squid, mixed squid. Zori, a type of flat bond Japanese sandal made of materials like straw, cloth, leather, or rubber.
Rubble? Did you say rubble?
I meant rubber.
How many things are left?
6.
I might need. Okay.
So as usual, when you go to a doctor, Martin, there's so many rules talking. Here is the missing of air. What does air mean? Anybody know? Everything. The Torah says that somebody looks at somebody else and says, air are you alive?
A word that I think should be in here that I don't think it is vibe. Another one is emo, and another one is starts with a Z. I think. Wait, Z or something. Zen. I'm like shocked that they don't do that. E or you put a big word, dude. Hi, that is good.
Well, they're just
So she makes a clean college and it brings it to the husband. What he's doing, he runs over to the husband and says, "Boy, I want to give you these 2 words, special to you."
How many things are left?
So excited.
What's up? You serious?
One day he puts his 2 words down. And he's talking to Hashem, and says, Hashem, he's thinking of yours. And the Lord happened to be there. And he's setting up the place. The Lord goes, what are you doing? Putting crazy on your mind? Think Hashem eats bread? And he makes a whole promotion, and then the David comes in. And the David says, really, you're the person that took the 2 bread there. Destroy them, every single time to bring you home. And give you a wife. That is so ticked off. Your rabbi, you're going to tell them so much on this. He's very simple. Nice try. So that means out. Send the messenger to the roast. He says to the roast, you better get ready. All your families will be going bye-bye. So the roast says, bye-bye. Look. He says, what up? He says, nothing like this. See you later. So Hashem is so happy because
God.
So yeah, of course, I want to give whatever your word in the
Folks, that's 3 straight. You're keeping track at home. The King's here. The Champ's here. The Champ's here. The Champ's here. This motherfucker is complaining about S's and Y's when he got the Z. He got the J. He got the Q. Folks, you want me to... Who had the Z that game? Riser. Who had the Z that game? I'll wait.
That's single blind.
Dude, I got single blank. That's not anything about which to complain. Look, we'll go through this. I'll just ask you the question very simply. Who had the Q that game?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is you. Who had the Z that game?
I cannot attest to.
The answer is you. Who had the J that game?
I don't think I can attest.
The answer is you. Who had the Z that game, the Q that game?
Every single ass.
Did I? Because I don't think so.
I didn't get a single ass. Six. Sides of 2 S's.
You use your blank for an S.
Yeah, I kind of have to.
You didn't have to. That's what I want to hear. All right, hold on. I got to take a look. Hold on, son. The champ is here. The champ is here. Oh, look who the fuck it is. What did you do? Have to slaughter a kangaroo for your dog?
Yeah. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
Do you dream under anesthesia? I'm looking at these doctors saying you don't, some say you do, some say you don't. So I dream under anesthesia.
The anesthesia under which I've been, I don't recall.
Sorry?
The anesthesia under which I've been, I don't recall dreaming, but I'm sure some people do. I mean, wouldn't like a near-death experience be the definition of dreaming under anesthesia?
No, every time I've gone under, it's like just, you just like wake up, get smacked in the face by a back.
I dream. Last time I went into anesthesia, I had the gas. I had a dream.
Zoo, guess how many games of literati I've won in a row? I'll wait. 3.
Okay.
Are you ready to play mini golf? And then Riser and I are going to play literati. All right.
What do you mean, sure? Do you think you have a chance?
You have a chance.
You have a chance? Zoo, what's the name of this hole? Zoo, what is the name of this hole? Riser, are you going to accept the invitation, or are you just going to J-Yor?
This is the final.
It's the S hole, dog. Everybody knows that. Nobody makes a 5 like that. It's garbage.
Yeah, no one makes the best thing for the best thing. Analog, and clock. Actually,
Not analog, digital. Like, yeah, digital. Not analog. I know what you're saying, but that's digital. Yo, dog, what are we waiting on, Zoo?
Zoo, this is dog shit. This is kangaroo shit.
Zoo, is his thing moving?
No,
How the fuck does he get to stop time? Zoo, you're like paying off the president of Plato. What a dumbass fucking shot.
Oh my god.
Your hatred of me is the reason why you will not be successful at this game. Folks, do you hear the collusion? Do you all hear the collusion?
Bro, I can get it in the show.
Don't stop, straight in.
Collusion. Collusion. Riser colluded. The exact words. You'll never hear from me. I'll help you. And then you said, "Don't worry, Zoot. I will help you." That's an exact quote, son. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot's using this fucking time machine to pause time. Riser, is his time moving? Zoot, are you there? Where did his ball go?
What's up?
Did you shoot it?
No. I think it was a sacred hall.
Okay, why didn't you shoot it, Zoot?
Because I was trying to get back into the voice chat. I was in the voice chat. I would have had more time.
You were checking your messages.
You're messaging Chelsea.
Telling that bitch she's a bitch.
How many times did I grab on with you? I'm more interested in Chelsea.
No, he's not. He was at one point, but she ignored him, so now he's not.
No, I told her she's like, he's younger than me for one. So you're saying there's a chance?
Come on, Zoo, make this.
Secret of the where the tree. The tree is actually just lightly tied.
And there's 6 different ways to learn one or two today. Story, but we have to learn. Story, yeah, Over Rabbi, shot number 1. How did it go? Go show you about the end last week. How made the food? You become Tomei by touching the person, by touching your first mouth, by touching somebody selfish, the opportunity is coming something yourself. Person is Tomei to perform Shkita. Why? Because it's going up for me. He's not going to be something. He's just like every.
No.
Except all day long. What are you talking about?
Why doesn't Zoot shoot it at the hole? Like, it's too far to the right, dog. Okay. I mean, you made it, but that's not always a good thing to do what you just did, son.
Why did you write about it? North.
Because they want to keep
Private.
whatever it is.
Private.
They want practice.
Yeah. That's the best part about it.
Oh, fuck. Water bump him, Zoot. No.
The double with the You like to go right I don't know, it's like going over there's like 3 like competitions. I don't know. That's the couple with the fun. And yeah, maybe that.
Riser, why did you have such a shitty shot?
Because Zoo is asking a distracting question.
What a great shot. That is goofy as fuck, Riser. Stop. Is this the hole that has the biggest? Is this the hole? Is this the hole that has the biggest sand trap on it? Well, just does this hole have the most sand on it? Is the first question I should have asked.
No.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
No. Are you serious?
Riser, did you like my shot? Riser, did you like my shot? Riser, did you like my shot?
No.
It's over, baby.
Gosh.
I think that the Inuit people and the Yupik people would be proud of the way that I play on this hole. What's up, Zoo?
What's the best hard putt?
I'm the wrong person to ask about that stuff. I haven't seen them all, so I'm the wrong person. I think I've only watched like 1/3 of the first one. Maybe I watched them all on the stream, but I didn't pay attention. So I think I watched. I guess I would say the first one's my favorite because it's. But that's where they get like. No, that would be the last one. What are your thoughts on this shot, boys? What are your thoughts on this shot, boys? Riser, Zoot, water bump him.
No way. Ice bump, you mean?
Not ice bump. That's not a thing. You want to make that up as a term?
Nice bump.
Oh, what a shot. Make it. This would be the ultimate. Oh, what a beautiful shot. That was a phenomenal shot, dude. Phenomenal. Riser, did you see how good that shot was?
Yeah, it was good. Wasn't
This bitch is over, folks.
That's the first time you said it.
I think that's the first time I've heard it. It's not the first two. It's one of a rare two.
Albatross.
I mean, no, it's 4 under par. It was a condor.
Okay.
Did you know one shit yesterday?
Did you know that no one cared? Just kidding. Were you playing with random photo people? Rabbi, did you really lose the zoo in person?
The cards were rigged, and everybody knows it. Zoot refused to play bullshit on anybody. And just held all his bullets to the end when nobody could basically call bullshit on him.
Yeah, that's how you play the game.
I know, that's how I played it too.
And you still lost.
Yeah, why did I lose? I called bullshit on somebody who I had to call bullshit on them or something. And I got like 38 cards, and I was kind of SOL after that. Hey, it's Chelsea. I want you to know that I'm still a huge bitch for banning Rabbi, and I'm going to fail in radio because it's a dying medium. And Rabbi's going to call into my show tomorrow night and tell me that I'm a huge bitch in front of all of South Australia because I banned him on Instagram. Yo, so come on, dog. I don't give a flying fuck. How is it that he's able to pause the game? Is your Is your yellow thing moving on him?
There you go. There you go.
Now there's no way there's no way you're gonna hit this shot. I don't even know why you're trying.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice.
Do you think he just quit?
His wife did.
No, he just closed it. He's done.
His wife, so bad.
It's better than a lot of people's.
Alright. So you reload, take care.
No, fuck no. We're playing Scrabble.
No, I'm gonna go sleep.
No. You already said that you were gonna play.
I didn't say that.
You're full of shit, dog. You already said it. I'm gonna play. I've beaten you 3 times in a row.
Okay, leave the game. Karen, I'm gonna sleep. It's 2 a.m.
No, fuck that. Fuck Karam, dog. We're playing.
No.
Dog, no, look. I don't give a fuck. Okay? All I want you to know. No, don't do that. Just play the rest. Oh, your opponents resign? What is this bullshit? What are we doing, Riser? Riser, you've lost 3 games in a row at Literati.
I truly don't know.
Okay, do you know what it is to lose a game? Or do you know what it is to lose 3 games? Because you've done it. I mean, I'm not telling you what you have to believe. I'm stating facts, dog. Oh, what a bullshit shot. You don't have any really easy shots. I don't think that's an easy shot. That's iCarly. That's iCarly physics. I'm telling you right now, that's iCarly physics. And you didn't even know iCarly physics were a thing. You knew that iCarly logic was a thing because that's what you used many times in Literati, but you didn't know iCarly physics were a thing. Do you know that iCarly physics are a thing now? Yeah, because of iCarly physics, dog. There's nothing that I can do about it. I play under Newtonian physics, and you play under iCarly physics. iCarly physics, dog. Lucy Snorbush knows this is iCarly physics. Oh, that was devastatingly bad, dog.
Yeah, knock mine in. Just knock mine in.
Good, I didn't even.
Just knock. While you're at it, just knock mine.
Stop.
You have like 6 of the easiest shots in the history of this weird Turkish shuffleboard game.
That's it. You won. I'm letting you win. I'm giving you this ring. Why would you do that? One of the wildest things I've ever seen. Maybe the most wild thing I've ever seen in the history of the game. What is going on here? What is going on here, dog?
You have the easiest. Oh my lord! Wow. That was terrible. That was an embarrassing bad. I don't know if you can. No, your Karen's already.
Go, baby.
Stop.
Go, baby.
Stop.
Garbage. You have a tough shot here.
Oh no. It's over.
That's not good.
Oh yeah.
Devastating.
Oh no. No, you fucked up my.
Dude, look where mine is. It's on back wall. You didn't even know what back walling is until I taught it to you.
Oh, what a sketch.
But that sucks.
It doesn't fuck. Are you serious?
That did nothing for you.
No, I got this skill. Seeing everything moving. Oh. Oh no, I thought I was stupid.
Fuck this game. He missed.
No.
He missed. He put it in a really difficult spot, though.
No. We'll have to move this.
Oh. Stay right there.
Oh god, I don't know if I make this one. Because you're stupid, Karen. I mean, Stay. Too hard.
That was terrible.
Too hard. I've never tried that.
Stop.
That was perfect. Oh no.
What are you doing?
Oh no. No. Oh, that's so bad. Okay, wow. What was that? Okay, you're just trying to. Wow. Actual Karen players would be really harassing on that. Holy shit, yo, do they change the calibration?
I'm gonna run right here.
I'm gonna run this. This is the worst
Finish ever. This game's rigged. iCarly physics, dog. iCarly physics. iCarly physics.
That was like back and forth.
Are you ready for your literati invitation?
So then you go to sleep. I've got a podcast to be on in 5 hours, and another one to be on in 12 hours.
How many invites did your boss have or did you email people on?
Wait. Something like 60 today. No, I misspoke. Like 40.
Have you heard about them or anything?
Yeah, like some people were like, they had some family issues and they want to do it later in the month. I got 2 tomorrow. I had another guy who said Sunday, and another guy who said either Saturday or Sunday, and I got another one Monday, and I don't really know what they're on, and I just kind of do my thing and then talk about futurism. I don't know why futurism is considered paranormal, but some of the technology is not mainstream, which is interesting. And I have I can talk about alien abductions. I can talk about celebrity UFO opinions. I can talk about the history of UFOs, technology that we allegedly gleaned from UFOs, different UFOs, different alien species, and mega projects. Those are like my favorite things to discuss. All right, so no, I can choose. So basically, I type in things like UFO, alien, paranormal, Area 51, and then get all those email addresses, and then hey, how about I just tell you, and then you just don't interrupt me. You gotta understand, the champ's here. So then basically these are on a certain amount of topics, and then I have just a form email that I send out to them, but then I can do YouTubers and Instagrammers and all kinds of social media people, and I can send out a different email, and then I can do science and AI and futurology and that kind of futurism, and I can do that kind of email. So basically I can choose the topic, I know what kind of emails it's collecting, and then I can send out the email based on the topic. Now, what were you saying?
How many UFO
Oh, like tens of thousands, but I think that Spotify only publishes like 1,000 of them.
I thought anyone published like
Yeah, but they're not all available on to my knowledge, on the Spotify website. like I think you have to have a certain amount of followers to get on the Spotify search engine. I mean, maybe not. Maybe they have everybody on there. But there are some podcasts that may not involve or may involve UFOs, but they're just not labeled that way. That's why search descriptions are so important for me to be able to find someone. Is what I'm saying making sense to you, dog?
Yeah.
All right, now
Yeah.
it works well for you. It works well for everything. Basically, I just need to know the topic, and once I'm aware of what the topic is, I can customize the bot to email anything. So I don't know. Let's say we wanted it on gardening. All I have to do is type in gardening into the Spotify search, and the bot's really simple. I'll just explain it very quickly. You use the search function on Spotify for whatever topic you want. And what this bot does is then clicks on all of the podcasts that are categorized as that, and then it searches all of the profiles and the descriptions of the podcast and sees if there are any email addresses in there. And if there are, then it puts them in a list. And then after like 10 hours or so, I just have to check the list. And then I remove the duplicates. And usually, it usually gets me like 200 or so clean email addresses that are perfect. I do have to do sometimes I have to do a few small changes to the emails, but generally they're just like a perfect email list. It's one of the most efficient bots I have. Though I have to say, this other one that I made yesterday that is just creating clips on people is so flipping good now. I'm pissed off that I didn't do this a year ago. It's so funny when I look at these bots and like the people's clips. It's like 6 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 4 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 2 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 1 month ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 3 weeks ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 2 weeks ago, Rabbi Rothschild. Like nobody's clipping these people except I am. And I have not on big accounts. I've done it on big accounts, but those clips don't last as long because they'll get pushed down because other people will do clips. But these small accounts, it's just free advertising for me. Yeah. So, like, if we go, anybody, like, I'll do a random test. And it may not be everybody, but like, okay, somebody, Kaciii. Their name is Kaciii. Okay, they're going right now. If I go, and they can't be a new streamer. If they're a new streamer, chances are I won't have a lot of clips on them. This guy's a brand new streamer, so I am clipping him right now. But he's not that old. But let me think of just like anybody who's, I don't know. Okay, random person. Tommy86. If I go to his clips, he's a pretty big streamer, so I don't know if I'm going to have any there. And if you're like, why don't you have any on the bigger streamers? The reason why is because either they have teams that clean their shit out, or they have so many people who have clipped them recently that my clips are there, but they're just pretty far down. But for someone who like, there are some of these 24/7 stations that people just have like they just have music there, and very few people clip them. My clips are there from 2 years ago. What isn't good for me, it's okay, but it is the clips. You have to click on clips to be able to view clips, but it's better for me on Kick than it is on Twitch. On Twitch, if you clip people, boy, let's say I clip you, you can turn the setting on that says only show clips from people who follow me, only show clips from people I follow, only show clips that are featured. Like you can change it. There are all kinds of settings so that my clips barely ever show on Twitch, though they do. But the Kick one doesn't have all of those functions, and so if you clip somebody on Kick, it shows up right away. And like
streaming on Twitch or never started?
no, dude, I've been streaming on Twitch for 5 years, almost 4 years. I was on Twitch. I think before I was even on YouTube, but maybe not. Yeah, I've been on Twitch.
Are you using a spam or a bot on Twitch? And they have like banned?
No. I don't use a bot. I have used bots on Twitch, but no. I have 49,000 followers on Twitch. I'm a big deal on Twitch.
What? Are they real followers?
Fuck no. I bought them for $100 5 years ago. Actually, I bought 50. I bought 50,000 of them, and it's gone down. I have like 49,800 or something in there. But I don't touch that account because whenever some 18-year-old kid comes in here, like, how many followers do you have on Twitch? I'll be like 50,000, and they're like, no, they're like, yeah, I do. Check it out. Look up my username, and they're like, no way. How do you have so many, dude? I've been trying to get more than 7. I'm like, dog, literally, you just buy it. But the price for Twitch followers has gone up a lot in the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, Twitch wasn't nearly as big as it is today, and so the price on that has definitely gone up. In terms of Kick, though,
What's this new bot that you did? You described like a Twitch flipping bot, and you're doing that for like years already. So what's this new bot?
No. I mean, years ago, or like within the last year, I created a Twitch bot, and it works fine. But people don't really like to find my spam on there. You have to really search out pretty hard. On Kick, it's this bot is very efficient. So it does like a clip every minute or so, and then just keeps doing that for 1,000 people, and then it creates a new account, all completely autonomously. So I don't have to do anything.
I've been doing that for a while. I wish I did this like a year ago.
Yeah, I do. I wish I had changed the settings on this computer because the previous settings were just really slow, and these settings are much faster and much more efficient. So this thing works really efficiently. Though, yeah. Though I just saw it could be more efficient, so I'm going to make a slight adjustment to it right now. And
Do you guys messages from people that are like, you've made a bunch of clips of me?
all the time. I don't want to say every day, but like I don't really check. All the time, dog. All the time. They're like, you're such a grifter. All you try to do is steal my community. It's like, dog, I don't give a fuck about your community. And you're doing exactly what I want you to do. You look me up. That's what I want. I win. If you do that, I win.
I'm the champ.
I'm the champ. The champ is here. The champ is here. Exactly. The people with whom I don't win are the people who ignore me. But it's the word impression, and I know I talk about this all the time in media. It's the fact I made an impression in their mind. I planted a seed on who I am, and that's like a huge deal for me. And these are all impressions. And the thing is, with Kick, you cannot say my name on Kick without it getting automatically deleted. That means I've made an impression on their whole moderation team. And anyone who writes my name, it automatically gets deleted. But it does not get deleted in the clips. So I can make clips on these people all day long, and it stays there, and it stays there for weeks, months, and years. Think about it like this. If I just spammed your chat, do you know how long that spam lasts? Like 5 seconds until the chat moves up if you're a big streamer. So it doesn't really do that much for me. But a clip sits there for years. And anybody who...
Can you the title of the clip to be whatever?
Yeah, 50 characters. I know this all by heart. Like, I'm the ultimate troll, I think, on the internet. So it's 50 characters, and I put a red heart, because I want to get people's attention, and Kick is a green. Like, everything on Kick is green, so red stands out. And it says YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then has my Discord link. It's even happened to the point when, like, you type Rabbi Rothschild, like, my Discord link shows up, and it's like discord.gg/px something blah 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 blah. It's like something that no one would ever Google, but because I put it on there so much and so many people have looked it up, it becomes one of the things that helps me to rank. Dog, I'm the ultimate. I'm the champ. And I'm going to do this podcast in 5 hours, 4 hours, and it's going to go really well, God willing. And then I'm going to do another one. And I had somebody who, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do their podcast. I might do their podcast. I don't know. This woman kind of creeped me out. So you get some people who want to blame the Rothschilds on everything, and I get that. But I'm not a puppet master. There are many people with my last name throughout the world. And she emails me today, what's the name on your birth certificate? Like, who emails somebody that? And I'm like, or something along those lines. And I'm like, my birth certificate says Michael Israel Rothschild. That's my name. And she's like, well, and then she came in here and she's like, I know I emailed you earlier. I don't know if you responded to my email, but I was just going through all your links, and she brought somebody else in here, and she's like, so what's your name? And I'm like, I emailed you all this information already. My name is Michael Israel Rothschild. That's what's on my birth certificate. That's what's on my California driver's license. That's what's on my passport. And she's like, oh, okay, well, people are like within the conversation, she's like, people are starting to wake up. And I'm like, look, I don't want to discuss, I told her in the email, like, I'm not a part of the banking part of the family. I don't purport to be part of the banking part of the family, either in my public life or my private life. I would rather talk about my project and about global unity much more than I want to talk about a surname. And she's like, well, so I said that in the email. And she's like, well, we're going to do this, or she's like, we're going to do this podcast, like, can we talk about your family? And I very kindly in the email, and I told her as well, that's not what I want to talk about. I'm not here to go down rabbit holes of history and if you want to do that, that's fine. There are a lot of people out there who will do that with you, but I'm just not one of them. And I was like, do you mind if I tell you my spiel? And she's like, sure. And I go and I tell her all the things, and and I'm like, that's what I like to talk about. So I she brought somebody else in here, and that person was quiet. And I just got a bad vibe. You know how you get bad vibes from things? Like this was, I was going to go onto this podcast, and she was going to be like, all right, well, why is the world the way that it is? Because of your family. And I'm again, it's like, it's like, and here's the thing. Absolutely. I emailed her all the information, and she didn't check her email, and she came in here and wanted to talk about those kinds of things anyway. And I just, so I might still do it, but it was like, I just got a creepy vibe from it. Nobody asked somebody on the internet, what's on your birth certificate, right? Like, that's not a normal question, or whatever, what's your birth name or whatever. Like, that just caught me off guard.
I mean, maybe because I don't know, it is a little bit of an interesting last name, and I think that you're just like impersonating and making thing.
I understand that, and I make it clear that we share a common ancestor. That's as close as it gets. Like, if but I get that. But I mean, it's like, I already answered your question. You could have just checked your email. I sent you an email that was very polite, and I explained that, like, who I am, what I do, and then she came in here, and I get it, but it was almost like she wants to turn the conversation to what happened at the Battle of Waterloo 200 years ago, and it's like, I have nothing to do with that. If you want to talk about the dark areas of the internet and history, go ahead. You can find a lot of people on the internet to do that. I want to talk about the future. I want to talk about technology, and I'd like to talk about my live streaming project. But if that's not attractive to you, then I don't know if this is going to work. So I know you want to go to bed, but you were asking, did anybody ask you to be on any other podcast? And yes, this woman invited me. We're supposed to do it a week from tomorrow, but I just got kind of a creepy vibe from that conversation that I don't necessarily know if I'm going to do that one, but I have others that I'm going to do. So, and before you go, that's something too. I don't want to. How do I want to put this? But like, there are. Okay, I think I've asked you this question before, but maybe not. So I'm going to ask you a question, Riser, and then you can go to bed. And you have to answer as quickly as possible and exactly the way I ask, okay?
Okay.
Yes or no? Do you still beat your girlfriend? Yes or no? Do you still beat your girlfriend? I need an answer. People, do you see he's not answering the question? Do you see he's avoiding this question? No. I asked you yes or no. Do you still beat your girlfriend? Yes or no? Do you still beat? Wait. I don't. Yes or no? Look, he will not answer a simple. To the audience, do you see? Riser will not answer a simple yes or no question. Riser, yes or no? Do you still beat your girlfriend? Wait. Do you see that Riser will not answer this question? Do you see that Riser will not answer this question? Riser will not answer yes or no. Very simple question. Do you still beat your girlfriend? Riser does not answer it. Riser, everyone on the audience can see that you either do beat your girlfriend or that you used to beat your girlfriend. Do you understand when that's a gotcha moment? I get that. But do you get that that's a gotcha moment?
No, it's not. If you just say I don't answer the loaded question.
Wait. I get that.
You say answer your loaded question.
I get that. But then you're avoiding the question, and so that makes you look guilty as well. You are. Wait. Wait. Quit that. I know you want to go, but what I'm saying is there are some questions out there that I don't want to get gotcha on. So, like for instance, somebody can say to me, and I get this all the time. Do you?
No, I'm just freaking out. I'm talk to you later.
All right.
I'm tired.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Later.
Don't be your girlfriend. Hi, Holly. She banned me. She doesn't do OnlyFans because of her father. Two days ago. Thick Boy Squad, Thick Boy Nation. Stop. Thick Boy Squad, Thick Boy Nation.
What's that one? Tina's. It's like Dick Boy.
Gotcha. Dog. For anybody watching this, I had two of the greatest comebacks in the history of the rap.
guys, thanks for tuning in. Big day. I don't know if my associate was just telling me that our guy, proud of him, another appearance on Joe Rogan. He's been on there before. What? Dude, he's been on there the most out of anybody on Joe Rogan's guest he's had on more than anyone else. Yeah. Brendan Shaw.
You know what's interesting about them releasing it today is that you would talk about it for another week, but due to the sudden impact of health on my cousin, we didn't record yesterday.
Yeah.
Why are they releasing it the day after we record?
Okay, I don't think Australia has anything to do with it. I'm not going to say some stupid joke about Australia.
Deep.
What are we doing here? Get it? What happens next? Yeah, it's like a verse of this. What happens next? What are we doing here? Anyways, that's not why you're here today. You're here to watch what I think I killed. You're not here for that. You're here to watch 7 Minutes of Shop. So start the timer. Play the chin clip.
This is funny. We're both wearing coffee.
Oh yeah, we're big guys. Thanks. Always been a big guys. Always.
Shout out to the Red. We got 157,000 Tony Hinchcliffe fans. People talking about Tony Hinchcliffe. But Brendan Shaw fans, all the homeless cats out there, just know that you are loved, and we are going through it with you.
Thank you.
And honestly, we didn't meet with the team last week before we fired them. We let them know that
sometimes we don't have to go an hour, dude, because like last week, it's like we only have like an hour to talk about stuff, you know? Yeah, no, I mean, we only do 10 minutes a week, and sometimes it's got to be 10 minutes. Yeah, it's always 10 minutes. And so, you know, let's just understand that. So we set up 7 days ahead of the time. This first one's posted by It Was Ramirez. I don't know if we saw this yet. I feel like we did. What are we doing here? This post is like, what are we doing here? Because we've seen it before. I'm getting fired. That sounds like a bad idea. Typical legit posted this one. 8 years ago, Schwab was at the Grammys and thought he was on his way to be the next Rock. Times have changed, but well, that's funny. He thought he was going to be the next Rock. Dude, that's great. Schwab and the Rock franchises. That could be a quick to be a chef. Just like instead of the Jumanji Rock, it's Brendan Shaw there. Oh, Kevin, you're so fucking gay. Instead of short, he's like, they're like, cut. You say short, not gay. Oh, was it dick? What are the Rock movies? Have you seen The Smashing Machine yet? Yeah. I just watched it this last week. Honestly, dude, I did not like it. I don't really like it. It was like, what was the point? There was no like climax. Nothing. It was just like, oh, the day in the life type thing. It's like, what the fuck, dude? It was kind of boring. Yeah. I think the Safdies sort of lost it after that first movie that they had. Good Time, I really liked. Okay. And then after that, Marty Supreme was pretty good. I was pretty upset with you. Yes, you saw it? I saw the first 15 minutes and turned it off. Okay, see, that's your problem. It's like, damn, this is boring. This is longer than 10 minutes of Shop. Marty Supreme was solid, dude. Leave in the comments, let me know what you think. What happens next? Posted by Icarus Lives, part 33. Oh, yeah. Right away, too. Wow. Right away? Oh, yeah.
I am white as shit, Dallas. Yeah. What's a weed? When I was in LA, after the fires where I lived, home invasion went up.
Of course. I like how you put the TE on the set.
Invasion went up 700%. 700%. So I coach with. I can't get my head around the number. It's insane. So I'm coming up.
A liar to a liar. Or a lie to a liar. So there was 2 home invasions. That means there was 14. Probably 2 times 700 is. I'm not gonna do the math.
Dude, what are you doing, bro?
That's your voice and you drink it.
But Wave and boys from baseball saw me. It's dark out, but I see this car following me from a distant, like off in the major road, like following the slide to the taking like
Interesting. What is it? Grab Shelby's baseball bat. Oh, yeah. I thought it was an hat. Oh, yeah. Since his bat, we're just trying his hat.
Same thing when boys get down. So they lay down, they're all scared. And the guys follow me before I get to the house. There's another road. So I just pulled in there, and I turned around. I rode down the window. I go,
What's up, dude? Never say what's up, man. What's up?
what's up, dude? He goes, what's up? And it's like, you know, I don't have something no good. I'm like, do you need help, man? Are you lost? What's going on? He's like,
He's a fan. He's following because he's a big fan.
oh no, I'm trying to find like what address. He's like, oh man, I go, just give me the address. I'll lead you the way I know the area pretty well. He goes, man, you know what? It's all good. I go, it is all good. Have a good night. He's like, yep. So I'm like, I'm waiting for you to leave, bud. I'm waiting for you to leave. And he's like, have a good night, because they would follow people into the security and then get their shit out of them. He said,
His face is well, yes or no question. Is he understanding what's being said? I couldn't even say it. This is so funny. The green shoes. Yes, he kind of looks like a Jack Leprechaun. More like shredded leprechaun.
he said, to bench, deadlift, and squat. And that'll change your body more than anything else. Oh, yeah. Like, oh, yeah, let's go. What do you do? Like, it's not sexy. I don't talk about it. I do.
I don't talk about it. I do. on some of these I don't know it right away. Like it could be the most ridiculous one. I could see. Well, no, Addie, he wouldn't say Addie's a scorpion though. Now you're scorpion.
Deadlift and pull-ups every single day. That's it. And I run 2 miles in the morning. Every. You do it every day. Every day. Yeah. No rest. Yeah.
Beg to differ.
Every single day. That's it. And I run 2 miles in the morning. Every. You do it every day. Every day. Yeah. No rest. Yeah. 5 days a week. I take Saturday, Sunday off. I eat it.
No rest. I take Saturday, Sunday off. With that, so you wouldn't say Addie's, but couldn't you see him saying Scorpion? If it's like one, I think he could do that too.
How much do you do for?
I am amazed that he didn't hawk some fucking merch there.
Yeah, like something that allows him to not take any days off.
You want to lose weight?
Oh, buddy, oh, dude. Helix mattress.
Promo code DAGUM.
Promo code DAGUM.
That's it.
How many calories you eat a day? You probably press that. You probably fucking burn 3,500 calories a day just sedentary. I'm proud of you.
He eats 4,200 calories. Who knows, dude? I don't know.
4,200 back there.
Probably.
Either one is really low or really high.
Yeah, that way the one on the left. Yeah. I mean, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it's not gonna be the answer that makes sense. It's gonna be one that's insane or one that's just like, no, that's not true.
But I'm thinking if he's the future Rock, he's going for this one.
Probably.
1,300 guys a day. Get the fuck out. I don't need to. I won't eat today till we get to there, so I won't eat till usually about 1 o'clock. Then usually I just eat one meal. My brain was more fun. He's fantastic. But he's
I think I can think.
Jim the nickname Fit. I did not know that. Oh, you said you probably have a Sandler voice now. He's torn with Sandler. What? He's torn with Sandler. What?
Once you sleep, you can actually pinpoint the second when his heart breaks in half.
Shout out to Icarus, dude.
He's the man.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to see, like, that's not thing could replace somebody with the Sandler Universal shot. Because movies with Sandler, tours with it.
I'm sure Sandler should get rid of Rob Schneider and just put Sean in there.
I think that's an upgrade for sure. Yeah. He's actually funnier than Rob Schneider.
This one's posted by Yield Nubbin. Bean Dip discovers that podcasting out of a storage unit isn't ideal. My studio is a shit show.
No, we have internet guys coming in. Pausing and freezing. And yesterday our audio went down. It's a shit show.
That's great.
Dude, a shit. I need a fucking paper chocolate.
So yeah, there's been some dialogue over for the last couple of weeks that he's off the cold and it looks like he's back.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, we need it for that. Oh, that's fantastic. Good complete shit. Oh, that's
Austin!
That's fantastic.
Awesome.
It is what it is. It's so funny to put it's on like I feel like he's gonna like a process server is gonna knock on our door and this is all we see in the highball. And he's like, I can't do it.
That's the last thing that you'll ever see.
Dude, give me Nate.
And his
He thinks that's so funny to say. It makes me laugh.
I watch it. Do it again.
Chili
It's the taco that
It is what it is. You know, you could, what it is. Shout out to Brendan Schaub. He's the best. He's the GOAT.
we have more audio than he does. Our audio didn't go out. We have an iPad.
It is funny, if you join our Patreon, the last episode we did was all about Jelly Roll.
And midway through that, at the 24-minute mark, what happened? Oh, yeah, I was still recording. Oh, no, what happened? What happened? Remember, the audio was like, oh, fuck yeah, man, that crazy. Dude, that'd be so funny if that happened to them, too. Like, it didn't record that part, but here, our roadcaster shit itself. It was just like, and it was because somebody in another one of the storage units did something. They love Jelly Roll. Yeah. And we did. It's crazy, dude. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy because we discovered Jelly Roll on the show. And, like, he doesn't even hit us up anymore. No, he never talks to us, and he refuses to come to our storage unit. Oh, look at this one, dude. Dazzling Rabbit, 663. Sanaz nearly got boinked by the inventor of Apple, who dodged a bullet. I remember this one. Did you happen to see Brendan Walsh doing a song about false gods? No, fuck, dude. That sounds awesome. Can you give me like 5 minutes? I'll find it. You're talking to the audience. Yeah, I'm going to talk to you guys for 5 minutes. It was just half of our show. Did you know that? Oh, yeah. I'm pretty good at math. Earlier, I couldn't do 700% of 2, but that was a bit. So, I know that it's 950. Okay? It's, okay, good. All right. Thank God I was hearing what you're saying. But yeah, I don't think you've seen this yet. I saw this morning. Check this out. Lemonheads, this rules. It's no coincidence that this machine is also called the It's called the Apple Kids. Got plastic surgery on my eyelid. This machine is also called the Apple. It's no coincidence. This machine is also called the Apple. So Brendan Walsh is here with us tonight, everybody. And he's in a new band called the False Gods. It's a tribute band to the False Gods special by Brian Callen, the YouTube special that we all know and love. Because I got special. Here, I'll just... I'm more comfortable standing tonight. Well, I mean, not for the whole thing. That's why... Okay. False gods. I challenge anybody to watch more than 10 minutes of false gods. Oh, man. I think that's it. It's a good... He was saying that. It's a good point. It is a hard watch. It's very difficult to get through a long period of time. Yeah. You gotta be a real Callen head to do that. It's rough. Yeah, well, luckily here we watched the whole thing, and it's really good. If you watch it, like, yeah, the first 10 minutes, yeah, I get it, yeah, it's not the best, whatever, right? It's not until he finally talks about old people having sex that it's really fun. That's true, I agree with that. Also, the part where he talks about how billionaires walk different. Yeah, oh, dude. Let's stop this and watch False Gods right now, dude. No one has ever said that. Let's stop this and watch False Gods. Right, so I'm going to break that statement down real quick. Let's stop this. Like stopping something else to watch False Gods. And watch False Gods. Not even out there. No, not even when we're doing nothing. Yeah, anyway, so Sanaz almost got boinked by, and I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm just asking it for myself, and that's why I can answer it. Fair enough. Would you have sex with Sanaz?
Yeah.
I would. Okay. You just go for the way. She sees that and hits you up. She sends a devil emoji. Does a fucking closed mouth get fed, Goody? What are you gonna do, mate? Fall you and punch me, motherfucker? You're right, I guess. No, it doesn't, dude. Show me a false god that would feed your mouth if your nose closed. You know what I mean? Yeah, the only false god in this clip is Rig, and it's very funny. Yeah, Yeah, and it's not a good look for fast coffee. Yeah, feels does not want to be in this magic mind for the love of God. Take us out of the shot. Take us out of the shot. No, I took a picture the other day of magic mind. I want to see it. Yeah, dude, while you're pulling it up, I think that's a Sharpie. That's true. It's a very strange drawing, right? But yeah, there's this Sharpie sticking towards, even the Sharpie wants to listen to this, dude. Either that or some like different container for sure shot. Oh, check this out, dude. Don't read the asterisks. What does it say? It's tell people, don't buy this. It says don't buy this. The picture is sure. It's literally that they're marketing as magic. Yeah, they're marketers. They are also marketing geniuses, just like China. What are you doing, bro? I'm gonna give you two flavors. Tell me which one you want to drink. Okay. Original. Right. Okay. Or Max with two X's. Definitely Max. Okay, I'm gonna get some. I need a lot of help. Yeah, it's only $15 for no way. Those are like, what are those gas prices in Los Angeles? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Well, they are being stuck in the street. Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, the Iranians are probably like, we get Magic High first. We need to win more. You get a residual Magic High going. Habibi. I need my Magic High. Oh, we just watched this last week. Slow Day in the Kitchen series, a classic. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of fucked up. Slow Day in the Kitchen is step on the top. Come on. This is You'll Do Nothing. He's taking the subject by storm. Thank you, You'll Do Nothing. That's All Love and Fair and War is the name of this one. That's a good one. 3 days ago, let's see. Like the word fraternity. Now, if you're fighting each other, just fire away. Like that's all love and fair and war. Yeah. Fair. Like the word fraternity. I do all love and fair and war. I do want to incorporate that more into the show. Like, that's great. So if we're talking about like specialty stuff, you want to go on a tirade about golf or something. I'm gonna hit you with the fucking move the mic a little bit, and I can't even do it naturally. Oh yeah, yes. So when I talk about doctor's visits, this is when you gotta hit me with it. Let's go ahead and investigate. Like the word fraternity. So he moved from here. He's comfortable. Yeah, but he's gotta get it in. He's gotta do something. I feel like this is the fight of the kid there, but you gotta do something with that mic. What if he did this? He gets into a point and that he really wants to make it, instead of like pulling it forward, he goes like, and that's all love. So out of it that he moves the mic so you can't hear. Now all love and fair. That looks like Brendan De Niro. Yeah, he's got the De Niro face going. It's beautiful. Like the word fraternity. He's definitely moisturizing. Look at that skin. God damn, his pimples turn black, dude. Now, if you're fighting each other, just fire away. Like that's all love and fair and war. Yeah. Why even say something? If you're fighting each other, that's fine. Move on to the next. Yeah, he wants to be deep. He's trying. He's like very funny. He has a tiny penis. He wants to, say a real oh man. He has the aspiration of being a deep thinker, philosopher king, but he doesn't have the ability to do it, which I can relate to, honestly. I'd like to say something deep, and sometimes all I can do is something like, right, or not even that good, honestly. Yeah. And honestly, if he's trying to be a philosopher, he might be my favorite philosopher, because guess what his approach to it is? He takes quotes already made by other people and fucks them up. Yeah. And so really his philosophy is nothing matters, nothing's real. I like that. I am, therefore I think gay. I was trying so hard to think of something that is as good as all love and fair and war. It's impossible. He's a fucking genius, dude. I think, therefore I skate. That's the motto of so much comedy. That's actually what they think. This one's posted by Moonwalker. I hear my girlfriend now, and it looks like he's holding her fees. That image is pretty funny. thing, maybe holding up a picture of a house that he bought that his ex-wife lives in now. Yeah, that's so funny. Let's go ahead and take a look at the source material.
Cortisol, adrenaline. I thought to myself, damn, maybe it's not a coincidence that this machine I can't turn myself away from. Maybe it's not a coincidence that this machine is also called the Apple.
It makes me want to fucking do another video of me memorizing 5 minutes, wasting my life. I wanted to wearing the black shirt. It makes me, and I want to do the face thing too. It's cortisol. You know, adrenaline, everything. It's like, it makes me think, baby. I'm gay. Maybe there's a reason. I'm gay. And then it's like it's groggy. It's a penis. It's just a penis. No, it's not even that. Baby, I suck. And then it's just the comments on my stand-up special.
Listen, they don't have to. Why would you kill your own slaves?
Yeah, somebody in the crowd's like, oh, fuck.
They don't have to. Why would you kill your own slaves?
Kill your own slaves.
You think the iPhone 16 is addictive? Wait till the AI 1000 gets here. Damn, I thought about that too as I looked around that coffee shop and I saw everybody bent over their phones like broken monks in this unholy communion, just having thoughts, thinking they want to be somebody else, want to be somewhere else, just dragging their thumbs, just a nation of drug addicts. Dopamine, cortisol, adrenaline, dopamine, cortisol, adrenaline. And I thought to myself, damn, maybe it's not a coincidence that this machine I can't turn myself away from. Maybe it's not a coincidence that this machine is also called the Apple.
It seems like a A24 film, like a horror. You're stuck in a room and it's just him doing it over and over again.
It would be funny if what I just played right now, we watched that for 24 hours.
Just that part, not the whole spell. Whoa. Damn, they were crazy.
That's just playing in the background while BGL eats all our coffee cakes.
Spoiler alert, this is what happens in Backrooms.
This is the ending of that.
This is the ending of Backrooms.
Not only the ending of his stand-up special, but also
this is the ending of Backrooms, and it's also the ending of Possession.
What's called Obsession.
Possession. Job, Jew, you fucking go for it. You play the shit, Dallas. Get it in.
Thank God for comments, dude. This one's posted by Blaze with Blaze. That's kind of weird. Why would he post this? 10 you parents, you can calm down. Half the kids we played with at 10 have quit, and the best on the team weren't necessarily the best at 10. That makes no sense.
It's hard to follow.
Yeah. 10 under parents, meaning your kids are 9. At most, maybe you're 10 at most. Half the kids we played with at 10 have quit, like ended their lives. And the best on the team weren't necessarily the best at 10. What? Wait, the best on the 10 under team weren't the best at 10, but they're the best on the team at 10 or 10.
I don't understand at all. Can we read the comments on this one? I'm curious to see if other people get it.
Word salad, just that you dish on them with you at
I'm
Chase.
so happy to see that because I don't think I'm a smart guy, but a lot of times I'm just like, all right, I'm not the smartest guy. Good. But then the comments have the same problem I'm having.
Thank you, Leg Reap Creep. I believe I get it if you put yourself in a redacted brain, so you're ready to cut your redacted catalog.
I'm glad he's doing this for us.
The post is from an older team/coach/player. They are telling the 10 and under travel team parents to calm down because the best kids as teenagers might not even be playing 10U. In fact, a lot of 10U kids end up quitting. And it's pointing out that once these kids grow into being stronger as teenagers, a lot will change. But be warned, Shab is not posting this for him and Mexican to gain better perspective. It's like faux inspiration to the other parents who don't have a beast of a baseball player kid at 10U. It's like Crop the Uglies, but for baseball.
Thank God for him. I get it.
I'm glad he brought it back to what matters in life.
Sometimes you need a smart person to explain a dumb person.
Yeah. Shout out to you, Lee
Creep or whatever the fuck your name is. Two dumb people. I got there. What was I gonna say? Puppy. That's all I think when you're saying that. Okay. Probably stick to the YouTube thumbnail smile from now on. Plus that vivid humor. 3752. I mean, we should have a rule on this show when we get to the first alpha post, we stop talking. There's been a lot. Nice. That's just my sentence. Posted by Deadwood 77. Saying the police are again asking for the public's help as they investigate a homicide that occurred in 2017. Wow. Whoa. He was out here in 2017, Daddy. Yeah, that's true. Yin Chin. What? It looks like Brendan Schaub and Chin had a big knee. Right? I mean, that looks a lot like Schaub. But the Chin. That's weird. I mean, that could be it. Schaub butchers things, so maybe he was just saying some random shit. That's what they heard. Alright, let's see. What happened to her birthday month, Joy? Oh, and she's sick again. Post my appropriate duty 9:30. We will have no comment. We will watch it.
Does anyone feel like May just doesn't end? I feel like May has been months long. I'm exhausted. I don't feel great again. I feel like my throat, these tonsils have to go. It's never a good time. So I'm here gonna pick up the boys from the football camp. And just May has been way too long.
That's the narrative.
What's the LT thing that they're wearing now? That's another shot brand.
No, it's Lake Travis. Everybody knows.
I don't know. It just looks like maybe it's Los Tigers. Because he had a hand that said LT too. It's some kind of grip that we don't even know. Let's see the comments. They have more merch. They have more merch than anyone I've ever seen. They have so much merch. Yeah. What exactly? The comments are spicy. I don't drink water when I finish it. Glasses are atrocious. Okay, they call it awareness is real. Let's see what else we have here. Khabib time. Does this sound familiar, Papa? Appearance training through youth sports. Age 5, he's got a cannon. Age 6, he's the fastest kid out there. Coach said so. Age 7, rec ball isn't challenging him anymore. Age 8, we tried out for select. Obviously made it. Age 9, 2,800 for the season, plus uniforms, plus tournaments, plus hotels. Age 10, Cooper's Town is basically a family vacation, right? Age 11, he needs a hitting guy and a pitching guy and probably a mental performance coach. Age 12, I'm another crazy sports parents. You know, their parents are crazy. 13, we changed school for academics and also baseball. Age 14, showcases are a requirement at this age. Age 15, yeah, his ranking just ticked up. We're cooking. Age 16, he just needs to get seen by the right school. Age 17, the D1 schools want him to walk on. He'll earn a spot by sophomore year. Age 18, okay, D2 actually is really competitive. Age 19, red shirting strategic. Age 20, he's settling out. Age 21, you know what? He's so much happier. Damn. Rough. It's hard to get into sports, dude. You have to have, like, fucking monster DNA and, like, it's different, you know? Like, that tweet, that might be cool for some people, but, you know, like, my kids, they have miles in their DNA, so it's like, it's not just a game. Spicy. You don't have kids, but I like that analogy, though. It's like, we should say, like, age 1, start stand-up comedy, already showing up to big events. Yes. We're selling out. We're always selling out in Texas. Age 2, all right, dropped my first special, kind of rough. Showtime came calling, and Papa answered. Age 3, people really like that first special still. But, yeah, I'm cooking in there. Age 4, there's age 4 is blank because he just did a lot of Adderall. And then age 5 is like, I don't know how long we can call you here, but age 18, we play video games during the day, but at night we focus. Somebody should make that. The age thing compared to like Rick and Bobby events. That is a great idea. I liked it. Yeah. I think you started a little low. Yeah. Wolf, his first year stand-up. Oh, year one stand-up. Yeah. Reheated dish Brenda at the E after show. He was never asked back on the network. Posted at Cold Phelps 24/7. Wow. What year is this?
Maybe 2018, 2017.
It is so, all those things look ridiculous. They look like somebody just made them up.
Yeah.
You know, like it never actually happened in real life. Well, this is like a fever dream. This is the Mandela effect. We all think Shaw hosted the E's, but he never did. The awards. It's the Oscars.
2018. March 4th, 2018. This is back when I was still pregnant.
Damn, so we were sort of, I totally missed this when that happened. I watched the Oscars, I didn't see Shaw.
Well, he wasn't in the Oscars. He was on the
Or yeah, like the sometimes I would catch the whole thing.
The rumors are true. Posted by Not Yet. It's another evidence that it's unique. There was some comments though fighting my claims. And guess what I'm doing, dude? I'm doubling down, dude. That's unique for sure. The rumors are true.
Gravitating towards these days. It is what it is. As far as me and her doing a weekly pod, dude, I'm so swamped. I'm up to here with shows. There's enough of me talking online. I don't think people need more Brendan Shaw. Even you guys need less. That's how I feel, and I don't have a lot to say these days. But besides fighting or kids. So I don't know, man. If she really, really wanted to do it, obviously she's my ride or die, so I'd figure it out. She was like, yeah, then do it. But I'm all in on fighting, man. It's all I really gravitate towards these days. It is what it is, you know. So she's gonna do. I think she might do one with her friend out here, which would be cool, you know.
Oh no! I hope she doesn't jazz thing singing.
Wiggles and toes.
T-Mouse is gonna be different.
Yeah.
We should have a sister podcast too. Where they talk about that shit.
Yeah, there's talking about her show.
And it could be 10 minutes of Jay.
I like it.
T-Motion. Okay. Doom scrolling on Instagram when I come across this jump scare. Had a real fun time with the ball game. This is last year.
Yeah, I saw that. He has his own version of shop face since then. So.
Slojo finger blasting the wealth she has. She wished Baba had. Posted by Appropriate Duty 930. This is possibly the lady he's talking about. His best friend's gonna do business.
Oh, wow. The best content ever would be next to the Apple Store. She's like, get the apple in the shot.
It's just like, okay.
Yeah, show the rings.
Oh, it's from
That's social media. This isn't real.
They're finger blasting persons.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, they're masturbating. They're fucking.
Because the ring shows, because it's like, damn, I'm rich and I'm coming.
I usually finger myself with a Sharpie.
Yeah, well, how would we do? Because we don't have purses, so we have wallets, so like, I'm not gonna go farther than that already.
This one's posted by Busy Middle 8108 called Papa Just
All right, I will, dude. I'll stick my wallet in my ass. My credit card up my ass. Or like I have my penis on it, my credit card between the slits. There's no different ones. Is that what you call it? The opening.
I'll have both my legs grab the credit card like this.
You can make your dick. Both your dicks. We both said too much. But you said you make your opening grab stuff. Oh my god, we've lost some friends.
I used to love you guys that you started talking about two dicks.
Dude, I've used Veep before.
What is Veep?
It's like a video editing thing.
Okay.
Say Jake Paul was like, I'm going to start a career and get really famous, make a ton of money, and I'm going to jump into jiu-jitsu. Okay, let's go down that route. How long does Jake Paul last with the gentleman who won 80cc this past year? You think he can avoid a submission by running around that mat like he did against Anthony Joshua in the last 6 rounds? No. I said, hold on. I said, hold up. Wait a minute.
extra interested and seemed to want to engage in the jiu-jitsu. He was very defensive. The cyborg called him out on being so defensive. Brendan said, "Oh, that's just the shop shutdown. Basically, I wanted to shut him down. I didn't want him to tie me up or like get me in the leg lock or an arm bar or whatever, and him break something, and then I can't compete later in the evening."
So funny. I don't understand the first part. So he was saying that Jake Paul said, "I'm so glad I can finally explain it." No, History of Our Show. This is the first time. So I understood. Second time. All right, what is Jake Paul? It would be so funny I get it wrong. I should just get it wrong on purpose. Maybe I will. Jake Paul said that he's different. Jake Paul was saying that he could do good at wrestling, and Sean was saying how long would he last if he went against the guy that was really not wrestling jiu-jitsu. The guy was really good, won some competition in jiu-jitsu. So then he's like, could he just run around and like he did with Anthony Joshua and ducking for 6 rounds? I don't know. So then they played a clip of him doing just that. Okay, now that makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome. Yes, it took us.
Driving my son to baseball practice.
Okay, so this is where they're doing the podcast. By Mikey 7777. Fascinating. It's actually a lot nicer than what I thought, if that's where they're going. Okay, because this is a video from this show, I guess. So, what is this place? X space. It's just like, looks pretty expensive. It's a storage facility right there. Yeah, with different storage units. He's got the one this one is the best one. The sales guy was like, this was probably, you got the best one for podcasting, because there's not the same kind of problems with like sound here that we have in all the other storage units. So when you move in and you hook up your equipment, just know that randomly the lights turn off sometimes and there's freaking noise.
I'm looking for many conversations, sir.
See if it says anything about a great place for podcasting.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
So it is for kind of recording. Usually have 4 planets here recording. Axonometric perspectives. This definitely looks like that. So this is definitely where they're at then. I feel like they have a large space like that. This is the company that made Backrooms, and Sean is getting it from them. Yeah. I wonder how much it costs a month. Okay, so condo use flex industrial. So an industrial spot with 800 square feet on the second story is $630, $400 a square foot, which is pretty expensive. Yeah, fucking expensive. You bought the use maybe it's like he buys it from somebody else. So Peter shot on it. Oh my god, it's tiny. Let's see, 1,800 or 2,600 square feet. That's nice. Okay, that's not what he has for sure. 1,400 square feet. This is exactly what he has. Yeah, it looks like what he has because it says the stairs, right? They're like downstairs. Downstairs, but also right here, the windows, exactly that. Yeah. So this is where they shot that podcast the first time, right in front of us. And now they're over here because you got this red thing. Oh, whoa, yeah, that's the red thing from the background. Wow, so he's at 1,400 square foot office space, unit 313. So 3rd floor podcast. It would be 2 stalkers to do this, I wouldn't do it, but we could rent the storage unit in this place and record 1 episode there, go there on vacation and record 1 episode in this place. It is pretty funny that they had a different unit and they got just suckered into getting another unit. This looks maybe like the spot they had. No, because there's an upstairs spot. We gotta see this more above. That's his place. Shocks, dude. Whoa. And that's the podcast right there. So this is a old spot. They put this on their own website. Wow. Investment or owner user. This is a stand-up next space, flex space in the heart of Austin. Should I contact, should I contact Brian Smith right now? If we want to, sure, why not? Start a live message. I'm not going to do a call, maybe. I can if you want me to. You can try. Is that going to answer? Let's see. trouble if it's like live phone call, it's like a prank or something. I think so. Maybe I could say it'll be on the Patreon. I don't know. That might be nice.
Yeah, it's totally nice. We should probably look into it first. Yeah, and if there's comments enough for people to be like, yeah, let's do it.
Email seems okay. Well, I'll do that off the line.
Wow, these, it's just like, I wouldn't do this. I would just, he has so much sugar in his place to probably do a podcast. Why would you rent? This is nuts. Oh, that's the Humvee. Wow. So yeah, this is his spot. Bend pack.
Oh, that's a really good brand.
Oh yeah, I forgot Ben Pack gave me some blowers.
Oh, sick, bro, dude.
You want to talk about that?
I am Holly.
What is this stuff over here? This is, I didn't expect to get this far. Dude, why are they marketing Brennan Shop so much on this website, dude? Yeah, this is the other, so this is the downstairs space they have. That's probably where they have the other show at, right here somewhere. Shovels, good shovels, they have shovels here.
That chair is probably where Jen sleeps.
Yeah. Look at that, looks like a chair that they use for pockets. You're gonna tell me Brennan Shop hasn't rubbed those arms?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Let's see, this one is, this 1,400 square foot X Space Flex condo is now home to a former MMA fighter and active podcast studio, bringing immediate credibility, creative energy, and exactly the kind of vibrant tenacity. Okay. The Austin market demands. Priced at $579,000, this is a turnkey income-producing asset with a tenant who fits the X-Space culture perfectly. The space features a clean, functional layout with a built-in podium, adding character and usability right out of the gate. Ideal for investors looking for a compelling story with cash flow already in place. Creative office, studio, and podcast production all under one roof with the flexibility to evolve alongside the tenants.
Oh my god, so like his space is being used by other people. I don't even know what this means, dude. What does it mean, investor?
It's very interesting.
What does that mean, investment?
Yeah. Okay. Very interesting. It just sounds like, unfortunately, it's attached to shop, so everything sounds like a scam. What I'm assuming from my fucking Peabody brain, I wonder how you say this, it's Peabody brain. That's exactly what
I think I figured it out. What you said,
you buy the space and rent it out if you choose.
Yes, yeah.
And so it's not necessarily a storage unit, but it is like a fucking capitalist commercial way of doing podcasting or like creative stuff.
Yeah, you buy it and then you rent it out to people who do podcasts. But does that mean that Brennan Shaw becomes your his landlord?
Something, but he's your landlord.
No, you buy it. I'm the landlord.
Oh yeah,
right. Yeah. Shop rents from me, right?
Oh, probably
because he's using it, or else you get kicked out. Am I wrong?
I'm gonna buy it.
I think you figured out what's going on before I did, but yeah, I agree with what you think.
I think, like, you know. So maybe he bought it.
Oh, so we're buying it from him?
So we're renting from him. We want to use the space.
So way to come.
I mean, dude, Brennan Shaw, if you let us rent the space and do an episode of 10 minutes of shop in there, that's a great way of like never talking to us, but also like kind of co-signing us in all the songs I make about Brian being great.
Yeah, okay. So they're advertising it for Shop, but what's confusing me is that I thought he was renting. But Shop literally bought this location.
So both of us don't know.
It could be that they're advertising for him, right? And so, like, he sells. Either scenario is pretty funny.
Somebody in the comments is gonna fucking school us and call us really stupid. You know?
Well, they already know that they're watching the show.
That makes sense.
This is all Shop shit.
I feel like Shop put them on the map for sure. NOI, what does NOI mean?
NOI? No, I don't know.
Oh, look and see. Previously generating $6,000 a month. Tenant moved to another. They were paying $6,000 a month for the studio space.
Oh,
So this one here was $6,000 a month.
okay.
And so the cost on this unit, so yeah, he doesn't own it. He's renting out a unit that somebody else owns.
Yeah.
So this one is $679,000. This one's $579,000. So maybe he's down to $5,000 a month now for our studio space.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to pay $6,000, but let's say we could literally, if we paid $6,000, we could record podcasts there for a month for a podcast there, and he'd kill us.
It is now vacant and ready for immediate occupancy, whether you're an owner/user ready to move in or an investor looking to lease it up at market.
There you go. So he moved to a different one.
Yeah, the unit features a professionally built. Okay, this space proven tracker. Okay, with an exceptional prior tenant. Why did they? Dude, I wouldn't bring
Credibility.
Yeah, I would never mention renting shop units.
It's funny to describe something that Shab was using as like favorite and unique. Unique almost sounds like it's like an insider thing because unique.
Yeah.
Like what if they spelled it unique? Why? They're homeless. This place is homeless, which is even more ridiculous because it's literally you can live in it.
Well, trust, by the end of this experience they have with Shab, I'm sure they'll be homeless too.
Like no shop, you can't put a shower in here.
So, where's Austin?
The bus.
So this is in Steiner Ridge, Hudson Bend, Lake Travis.
We haven't been to Apache Shores in years.
The Ridge, Apache Shores. I don't even know her. Yeah, it's very interesting. This is a lot more than I thought we would get out of this episode.
A lot of the names of these towns sound like something you could use to make fun of Shop. Like, where's Shop? Oh, yeah, he's over at Lost Creek. That guy lives in Apache Shores.
Nice. All right, well, let's get out of here. Oh, God, Crystalia. So this is really doing the podcast. Wow. And then they were just everything. Are you allowed to run a business out of a storage unit? No. Wow, dude. So they got good douche. They got doxed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was pretty fucking interesting. I don't think we're gonna stop that.
No, yeah, that was the King Kuru.
All right, guys. Well, join the Patreon. We recently did a video on Jelly Roll doing stand-up, and even more recently than that, if you're join the Patreon, you'll see our video that we did making fun of comedians using black scent.
Yes. Yeah. We use historical events and incorporated black scent into it. And I think Cootie knocked it out of the park.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate it.
We also talk about Crystalia. Yeah. Nice. Alrighty.
See ya.
Yep.
Next week. One thing that I noticed online a trend was people on Twitter and threads they keep saying, like the libs going crazy. They keep saying that Trump's Freedom 250 concert is like people are canceling on, and it's always like somebody who's not very good or like not famous. Like I think the guy that does, I think Sir Mix-a-Lot maybe or whatever canceled, or somebody people you never even heard of are canceling the concert. And I don't even know what Freedom 250 is. Do you know what it is? I guess Trump has like concerts, I guess, that he puts on. I don't know where he puts them on. And I was just thinking, the problem with Trump is that he's not really a president. He's more like a property manager. You know, like he's the guy that he owns buildings. He's like an event planner that became president. So he always wants to like spruce things up and like plan events. And I don't know how good or not he is about doing that kind of stuff, but he loves to do it. If he was just doing that, the only problem would be like, oh, okay, maybe the biggest act canceled and they have some guy I've never heard of, but it's the country that he's in charge of right now. Yeah. So the events, if they don't, it's like, oh, great, we have a UFC thing in front of the White House, but there's other things that are maybe more important to deal with.
When it comes to events, do you think Donald Trump is really worried about his outfits?
I wanted to save that outfit for the final Mulan. That's a fucking great question, dude. He's gonna, because he tends to wear the same stuff a lot, but I wonder if, how do you know that? He doesn't.
Listen, dude, I thought you were part of the elite.
Oh, no.
They don't wear the same. It may look the same, but it's different, dude.
Yeah,
you thought this was Hermes, but really this is fucking, what's it name?
Gucci.
What's another expensive brand, like Kirkland, something like that?
Valentino.
This is Hermes. Last time I wore Gucci.
Yeah, and it's always, he has like a new expensive thing that he wears to the fucking
I just picture him in the oval bed, whatever they call it, when he's receiving. And he's just like scrolling. Yeah, what's better than Amazon? I don't know, where does the elite go for their overnight shipping?
They might have something we've never heard of.
Yeah.
You have to pay to hear about it. You have to have like a rich friend who's like, I got my thing from Kazoo today. Kazoo is the thing. Kazoo. You can't say it.
You can't say it. No. Instead of Amazon, it's called I'm a cum inside a can or something.
Oh, God. Yeah, but it's like
I'm a cum is a good one. But he's like, I was scrolling, I'm a cum.
That's where he got all this stuff. Yeah, I mean,
West Elm does all the outfits.
Oh, yeah. What's the thing that it was the conspiracy? It wasn't West Elm. Wayfair. So it's like, they probably say Wayfair, but they know that it's not Wayfair. It's all yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, exactly. Wayfair is just the thing. No, Wayfair is the thing. They go Wayfair, but if you're rich enough, you know what Wayfair really means. And that's where they get all their stuff from. And I was thinking about that, like, I mean, what comedians would we put on the Freedom 250 concert? Because we always talk about comedians.
Well, I know one comedian has got a lot of time on his hands now. Akash Singh.
Okay, that's a good one. Akash Singh and the Freedom 250.
The hell you talking about freedom, bro? I am chained, motherfucker.
You know, a lot of people said that my wife is the reason I quit the podcast, but no, I quit it to do this.
And it's him outside in 100-degree weather. Because I'm imagining that Freedom 250 is an outside event, right? It's one of the things you can do outside. I've never heard of it. I didn't even know what it was either. I'm like, why do you think you're owning the president by tweeting about like these people, leaving? But it always, anytime I see that, I'm like, I'm gonna make it no flappers.
Yeah, speaking of it being hot outside, these people are thirsty. They're literally at like a nozzle. They've been at a nozzle for like 8 years, or no, 10 years now. And they're just waiting for drops. And then one of drops fell in their mouth, they're like, Freedom 250. That's nothing. I know they're playing about.
Yeah, we can make fun of Trump about. Yeah, it's like he is, in a way, he's holding up the economy. The Trump economy is like constant news about him, us tweeting about him, and making these clownish mistakes. And then there's like another bit we can do tons of bits about it.
I 100% agree. He's like a bizarro Brennan Shaw.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Dude, he's like a fucking Brendan Shaw, bro. What if that was a disease I had where all of a sudden I turn into Lee every once in a while? Just ran into like, oh my god, bro. Dude, fucking Spider-Man, bro.
Oh, we're saving Dalia for the Patreon.
Yeah.
We got Dalia's clips on Nick.
What if we got, because it was like a horror movie, where because we talk about these people and use them to make money, we turn into them randomly when we can't control them. So I turn into Dalia, and then
it would be great because I could cheat on my girls all the time.
You could use it for evil.
Yeah.
You could absolutely be like, I'm sorry, that was Dalia that did that. Like, because Spider-Man did that.
Dalia, don't do that to me. Brennan Shaw. There's no underage to cheat.
Yeah, thank you for saying it. All right, fine, Shaw. I'm sorry, I'm Brendan Cooney. That was Brendan Shaw that punched the barista because whatever. I don't think I would do that, obviously. Why would I need that excuse? A barista beat me up.
They fight security guards, yeah.
Yeah, honestly,
he had a mask on. What do you want me to do? You want me to just sit there and watch him with a mask on? Yeah, right.
You told me to take off my mask. I have gotten into it with parking, not parking attendants, but people that valets. I've gotten into it with some valets. So then that would be a good excuse for me where I actually do turn in the shop and fight the guy. Or even yell at him. I go, that was shop for sure. She's like, you've done that before before the shop thing. Spider-Man does that, right? There's like when he's, it kind of sounds fucked up to say, but when he's the black costume on, he's a bad guy, right?
No. The symbiote. It's I see what you're saying, but
even though like
Eddie Brock is Venom. He's the bad guy.
That's what I meant. When he turns into Venom, he's a bad. Isn't there a bad version of Spider-Man with Venom?
No, Venom's a different person, Eddie Brock. But when the symbiote is on Spider-Man, his suit turns black.
Isn't there a black Spider-Man that's bad?
I don't think so.
Until Venom gets into him, isn't there? I swear, I remember there was like,
well, I'm imagining it. It's Venom. Venom that's bad. It's the same symbiote. It's a worse person, but Peter Parker's so good. The symbiote it's in struggles to make him bad. You see,
that's what I meant.
Yeah, but he doesn't make him bad.
I don't think
his dance emo. He makes him emo. That's what. So that's kind of not racist at all because I've never met a black emo.
Okay. I mean, I wonder if they ever thought about that though. But now I'm really starting to sound like they have straight up. But they turn him into like. It's like anyone's like, do you think maybe when we make him evil, we should make it a different color? But it's such a different color. It has nothing to do with
what if we make like a shit Spider-Man? He all of a sudden wants to get into landscaping. Wait, so you just saying make him brown? No. You love shit.
I like the idea of Spider-Man, shit Spider-Man. Because like, instead of the web comes out of you. That's so stupid. And so he moves. He keeps out of his hand.
He strings from poop.
I guess he wouldn't be able to string it, but he shoots poop.
It's sometimes okay, we'll stop. Yeah,
I had to say poop.
I'm usually the one that wants to keep going, but I know that the audience doesn't want that.
That's good. I'm glad that you're realizing that we should stop. I agree.
Speaking of stealing identities, you know what I mean? Great shout out. But someone's posting a little clips on Instagram.
Old clips
from DC.
Wow.
Yeah, and they're getting a lot of views. What? It feels good though. It's a weird feeling where I'm like, oh yeah, still got some clicks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's kind of, they're celebrating your old achievements.
Yeah. But it makes me think, like, is it AI or is it like some sort of computer thing doing this? I don't know if it's a person.
It absolutely could be. That's what people are doing now. Well, it's AI. It's like a way of monetizing things. Just have AI post shit.
Yeah.
But there's a person behind it.
human. So
that's really worrisome. You know, people are worried about AI and robot like gaining its own knowledge or whatever. If AI is by itself releasing easy mode clips, we're really fucked. So what the fuck is going on? AI is it wants to. What was the thing? Stay fly or don't fly?
Don't fly.
Don't fly.
See, the reason, don't say anything yet because you can't see it, but the reason why I think it's a computer program and not a person is because of the name. Just the name. This is not human.
I guess.
There's so many other ways you can make it say easy mode. And it's like, you can have the full word easy mode on there.
Yeah.
And then not include, like, it looks like a human, or like a computer person right here. The mouth, the weird eyes, the ear, one ear, and another ear.
They don't post anything else.
No, this is all, they just started to.
Wow.
And then my stand-up.
They post your stand-up?
Yeah.
That makes it sound like AI.
This is, because these are all posts that I have on the ECMO page on TikTok.
Yeah.
So they've gotten 1 million views. This one got 90,000 likes.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's any way to find out for sure why or how.
I don't know, dude. 265 likes. But I thought that was interesting.
No, that's crazy. How did you find out about these?
Somebody keeps stuff. Obviously, this one is viral, so people keep tagging me in it, and they go, like people that watch this show, they go, "Is this Gerardo?" Not the profile, but like, oh my god, I just saw Gerardo.
Damn,
Wizard Magic Child's name. He's the one that first showed us. And then my cousin texted me saying, "I think you made it," because somebody texted me about you today. Mixed tech, shout out to you.
Which one? Do you remember which clip was that one?
Yeah, this.
ID. What do you whatever you want to insult them. Call them like a fruit or vegetable in Spanish. Yeah, dude, this is what he says called guacamole.
Yeah, so I thought that was interesting. It's just weird that it's possible. I also told them, I messaged them, I DM'd the profile, I said, I'll bring Ismo back if Mexico wins the World Cup.
Did they respond?
No view or anything, dude.
That is really funny to not respond to the guy that made it, the clip. Like the actual, if it's a fan or somebody knows about it, if we did that to somebody, well, I guess in a way, this, again, we can't escape the Brennan Shop analogy. This is again like that, but not
I'm blaming bots for sure.
Because, well, that, but also somebody someone were using his content, someone is using your own content, and just releasing it, and then you message them, you literally reach out, they ignore you, but there's no chance that we would ignore my shot.
Yeah, but I'm also getting a dark web team.
Oh, yeah, Bobby Lee. We can always, that's your biggest threat, you can always have Bobby look into this for you.
It's weird because their email address actually was at brendancooney.com.
See, if I was smart enough to monetize, could you imagine? I could barely open up a new Instagram.
You sound like Bobby Lee.
I don't know how to do like a bunch of mass-produced clips like this. But yeah, that's a good idea. I should have. If he's gonna monetize, can you monetize? He only has 870 followers.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that because if they make money, then they put the work in. But if it's a creator, I'm like, oh come on, dude.
That's more interesting.
Yeah. Because there's not a lot more they can pull from if this is what their whole brand is. It's just an old podcast.
But if it's it doesn't really make sense that just a computer doing it, unless AI. Have you ever heard of AI doing something like this? Yeah, I mean, I definitely could see someone using AI to do it. That's a whole thing now. There's like tons of things. I never read about them, but I look through and they're like, AI does this and that, blah, 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 blah. Here's 7 ways to, and then it pulls chocolate. That's what AI suggestion is. Here's 7 prompts to help you make Joel stand up to fun.
No. I'm trying to look for something different. Okay, wait, here we go. So, like, for instance, yeah, see, it's definitely, I know for a fact it's not human yet. Okay, because on my stand-up clip, it's literally just copy-paste what I posted.
Yeah, so,
and it's on TikTok because Angel Hernandez on TikTok shows up differently than on Instagram, all these other names. And that's definitely from.
Yeah, that's the way that you can tell stuff is AI because it's like misspelling. Your name is misspelled there. No, it's Taker. So there's that. And Vile, and then it's also not ECMO Live, right? That was your stand-up at that place.
I use that stand-up to promote these.
Okay.
That's why it's definitely ripped. It's like copy-paste.
Yeah.
See, these are just hashtags that they didn't. And it's definitely just ripped by a computer. So.
The AI shit is so lazy, and then people. It's funny that people don't know it's a robot doing it. I know someone else who does something like that. It would be so funny. The person I know is also doing the same.
But, anyways, I thought that was interesting. I don't know if you can see, but there's a Funko Pop behind you, dude.
Oh, fuck.
I'm feeling sad, so I have to put a Funko Pop behind you.
Oh, but like what? Okay.
It's like he's staring at me.
I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling sad. If an AI was making videos of me too, I might buy a yellow Funko Pop. It's an M&M. What is that?
It's fucking Sonic, dude. You don't know it's Sonic?
Sonic is yellow.
It's yellow Sonic. It's Super Sonic. I'm gonna need a Funko Pop right now, dude.
So Sonic, I don't remember. Sonic turns yellow when he gets. What did you say?
Yeah, Super Sonic, dude. Check it out.
I haven't played this game in so long.
It's for the movie.
I kind of think that. Oh, Silver Sonic. I vaguely remember that, but I don't remember it going. So what happens? How does it get sold?
He gets gold because of the emeralds. He gathers them all and makes them gold.
Yeah, I remember that part. That's what makes him faster.
No, gold, yellow.
Yeah, that's when he gets really fast, right? Yeah. If Sonic was like a real thing in real life, what do you think would make him really fast? Let's say it together. I'm posting.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. Sorry. No, listen. Damn, you're horny as shit, huh?
I think Sonic gets laid.
I didn't know I was doing a podcast with Jesus Sepulveda all of a sudden. Pussy. We're talking about a kid's video game. You're sick fuck. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Pussy cards. Pokemon cards.
He's a kid.
Pokemon cards. So Sonic would be so good at Pokemon cards, and it would be so funny to watch him play because you'd see. Or I'm thinking of Pokemon Go. I don't even know how you do fucking Pokemon cards. I wrote that. But let's say it is Pokemon Go. Alright, let's say it's Pokemon Go. He'd be stealing the Pokemon things from children because he's so fast he can just run around. I didn't play actual Pokemon. It's a card game.
I wish I could explain it to you, but I feel like it's not. I don't think there's any real estate left in your brain. So
no, there's a lot of vacant space, but no one can live there. So it doesn't allow for functioning. Pokemon is.
I'm gonna call your brain the Brendan Gardens. You know, like how what's it called? Housing. You know, like projects are called gardens and like stuff like that.
Oh, sure, yeah, like it's a bad neighborhood.
It's a really bad neighborhood.
So a good neighborhood means you're smart.
Yeah,
mansions in your brain.
I've got estates in my brain. My historic landscape.
More like estate sales.
You got the Cooney Garden.
People are dead. People are dead in there. I do have news about my grades. I haven't told you yet because I wanted to save it for the podcast. It's not necessarily the funniest news, but I went to the doctor to get my, surprise. Well, the doctor's office called me this time. They're like, we haven't seen you in a while. They called me, Kaiser called me, and I was on the phone with someone else. I put them on hold. Doctor gets the first crack at me. And they go, we got your results back, and the results show that, and it's kind of like what I said, that it shows a little bit of over-medication for your grade. So we think you should start taking it 4 times a week. Actually, they didn't even say that. They're like you should take it less. You should take the medication less, like maybe 2 times. And I go, 2 times? And I go, I was taking it 5 times. Are you saying you want me to take it 1 less, like 4 times? And they're like, yeah, 4 times. So I didn't take it that day. No, I didn't take it that day. And then they said, but they also want you to come in the office to see the doctor. Right? They probably wanted to come into the office after that phone call. The nurse on her own was like, we need you to come in. Because you can't even tell me how many.
She called an audible mid-call.
Yeah, she was like, oh my God, the grades. grades is really bad for this guy. He didn't even know that he was a Kaiser.
How dare you ever find me saying that you go to the doctor every week?
I mean, I had no choice. They told me to come. You're not listening. So I go in the office, right? And the doctor says, so your results came back and you have 3 weeks left to live. No. He said the results came back and he's like, it shows over medicating. And it seems like you might have cured your Graves. Well, I was like, oh, really? He's like, yeah, you don't, like, here's 2 options. You have 2 options. One is you keep living with small teeth and big nose. No, he said you have 2 options. One is what we do. We have this big truck and a small guy has a fit in it. He said 2 options. One is Gerard does the pie and put himself for a few minutes. He said you stop doing cowbell or people will start calling you out by name. No, he said you might be a redneck. No, I'm going to say really this time what it is. He was like, you can stop taking it, and then we test again in 3 weeks to see if it's good, or we can just wean you off a little bit more of the medication, and then test monthly or whatever. So I said, let's just fucking stop. I cured myself. Let's not even fuck with this anymore. I don't fuck with that shit no more, dog. So now I'm not gonna take the medication.
I ain't Graves no more.
Yeah, I ain't Graves. I like women. That's good. Do that video. I don't. My thyroid. I need to turn. Instead of I like women. I like thyroids. So you figure it out. We gave you a project. You make it happen. But I may not have Graves anymore. I gotta get tested in 3 weeks, and then it'll be like 3 months, and then 6 months, and then probably 6 months a year, once a year, something like that. If I've actually healed, just to make sure my thyroid is still acting normally. But I don't have to take the medication anymore. Yeah. So your thyroid is bumping, dude. Yeah, I fucking fixed myself. I don't have to take any medication anymore besides consider.
The remodeling is done.
Yeah, dude. This thing, dude. I remember he was asking me like, I forgot. He asked me about a bunch of my symptoms, and he goes, well, do you feel tired all the time? I was like, how much time I got? No, I said, no, not really. He's like, do you have this and that? I go, no. He's like, what about headaches? I go, all the time, like every day. And I go, but that's probably because I'm taking this ADD medicine. He said, oh, it's from medically related. I said, no, all the time before that. And he's like, all right. And at that point, he didn't give it up. He's just like, I don't even want to entertain this. So he goes, let me touch your neck. I'm gonna look at your neck. Is that okay? He started doing this on my neck, like checking the thyroid. And I guess it was normal. So I don't have to go anymore. As long as the test results come back good in 3 weeks, yeah, I'm all good.
That's excellent, dude. That's so funny that you went to the doctor again.
I don't know.
I could have stopped laughing this whole time.
I have to go to the doctor.
Yeah. No, I know. The reason I'm not laughing that you literally went to the doctor. I'm laughing that there's literally a team of people out there that are trying to keep you alive.
Yes, that's the way. That's
I couldn't stop laughing about that.
It takes a team to keep me alive. I need help.
You playing the team. If you die, we have to play the team.
Doctors, nurses, people who see me on the street. When I'm walking around, like, whoa, what are you doing? People need to ask me what I'm doing constantly, or else I will hurt myself. I will go astray. So I need that. I need people to be like, whoa, why would you do that? Do puppy? Listen, bro. Don't do that. Go this way. There's look, you're about to step in the hole. But I want to step in the hole.
Oh, man, that's so funny. Have you been keeping up with... Did you ever check out that Lego video I saw you? Yeah.
Oh, fuck. You sent it to me, and I forgot this.
It's all good.
I do want to watch that documentary. Yeah.
It's getting crazy. I mean, it's nuts.
Should I wait, or can you tell me a little bit about it, or is
it's actively happening right now?
What's he doing?
They're trying to... Okay, so long story short, this guy had a life savings of $200,000 worth of Legos. He gave it to his son. The guy's 83 years old now. He's kind of died. He's turning into Brendan Cooney. He's at the doctor doctor all the time on medication. You know what I mean? And I gotta speak in your language.
I like him already. He sounds like a good guy.
He's not even part of the story, but that's where it starts. That 83-year-old man got this Lego collection for 30 years, just Lego Star Wars stuff.
Sure.
His son did a consignment deal with a place called Bricks and Minifigs.
Oh, okay.
Right, and so they were supposed to sell the Legos and give him a significant portion, and they take like 40%, 35% of whatever they earn.
Yeah.
Long story short, that franchise, the lady got ousted because of political reasons. So, like, the lady and the husband were like, Donald Trump's in office again, we're going to move out of the country. This is what really happened. This literally happened. It's not really talked about a lot in the thing, but they, in a separate live stream, said that that's why. For political reasons, they wanted to get out of the country.
Yeah.
When they notified corporate about them wanting to get out of the country, corporate that same day was like, cool story, bro, get out now. And so basically that guy's consignment deal of all those Legos was sent to the next franchisee owner, and they acted like they never had it. So now, 2 years later, this guy on YouTube is making an hour-and-a-half long documentary about the Bricks and Minifig Corporation and the police department surrounding his issues with them. And so, like, everyone's hiding it. They know, like, it's crazy. I'm sure people have seen it on YouTube.
That sounds very interesting. Question about the bricks. So, did the people that took over after the people left, the owners left the country, did they get the money that they have from selling the Legos or whatever?
They're like actively speaking in legalese and acting like they've never seen this Legos.
And so they don't even have them, or they're acting like they have them, but they're like, whoa, we don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy.
And then before YouTube got involved, they kept threatening people, saying like, you're gonna have to take us to court, and it's not gonna be fun for you because we have millions of dollars.
Monster lawyers.
And then now that everything's so public and there's millions of people watching this stuff, they're coming out and being like, we always wanted to work with these guys, but there's like literally videos of them not wanting to work with them.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't even say.
Yeah.
You should have told us that you wanted to work with us. Like, here's a video. Oh, that's, dude, total misunderstanding. But it's in legalese, whatever. And, yeah. No. This is so easy. Why don't you just stop making the documentary and then we'll be good?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, great.
And check this guy out, dude. He looks like a fucking villain. Like, he's the CEO of his company. And he looks like a legit, like, cartoon villain. Perfect for, like, a Lego stealing guy. He has no eyebrows and, like, a twirly mustache.
That's hilarious. Yeah, the twirly mustache. You can't be evil and have that, you know? He looks like
Oreo if he was Irish. Or Waluigi. An Irish Waluigi.
People with interesting facial hair, it's like you gotta be as normal as possible. Because you can't be a little weird if you got that. You already got this weird shit going. When you have this, it's kind of a red flag. Any kind of hint of like evil or being weird, you're definitely the weirdest person ever, right? Because you chose that, and
your personality is that.
Exactly. Because when you're the other person and you don't judge a book by their cover, you're not supposed to. So you don't judge a book by your cover. But when you open the book and it's just like the cover, you're like, fuck, why did I judge the book by the cover? What was I thinking? So many red flags. He had an evil mustache. You hate yourself when that happens. Which is why I judge the book by the cover.
You're out there spitting facts, dude.
I don't judge a book by the cover, but, I'm like, I open the book a little bit, and I go, oh, I don't like that, and I close it, and I put it back in the shelf.
This looks like you a little bit.
That guy looks like, he drives a Rasta mess.
So another funny thing, or another thing about this whole thing is the fucking so it involves like police corruption. There's the last video he just put out like yesterday is literally the police actively trying to cover up them being on Bricks and Minifig's side, and because they're all Mormon.
Oh, okay.
It's nuts, dude. I want you. You have homework, dude. By next week, you gotta watch the 2 parts of the documentary. I think part 3 is coming out soon. I can send you part 3 whenever it does.
Let me ask you a question about the watching experience. Is it something that I could just have on in my car and listen to instead of watch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I do that with YouTube constantly. Yeah. When I'm driving, I just listen to it.
I think you'll want to watch it eventually. Like after while listening to it, you're like, this is not like the stuff. His name is Reckless Ben. I messaged him that I produce podcasts because he on a podcast was like, if you live in the LA area and can help at all, let me know.
Yeah.
And so I just told him I do podcasts, and he's like, oh, cool story, bro. What kind of podcast do you do? I said Raccoon Tweeties and 10 Minutes to Shop, and he got it.
No, he didn't. Yeah, let's have him on. We gotta tell people about this injustice.
Oh no, we're not gonna have him on. He's on huge podcasts. He's more Joe Rogan level now.
Okay, well, sometimes you gotta dip your toes in the loser pool, all right? So, I think having no idea what's going on besides what you described to me, I do think it's kind of funny to have this bad press over not that much money. Like, I mean, it's a lot of money to me, but a company, it's like, that's what? You said it was what, 180,000?
The clickbait thing is $200,000, but really the scuffle's over 60,000 at the end of the day.
That's crazy. Yeah. Because that's not like, that's what you maybe, that $60,000 is probably a lot less than what you pay if you're doing marketing. Yeah. And now you have this horrible marketing. You would pay $60,000 to make something like this go away. So it's like you've really fucked yourself here.
The funniest part about me and you messaging about this is that I sent a very confusing text message to you.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't respond to the next day. And I didn't realize what I sent you until you responded back and I read, and I was like, oh, fuck, Cody's definitely going to get the wrong idea.
Yeah.
But what I was trying to convey to you is, dude, this guy that was tearing down this company, basically, if he made a fucking documentary about the Rogan verse,
yeah.
That's what I want.
Well, I already sent Rice to him, so he's probably dead.
Oh my God, why did you say that? That's the worst thing you could say.
Okay.
But and I think you'll understand more when you see the style of documentarian he is. He's very funny. For instance, just a little quick nugget here. He gets one of the workers at that store and convinces her that she won some sort of sweepstakes, takes her to the woods to brainwash her like a cult, and tells her all the information for like 2 hours of what's really happening, and then she turns onto their side and goes back to the store. Whoa, you know what I mean? This guy's a genius, dude. And I was just picturing the whole time I'm watching this documentary, I'm thinking Thick Boy, T-Fat K Studios, Joe Rogan Experience, The Greener at the Mothership, you know what I mean?
So you think he's the guy to do that?
He's definitely the guy with the brains.
Okay, I like that.
And the resources.
If he were to take somebody to the woods and do that in the comedy world or the podcast world, what would he do?
Yeah, let's say our secrets.
Okay.
Let's talk about it. Just kidding. Yeah. I have another story for you too. So I went to a show on Friday. I went to a show on Friday in Anaheim. You remember doing stand-up?
Vague. I think so.
Yeah.
Not too certain about, but yeah, at one point, yeah.
Not there. I'm saying like in general, you remember doing stand-up.
Well,
like what it was like the feelings you get before, stuff like this.
Play me a clip.
What is stand-up? So this guy is there and he sees me. I'm not doing anything. I'm not looking at the phone. I'm drinking out of my water bottle, and he's very drunk. And I'm thinking in my head, he's right next to me. I'm like, this is gonna be a tough crowd because this guy will not stop talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very fun, jovial Filipino man. He's like 50 years old. Looks like he's 21. Seriously. Well, and he turns to me. I don't know where he got this intuition. He goes, "You up next?" I was like, "Yeah." What the fuck? I was weird, you know. He's like, "Oh, he's drunk. He's very sure." His name is Edmund. I got to know him, you know. And then when I was bombing on stage, I would just be like, Edmund knows what I'm talking about. And he was really like crazy guy in the back, you know.
Yeah.
And then I was like, "Come on, Edmund, did you really have to say that?" And a joke of mine, and people start laughing, you know. And he's like, "Go, you know."
Yeah.
I'm talking to this guy at the bar that I used to have beef with back in the day, comedian. I'm not gonna say his name, so don't ask me who. And then we're chopping it up, and this Edwin guy comes over and he's trying to chop it up in the circle. You know what I mean? And then the guy that I'm talking to goes to the restroom. So I gotta go to the restroom. That's not who he is. And the Edwin guy looks at me, and because I'm talking about sobriety on stage. You know, probably the best thing to do at a brewery. And he goes,
he goes, so are you drinking? And I'm like, no. He's like, not even water. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm drinking water. Like, good point. Yeah, I am drinking. It's just water. Okay, good. Now, he goes, you never drink with people like us, though. Right? And I was like, I have. I was like, I've done a lot of research. Like, I drink a lot, you know? Yeah. And he's, no, you haven't drank with us. And he tries to get the bartender to get me a drink. Yeah, alcohol. Yeah. Oh, he's talking about beer now. Now he's not saying you're drinking water with people like us. I'm like, who does he mean us? That's what I'm trying in my mind. I'm not gonna, but I have a guess. It's the people there. Like, I almost think he's talking about Asian people. Because he sounds kind of stupid. He's like, but you haven't had a drink with Asian people, right? Somebody has a cock. Okay. Make it racist. A car did crash into the place. What's it called? Anyways, he goes, no, you haven't drank with us. And he goes, he's like, can we get to whatever the fuck Pilsner thing? You know, Anaheim something. And then the lady walks over. She knows me. She's the one that booked me on the show. And she goes, oh no, he doesn't drink. And then she walks away. Yeah, and he's talking at her, but like she just walks away. But dude, he's still going. And this felt like it took forever. It never happened to me where somebody couldn't understand like that I don't drink. You know what I mean? The concept of sobriety is too much for Edwin. And Edwin is like a very happy-go-lucky guy, so he's trying to be like jovial about it, but I'm kind of getting upset. Yeah. But I'm not like yelling at him or anything. This doesn't end with me drinking. Basically, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, no, dude, I don't want to do that, you know? Yeah. And then the other guy comes back out that I was talking to, and he orders a drink, and then Edwin's like, get my boy a drink too. And he looks at Edwin, he goes, he doesn't drink. And then he goes back to the bar. Edwin doesn't question him. He stops, and he, like, after like 5 minutes, walks away. I guess I'm a bitch. I can't wait and tell this guy, you know. Wait, who was the guy that said the second one they listened to? Was it the comedian? Yeah, the one that I had beef with back in the day. Huh. I wonder why he didn't question him twice. He literally just like, oh, yes sir, and like put his tail between his legs and walked away. To me, it's funny that it's just that guy. Yeah. Maybe that guy had a set where he was like, I fuck people up sometimes. And then, or something. Why would he listen to that guy? When the first time he said when he's going to the bathroom, I obviously thought of the Godfather scene where the person goes get a gun. Kills him and kills you. Oh, fuck. But, I wonder, did he say it kind of like menacing or something? He said it very affirmatively. Like, he was checking in with Bravo, you know what I mean? He was just like, Bravo confirmed, the guy doesn't drink, copy over. You know? It is funny, almost like, what, 2 or 3 people at that point? At least 3, because you, the woman, and that guy had told them that you don't drink. Yeah. It's kind of crazy to think of what sober people have to deal with. Yeah, this is the first time. I don't have to do it. This has never happened before. And it was convincing because he was so happy and joyful. And was just like not like I felt like a straight dude in a gay bar with a bunch of gay dudes trying to fuck me. You know, which you are there all the time. I've been to many gay bars actually. Yeah, and they're always trying to fuck me. We all know that. That's never happened to me actually. Okay, no, gay dudes in theater have tried to fuck me, but you know I've got to kiss them. No, I did the same people. You're conflating different things, and that's not fair to the person. 5 times. Yeah, that's not true. That's not true. That's conflated numbers. It was also like maybe not every time he's talking. Not every time. Sometimes it was like, I'm sorry, go ahead. No, but it did feel like he was trying to turn me into an alcoholic. Yeah. Well, I am an alcoholic, but like turn me into drinking. Currently drinking. I don't know if you can catch the correlation. Turn also like, can you say that turning a straight guy? Right. Like, that's what I felt like he was trying to fuck my ass. Yeah, he started trying to do that just so he could get you to drink. He tries anything. He's like, I'll fuck you. I'll get some. And then so he came back around and I was telling this story. Matt, this guy that I had just met, he worked there. He was a really cool guy. We were talking about psychedelics. And I'm telling you know how a psychedelic story goes. You don't want to, like, I personally don't want to tell this, but if somebody asks me, then yeah, I'm going to tell them what happened, right? Sure. And he's interested the whole time, which doesn't usually happen when you're telling psychedelic stories. Matt, right? Edwin's here and chirping on my shoulder like a parrot, you know? And, you know, like 5 different conversations happen at a bar at once, and then somebody tries to move themselves into another. I'm finishing my psychedelic story with Matt, putting the button on it, and that's when Edwin goes, what are you guys talking about? And then I told Edwin, I was like, oh, somebody took me to Disneyland when I was 14 years old and fucked my ass. And it was like, nah, I'm good. Or he was into that. He was asking more, but I was just making shit up because I'm not going to tell you the whole story that I just told him. And I felt the easiest way out of that was, claiming that I was molested as a kid.
Do you think anyone cares about that?
He's like, this guy drink.
Yeah, he's like, that sounds like a great thing to drink too. And it's like, what are you guys talking about? You go, I suck a Sharpie. I'm like, and I was like, oh, okay. You know what I do? Here's what I think is happening. I know the level of drunk where you start saying things that make logically no sense, Because you're just happy and you want to, we don't drink with people like us. That only makes sense in like a very drunk brain, right? It makes perfect sense. Yeah, he's sober, but he's never drank with me and it'd be a good time, and then he'll be fine after that, It's like drinking with me thing that was be good. That's only like a lot of times when you drink, your brain makes no sense when you're talking about your thoughts. Yeah, it becomes very annoying. So everyone is. I think that's fine.
Yeah, there's been times where I've told groups of comics that I was doing shows with, obviously not in the cities, like out and about. And the next day, I'll just tell them, I'll just be like, I had a thought last night where I thought it'd be really cool if I just relapsed with all you guys. And I'm not lying, I'm not trying to be funny. And not that they're laughing or anything, they understand that I'm probably being serious. And every time, because in my head, it's a real fantasy where it's like, if I just took it, like, let's say I bombed, or let's say I did really well, and I'm like, dude, if the night's already going really well, maybe there's one little lull in the night where it's like nobody's saying anything, we're all at a table together. I'm like, fuck it, if I just took a shot right there, it'd be like a burst of energy would happen.
You could make the party happen.
Like in my sick mind, I think that this is gonna like save the night and everyone's gonna be happy again.
Right.
And so I told them at breakfast the next day, and none of them felt the same. They were like, no, dude, that would be a bummer if you just took a shot.
Oh, hell yeah, that'd be so depressing. Or on that same way, what if, the guy that you had a beef with or whatever, he comes back and says he doesn't drink, but in your head you're like, we had a beef, fuck that guy. Get over here, and you start taking shots, ripping shots with Edwin, going like, look at this fucking guy, right? Has to go to the bathroom a lot. I wonder if that, why don't you go suck off a guy? Can I have another Rumble Mints, please? And then your best friend's with some asshole, drunken fool, and the guy's like, go to the bathroom, he's like, I can't win. This guy fucking saved his life. He was about to start drinking again, and now he's friends with this jerk off. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I don't think I've made amends with anybody in quite some time. I don't know how many. I mean, I'm sure there's many people that I could.
Yeah, you see, I already apologized to this guy a while back, and then when I had seen him there, I sat next to him, and he's dealing with whatever he deals with on a daily basis and stuff. And so he wasn't talking to me, and he kind of like got up and went away. And then so the whole show happens, and then I go sit next to him at the bar, and he's just like ripping it, and just like going and going and going. We're just talking back and forth. Nice. And then eventually he's like, we hated each other, that kind of thing. And so we started talking about that again, and getting over it and stuff.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I don't know. I think the people I hate, and I won't do any spoilers when I say this, but the people I hate, if I were in the movie Backrooms, I'd probably leave them. Or push them. I'm like, dude, I found this place. Let's watch the beef. We'll both go to the place, and as soon as we get there, I'm like, all right, see you later. And leave them there. I want no spoilers here. I did see the movie Backrooms. The one thing I did want to say about it was, so the guy owns a store or whatever, and part of it is just how annoying it is to like own a store. And nothing works in the store. The lights don't work, and there's a breaker. Nobody can figure out where it goes to. And I'm like, damn, where I work is that Backrooms? Because no one knows. Every time a fucking person comes over to like do some sort of handiwork, they're like, who did this? Who set this up? I don't know. Where does it go to? One of these times I'm going to find myself in a scary war situation just because no one knows where anything is. Works, lights go out. Is it supposed to be on? I don't know. Who knows? And anywhere in LA, because everything is built poorly. So all of Los Angeles is Backrooms.
Have you seen Obsession yet?
I want to see that.
Oh, you should already saw it? Yes.
I want to see that, and I bet you it's way better.
Yeah, so I'm glad you saw Backrooms first. Yeah. Because I'm sure Obsession's going to be way better.
Yeah, I had tickets to it, but then I had to cancel it for something. I forget what that. And
Sheep Detective. Is that what it's called? Yeah, I don't know what that one's got some cartoon. Is it? Or I forget. Hugh Jackman's in it. No, it's definitely. Oh, because the goats or sheep are cartoons or animated, or like this is you. I heard people it's like were crying during it. It's very emotional. It's like a Hamlet. Hamlet with sheep. Sheep men. Goat men. Goat men. What if they replaced the characters in Hamlet with goats? Cartoon goat. I watch it. Yeah, you gotta see Obsession, dude. That's your homework. You gotta watch Obsession, Fix documentary, and Obsession. Yeah. The only other thing that I saw this week that I was thinking about, and I don't want to get too political issue, but there's this guy, Graham Plattner. He's running for Senate in Maine, and he's just his campaign. It has all this stuff coming out about his personal life. Like he had a bad tattoo, people say he had a Nazi tattoo. And then he said he didn't know it was. And I looked at it and I wouldn't have known either. And he's got it removed. And then he's all these like Reddit posts that he's deleted. And now there's something about him texting other women besides his wife. But I'm reading it and I go like, the Reddit stuff just reminds me of like stuff like, haven't you ever deleted a post? Like, maybe I haven't had as crazy as post as that. But then the texting, it's like, you text other women besides your wife. I mean, that's bad, I guess, but what is that for my business? So it's like, it's all about, there seems to be like a coordinated hit job on that guy. Yeah, I have no clue. He's from Maine. Yeah, he's running for Senate in Maine against this like really old Republican. Everybody he's run against, like the last part he ran against the Democrat in the primary, he's still doing that. I don't think the primary's happened yet. And the person he was running against was like 75 years old. And the person that's a Republican is also like 75 or 80 or whatever. And I think they're kind of just, they don't want him to be a senator because he's not over 70 years old. It's like a coordinated campaign. If you want to run for political office and you're not 75 or more, they don't want you. Yeah. It's got to be people that have trouble getting out of chairs if they want them to be senator or congressman. Yeah. He does have some, he has a checkered past, but it's like, I mean, is that, he said he doesn't think those things, so. Yeah, it's, I mean, who hasn't cheated on their wife with Jackson's too?
What a great picture.
But it's because he cheated on his wife by texting other women. That means that I don't deserve health care. Like I don't buy that argument. What does it have to do with anything? Yeah. He sent texts to chicks. Oh, okay. So did a lot of people. Yeah. That's probably every politician. Think about all the politicians we've heard that have cheated on their wife. Yeah. Maybe politicians are a problem. Gavin Newsom fucked his campaign's manager's wife. Exactly. That's pretty fucking bad. That's nuts. Yeah. That's like maybe 30 times worse than cheating on your wife. So many people have like cheated. Yeah, they've cheated with Stan. That's a really bad thing. A lot of these politicians don't even fuck women that aren't part of their staff. Yeah. Like their assistant, the secretary, the intern. They're like always fucking them. That's bad. Yeah. You're their boss. We had our competitor and I fucked his wife the first week. Yeah, we fucked the whole team. Fired him too. No, I make this team watch me fuck their girlfriends in front of them. But yeah, it's not running for mayor. Yeah, I'm not running for anything. That's why I can do it, get away with it. And I'm like, I'll make our whole team watch the hentai chapter report too. And I'll never forget the first time you made Brian, the guy's name was, watch hentai with you. He was like, do it. What are you doing? And I said, not Poppy, Dad. But yeah, how is this any of our business? And no one is perfect. Yeah. All the text messages that people send out, imagine if someone saw all the texts you've ever sent. Most of the time, I'm not even serious with what I send on text. I just like to say bad things about my friends. Yeah. Does that mean I'm serious? No. You don't know the context of what. Also, there's a lot of fake stuff. People just post AI shit like, look at what he said. I don't know if that's true. Everything is behind a paywall, too. That's not a thing. All the stories about this guy, you have to be a subscriber of the Wall Street Journal to be able to know what it even says. So the fucking headline says this, but you don't know if it's true because it's behind a paywall, so can just imagine what it is, and then the social media comes out and says this is what he said, but that's AI. Who did that? This makes me very conspiratorial. You know, it makes me not want to believe anything.
Remember, I don't know why I said remember. Remember when it was happening and also the marijuana the Chinese taking over the marijuana industry. And I've always said it. You go back all the time.
So we reached and we were staying at the same hotel. I go to this man's shop and
Never mind this, and Maine is the most important state in America.
It is funny to think of like a bunch of Chinese
so I didn't know that he was married and had kids, and so I was on his show, and his entire show was about his wife and kids. So I just like he hits me up after the show, and I just
that might sound crazy to some of you. It's so funny that you feel like this is your family.
You know what I mean?
But that might
And
sound
then
crazy
he
to
got
some
super
of you.
butthurt,
Okay.
telling me all
But
this
I'm
social
looking
media.
crazy.
I haven't talked to him again.
It's not just,
Before you guys
it's
ask,
not just their marijuana business, too. You know what it is, too.
it's just the type of people I have.
The Chinese government is doing shit in Maine to fuck with Grant Plattner. Why? Because Grant Plattner is against 20-inch flag. Right? They're worried that the oyster fisherman is going to be like really popular with dudes. You know, what does Grant Plattner do? He oyster fishes and then he plays video games at night. We all fuck each other. They don't want that. They don't want that. All right? He fucks a lot of people apparently, sending crazy texts. But listen. No one is saying that bad tattoos are good, or that you can have Reddit posts where you say crazy shit, or send text messages to women when you're married. No one's saying that's great. All I'm saying is, it is the Chinese market behind it.
I would much rather, I think, I actually do think that, okay, I've said this before on the show, I'd much rather have a fucking horny ass, like outwardly horny politician than somebody that's closeted horny. You know what I mean? Like they're just like, but nobody ever sees how horny they are. I like seeing the text messages. Oh, you want to fuck chicks? That's great. I like this that you fuck chicks. Nothing against like Pete Buttigieg or anything. I'm just saying, like, if I saw messages from Pete Buttigieg hitting up random dudes that aren't his husband, I'd be like, nice, okay, I like that I can see your horniness. It's when you can't see people's horniness that you really good. Did I tell you about that voicemail I got from Hillary Clinton? She tried to fuck me. No, she was trying to suck my baby's blood. And I was like, dude, I don't even have a kid, and she
I think there's something to be said with what you're saying. It's like all these people that get their whole life exposed, and then the worst of it is that they did this or whatever. It's like, oh, the worst is that he's texting chicks. Yeah. All right, sounds like a decent guy. You mean it's not that part, but just in general, like, you know, that's the worst of the skeletons.
Yeah. You mean to tell me Diane Feinstein's not horny as hell?
She's literally dead.
She's probably fucking still fucking dudes in that grave, dude.
You know what I mean? That's a good point, though. Diane Feinstein, she's like in a chair, doesn't know where she is. And that's to me, that's more upsetting than a guy who has a checkered past who's restored it. Like, does no one get a second chance? He's a new person. He's a better guy now, hopefully. And he's running for Senate. So I'm supposed to just judge him? I'm actually more concerned that we have people that are literally brain dead as senators
and mayors of Los Angeles.
Yeah, I mean, she's pretty old, too.
You think Karen Bass is fucking dotting her I's and crossing her T's when it comes to sexual activity? Doubt it.
She doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
She could be fucking and not knowing. This is the thing.
I don't want to listen. Okay, I'll let you finish here. I do not want a mayor or a senator or a governor, for that instance, that ever jacks off, dude. They shouldn't be jacking off.
Why?
I don't know why. I don't really have the answers right now. I'm sweating. But I just don't want it. Do you want that? Is that what you want?
Yeah, definitely jack off.
I don't want them to jack off. They shouldn't be jacking off. If anything, they should be fucking their campaign managers' wives and stuff like that.
Oh, because he wanted to be cool.
I want them to feel power in ways that are not affecting me. If they feel power by fucking chicks and fucking dudes, go ahead and do that. But then when you're in office, do the office stuff and no power. You know what I mean? Just like, you know.
So you would deny another human the ability to stick a sharp in their butt?
That's not true. That's what you think. That's what
I mean, my beef is like when you're 65, you should be thinking about retiring. Power hungry goals. Go see your family. And if you're not doing that good of a job, look at the country. Look at Los Angeles. Karen Bass went to lighting fire and there's no repercussions for that. What's your excuse? Why were you in Africa at all? You're the mayor. You can't take vacations like that. It's not just a job that you be like, oh, I'm going to leave for a while. Figure it out. No, you're the fucking mayor of Los Angeles. Stay in Los Angeles, you stupid bitch. 75 years old, retired. She's running again.
10 minutes ago, I don't want to get too political. Then we go 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, who knows? Maybe this guy is crazy, but I prefer him to a geriatric fuck. So, sorry. I want new blood.
And I stand by everything I said.
Oh, the jack-off thing?
Yeah, I don't want them checking. 100%.
I mean, it's kind of funny to think of politicians using, like, the office Wi-Fi to watch porn, I guess. They do that.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
yeah. But, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, dude, politics is just one big pussy buffet.
Yeah, I mean, the pussy buffet thing is just, I keep going back to it. I don't know how popular, how interested our fans were.
Nobody commented.
No one gave a shit that we talked about it for a long time. In fact, somebody wrote on my newest pussy buffet thing, like, I think I missed an episode, and I almost replied with our episode, but I thought, I don't know if I want the threads on Insta to come and watch this. So I said that when the Burbank Comedy Festival happens again, let's all agree not to treat it like a giant pussy buffet, okay, guys? And what made me laugh about this was like, oh man, there was 5 retweets and others were dancing. So, or repost. Oh, thank you. People think this is a serious post. How can I be, the post before this is a thing of me drinking my own piss. It's a picture of me drinking my own urine. I don't understand how people can possibly think this is a serious post. Like, look at the replies. Jeez, that's a joke thing. It's a bit much. I like that guy, Logan's funny. This one.